Battlefront, Attrition, Book 13 of the America Falls series. Written by Scott Medbury. Narrated by Adam Barr. Part 1. Scramble. 1. The hallway outside the infirmary filled with anxious voices and hurried footsteps as Jess barked orders to her assistants. The light from the overcast dawn coming through the stairwell windows cast everyone in a sickly pallor as they rushed Isaac's limp form toward the medical wing.
"Clear that table. Get me the surgical kit and all the antibiotics we have," Jess commanded, her voice steady despite the chaos. Years of post-collapse medical practice had burned away any hesitation in emergencies. 2 men carried Isaac's unconscious body, blood soaking through the hastily applied towel pressed around the knife wound. His face was ashen, lips tinged blue from blood loss. Behind them, Indigo followed, her usual composure fractured, one hand pressed against her mouth as if physically holding back a scream. Diana followed with Max and Samuel. "How bad is it?"
she asked.
"Bad enough," the doctor said, gesturing for the men to lay Isaac on the examination table. "Knife wound to the chest, significant blood loss. I need space and quiet."
As the men gently transferred Isaac's weight, he let out a low, pained moan, the first sound he'd made since Julian's knife had slipped between his ribs. Indigo moved forward involuntarily, reaching for his hand.
"Indigo,"
Jess said firmly.
"Sorry, but I need you to step back. Let me work."
Indigo reluctantly retreated to the doorway, where Diana placed a steadying arm around her shoulders.
"He's strong," she whispered. "He'll fight."
The door to the adjacent recovery room creaked open. Daniel Bowman stood in the doorway, bracing himself against the frame, his gaunt face a mask of concern. He wore loose pants and a bandage wrapped around his thigh. His torso was bare, except for fading bruises and healing cuts. Even in his weakened state, the military bearing remained, shoulders square, eyes alert, despite the obvious pain each movement caused him.
"What happened?"
he demanded, voice raspy but commanding. Diana looked over, surprised.
"Daniel, you shouldn't be up."
"I heard the commotion," he said, taking a halting step toward them.
"Sounded like a stampede."
His eyes fixed on Isaac's motionless form as Jess cut away bloodied clothing.
"Who did this?" "Julian,"
Indigo answered, her voice hollow, watching the team work on Isaac.
"He was a traitor," Samuel said. "He's working for the—" "I need everybody out," yelled Jess. "Indy, you and Diana stay."
Bowman gestured Samuel and Max into his room as the rest of the concerned onlookers left via the main door. He closed the door behind them with a soft click and then limped over to his bed, easing himself onto the edge. His movements were careful and deliberate, betraying the pain he was still in despite his efforts to mask it. "Now," he said, fixing the boys with an intense gaze, "tell me everything." Samuel glanced at Max, who nodded encouragement.
"Julian's a spy for the Chinese," Samuel began, his voice tight with anger. "It sounds like he's been feeding them information about Manchester for months."
"How do you know this?" Bowman asked, immediately seeking verification. Samuel explained their journey back from Ashland, the encounter with the Chinese soldiers, and how the slaver Eli had saved them.
"He forced us to camp with him for the night," Max piped up. "But he was going to let us go in the morning. That's when Julian killed him." "Wait, before that," Samuel interjected. "We had overheard them, the Chinese and the slavers, talking about an informant in Manchester. We asked Eli about it later, and he said it was someone high up. He was about to tell us who it was." He looked at Max. "That was when Julian appeared and hit him in the throat with a throwing knife." His voice cracked slightly at the memory. "He said he did it because he thought Eli was about to attack us. But on the way back, we realized
it was Julian all along, Bowman finished, his expression troubled. And Isaac? How did he get stabbed? Samuel's face crumpled with guilt.
My fault, he whispered. I heard talking in the hallway, and when I went out, it was Isaac and Julian. Isaac confronted him, and Julian admitted everything.
He swallowed hard.
He said the Chinese are coming to attack Manchester. I got angry.
Samuel continued, voice barely audible now.
I tried to attack Julian, and Isaac pushed me out of the way. That's when Julian stabbed him instead.
Bowman studied the boy's anguished expression. You're not responsible for Julian's actions, son, he said firmly.
But if I hadn't...
No, Bowman cut him off. In war, there's no room for that kind of thinking. And boys, this is as close as we've come to war in a long time. It's no time for guilt and what-ifs. His tone softened slightly. Trust me on that. Samuel nodded and stood up straighter. Max had moved to the small window, staring out at the strengthening daylight.
Do you think my dad will be okay? He asked. Will he?
His voice broke then, tears welling in his eyes. Bowman's expression softened further. Isaac is tough, he said quietly. One of the toughest men I've ever known. He was even tough when he was your age, and he has something worth fighting for. This settlement, your family, you. He winced and stood up, joining Isaac's son at the window. He placed a hand on Max's shoulder. Never underestimate what a man can endure when he has something to live for. Max wiped at his eyes with the back of his hand, nodding. Listen, Bowman continued, his voice growing more businesslike, though still gentle. I need you both to do something important. The boys straightened instinctively. Samuel, as soon as your mother and Indigo are finished fixing up Isaac, Bowman said, refusing to entertain the thought that Isaac may die. Tell them I need to speak with them urgently. We need to talk about organizing Manchester's defenses immediately.
Yes, sir, Samuel replied. Max, I need an accurate count of everyone in Manchester who can handle a weapon, and I need to know what supplies we have, ammunition, food, medical supplies. Can you do that? Max nodded vigorously, grateful for a concrete task to focus on. I can start right away. Good, Bowman said, but we need to act quickly. A muffled sound from the infirmary caught their attention, voices raised in urgent tones. The boys exchanged worried glances. Go on, Bowman urged gently. And Max. The boy turned back from the door. Your father would be proud of how you've handled yourself, Bowman said. Both of you. Max's eyes filled with tears again, but this time he didn't try to hide them. Do you really think he'll be okay? Bowman held the boy's gaze steadily. I think Isaac knows how much Manchester needs him, how much you all need him. That's powerful medicine. Max managed a small smile before following Samuel out of the room, leaving Bowman alone with his thoughts and the sounds of the medical team fighting to save Isaac's life in the next room. Despite his reassuring words to the boys, Bowman's expression turned grim as he stared at the closed door. If Julian had truly compromised Manchester, and an attack was imminent, they faced nearly impossible odds. With 200 of their best fighters away, their leadership in crisis, and a traitor possibly having revealed all their vulnerabilities to the enemy, the danger was high. Yet as he heard Jess's determined voice through the wall, calmer now, Bowman felt a flicker of the same stubborn defiance that had kept him alive when he should have died, as a plan began formulating in his head. 2.
A little over 3 hours later, what was left of the council gathered in the war room. Indigo, Diana, Becky, and 2 senior messengers, Garrett and Alice, who had returned to Manchester just days ago, answering the call Isaac sent when it was decided to go to war with General Hao. They were joined by Daniel Bowman, who had insisted on attending despite Jess's protests. Vincent had helped him from the infirmary, and both boys, Samuel and Max, sat quietly against the wall, their presence unchallenged in the crisis. Indigo had just entered the room and stood at the head of the table, her face pale but composed, as she gave an update on Isaac's condition.
"Jess has stabilized him," she said, her voice steady, though her fingers trembled slightly on the edge of the table. "The knife is out. It hit him low on his chest, and because it partially stuck in his rib, it didn't go too deep. It missed his vital organs, but he lost a lot of blood. He's unconscious, but Jess says his chances are good if infection doesn't set in."
"Thank God," Becky breathed, and Max visibly relaxed against the wall.
"But we can't wait for him to recover," Indigo continued. "The boys have told Colonel Bowman what happened with Julian. We're facing an imminent threat."
All eyes turned to Bowman, who sat rigidly in his chair, clearly fighting pain, but utterly focused. Vincent hovered protectively nearby. "Julian was a Chinese spy," Bowman stated bluntly. "Based on what Samuel and Max overheard, he passed on information up to the point that Isaac sent your best 200 fighters to bolster Albany's defenses. But he wasn't able to pass on the information about the change of plans to attack their forward base. He implied, though, that Howe will take advantage of Manchester's weakened state. My gut tells me you should expect an attack within the next 24 hours, possibly sooner, depending on how the 2-pronged attack on Castleton went." A tense silence fell over the room.
"How many fighters do we have?" Diana asked, breaking it.
Garrett, his weathered face marked by the long years on the road as one of Manchester's original 5 messengers alongside Luke, straightened.
"We've got about 400 able bodies who can fight," he reported. 7 messengers have returned so far, including Alice and myself. The last is expected any day.
400 sounds substantial, Bowman noted. But what's the makeup? Alice, a wiry woman in her mid-30s with short, prematurely gray hair, shook her head.
"Only about 100 are truly combat-ready. The rest are either fresh recruits with minimal training or civilians who volunteered. And we don't have enough proper weapons to go around. Maybe enough firearms for 50, bows for another 100, and the rest would be fighting with improvised weapons." "Against how many Chinese?" Diana asked.
"Unknown," Bowman replied. "But I'd guess 300 of the 500 based there. That's if the intelligence Albany gathered about General Howe's forces is accurate. I doubt he'd leave Catskill less than 200 personnel."
"And they know about us," Diana added. "There's no telling how much, or the scope of the intel that Julian gave them." "Then we change everything," Indigo said firmly. "Mix it up. There are 2 approaches into Manchester that we haven't demolished or blocked completely. Elm Street from the north, and the Amoskeag Bridge. What if we made Elm Street impassable and set explosives on one of the twin bridges, and block the others so they only have one way in? Then we blow the bastards sky high when they try to cross."
Bowman nodded approvingly, noting the hard, uncompromising tone in her voice. "It's a good plan. Hopefully they don't have air support, but even then it would work to slow them considerably. You can redistribute your forces. The messengers are your most experienced fighters. They should lead the defense."
"Agreed," Gareth said. "We can break the fighters into 8 units, 50 per messenger, each responsible for a different sector. That still leaves us with the problem of weapons, Alice pointed out. And training. Half these people have never seen real combat. We should evacuate the children and elderly, Diana suggested. Get them completely out of the city into houses on the city fringe. Agreed, Indigo said. Alice, can you begin that immediately? I want Elm Street blocked completely by dark. Select 10 fighters from the group you were training yesterday and get them moving now. Max, you go with her. Find Ava and tell her the plan. She will be left in charge once they are safely housed, and you are her deputy. Max looked like he was about to protest, but the steel in his mother's eyes stilled his tongue. Alice stood, and Max fell in behind her. Indigo pulled the sulking teenager into a hug as he went by. No one is to return until they get the all clear, understand? Yes, Mom. Alice nodded and ushered him out. This is a good start, but you're going to need reinforcements, Bowman said immediately. My people can field 400 fighters, maybe more. With proper authorization from me, Major Simpson would deploy immediately. But Concord is 6 hours by horse at least. Which is why I need to leave now, Bowman said, attempting to push himself to his feet. Absolutely not, Diana said firmly. You can barely walk. I've ridden in worse condition, Bowman insisted, though the sweat beading on his forehead betrayed the effort it took just to stand. Look at you, Becky said gently. You wouldn't make it halfway there. Indigo placed a hand on his arm. Daniel, we need your expertise here to help coordinate our defense. I can send a messenger. Bowman's jaw tightened, but he couldn't argue with the logic. His body was betraying him, and he knew it. Then we send a messenger, he conceded, sinking back into his chair. Someone Brent knows and trusts. I'll go, Becky volunteered immediately. The room fell silent as all eyes turned to her. Becky, no, Diana started. The girls will be secure in the safe zone with the other children, Becky finished firmly. And we need those reinforcements. I've met Major Brent before when Luke and I visited Concord last year. She knows me. It'll work, said Bowman. If the leadership tussle has been as fractious as we've heard, they might not even believe you're alive without seeing you, Gareth said. Bowman leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. I know how to word my message so there's no doubt. I'll just address it, Dear Fang. She'll know it's me before she finishes the sentence. What? Said Becky, an eyebrow raised. Long story, said Bowman. Nickname. Trust me, she'll know. Using nicknames was one of Bowman's peculiar habits, his way of endearing himself to those he trusted. He had started calling Brent Fang after an obstacle course mishap left her missing a canine tooth. It was a light-hearted jab, one that only Bowman dared to use, and Brent had begrudgingly accepted it. Are you sure? Asked Diana. It'll be dangerous. I am, Becky affirmed, her resolve evident. I'll take a bike. I can ride fast and travel light. Besides, we need all of the messengers here to help coordinate the defense. That's settled, Bowman said. I'll just need paper and a pen. Vincent retrieved the items from a nearby shelf. Bowman's hand trembled slightly as he took the pen, but his writing was precise, military neat, despite his weakness. Dear Fang, I live. You didn't think you'd get rid of me that easily, did you? Important. Manchester faces imminent attack from General Hao's forces. Traitor has revealed defense vulnerabilities. By my authority as governor of Concord, you are ordered to dispatch all available combat-ready personnel to Manchester's aid immediately, full battalion strength if possible. The bearer of this message has my complete confidence and will provide tactical details. This supersedes all standing orders. Colonel Daniel Bowman, commanding. He folded the paper carefully and handed it to Becky. Tell her I expect to see her forces here within 24 hours, he said, his voice carrying the weight of command despite his physical weakness.
And tell her to bring the heavy weapons. Everything we have." Becky tucked the note securely inside her jacket.
"I'll leave within the hour. Now,"
Indigo addressed the room.
"Gareth, you'll coordinate with the other messengers. 50 fighters per unit, with the most experienced and best armed at the perimeter."
"We'll make it work,"
Garrett nodded.
"We can distribute the limited weapons strategically. Place archers on the high points."
"And improvise whatever else we need," Diana added. "People can be surprisingly effective with farming tools when defending their homes." "I need to oversee the explosives team at the bridge,"
Indigo said, her voice taking on the hard edge of command that had been absent in the shocked aftermath of Isaac's stabbing.
"Gareth, coordinate with the remaining messengers and establish defensive positions along the remaining entry points."
A commotion in the hallway interrupted her. The door burst open as a young scout rushed in, face flushed with exertion.
"Movement to the east,"
he reported breathlessly.
"Our outer patrol spotted them. Armed men moving through the forest, maybe 10 miles out."
The room fell silent as the implications sank in. "Time's up," Bowman said quietly. "They're here."
"How many?"
Diana demanded.
"Couldn't get an exact count,"
the scout replied.
"But they're moving in formation. Definitely military, definitely Chinese."
Indigo's expression hardened as she straightened to her full height.
"Becky, you need to leave now through the western exit. Samuel, find Alice and make sure she's started the evacuation to the safe zone. Vincent, help Colonel Bowman get to whatever position he feels he can be most effective."
"Will do,"
Vincent said, moving to Bowman's side. Bowman gripped the edge of the table as he pulled himself upright. "Put me somewhere with a good view of that bridge. I want to see their faces when they realize they've walked into a trap."
"I'll have 2 of our best fighters stationed with you,"
Indigo assured him.
"You'll have eyes on the entire eastern approach."
Samuel hesitated at the door, looking back at his mother.
"What about Max?" "He stays with Alice and the children,"
Diana said firmly.
"That's his assignment, and it's an important one."
The boy nodded, though his expression suggested he would rather stay and fight. With a final glance at Bowman, he hurried out after Becky. Gareth checked his weapons, a pre-collapsed pistol and the hand-forged knife all messengers carried, then straightened his shoulders.
"I'll have our units in position within 30 minutes.
"Make it 20,
Indigo replied.
"Sound the alarm."
As the war room emptied, Indigo paused to study the map one last time. Her finger traced the Unscathed bridge, the choke point they would use to their advantage. With Elm Street blocked and one bridge destroyed, the attacking force would have only one route into Manchester, one predictable route that could become their grave.
"Manchester stands ready,"
she said quietly, her voice carrying the weight of command that Isaac had always borne so naturally. Vincent helped Bowman toward the door, the older man's face pale with pain, but his eyes burning with determination.
"You know,"
Bowman said, as they made their way down the corridor,
"I once held a position in the Texas campaign, with 12 men against over 100. They thought they had us cornered."
"What happened?"
Vincent asked, adjusting his grip to better support Bowman's weight. A grim smile crossed Bowman's face.
"We're still here, aren't we? And I don't recall reading about any Chinese settlements in Texas."
For the first time that day, Vincent felt a flicker of hope. If Manchester had people like Bowman on their side, people who refused to accept defeat even when logic said it was inevitable, perhaps they stood a chance after all. Outside, the warning bell began to toll. 3 sharp rings followed by a pause, then 3 more. The signal every Manchester resident knew. Prepare for battle. As Indigo stepped out of the Brady Sullivan Tower, she saw people moving with purpose, not panic. Defenders to their positions, children and the elderly being guided toward the safe zone, others carrying water, bandages, ammunition to distribution points. Somewhere beyond the city's boundaries, General Hao's forces approached, confident in their intelligence, certain of their victory. They had no idea that Manchester had already adapted, already changed the equation Julian had given them. "We're ready," Indigo whispered again, a promise to her wounded husband and a challenge to the enemy alike. Then she strode toward the Amoskeag Bridge, where they would deliver Manchester's first answer to those who threatened their home. 3. The motorcycle hummed beneath Becky as she pushed it to its limits, the wind stinging her face despite the protective scarf wrapped around her neck and lower face. 10 miles out of Manchester, the roads were overgrown but still passable, forcing her to maintain a slow speed as she navigated the crumbling asphalt. She glanced at the sky, gauging the time from the sun's position. Nearly noon. 5 more hours of daylight if she was lucky. Concord was normally a 6-hour ride on a good day, but she'd have to push harder. Every minute counted now. The weight of Bowman's letter pressed against her chest where she'd tucked it securely inside her jacket. She'd promised to deliver it, to bring back reinforcements that might save Manchester, save her daughters, her friends, her home. A fallen tree blocked the road ahead. Becky slowed, evaluating her options. Too big to move, too wide to navigate around on the bike, given the dense undergrowth on either side. She'd have to detour. "Damn it," she muttered, turning the bike toward a side road she knew connected to the main route 2 miles north. It would cost her precious time, but there was no alternative. The detour took her through the remains of a small town, nothing more than a few decaying buildings now, windows long broken, roofs partially collapsed. She slowed her pace, eyes scanning for movement. Towns, even abandoned ones, often harbored dangers, desperate survivors, raiders, or worse. Something glinted in the window of what had once been a gas station. Becky cut the engine immediately, coasting silently behind the shell of an ancient SUV. She waited, breath held, watching. The glint appeared again, sunlight reflecting off glass or metal. Binoculars? A rifle scope? She couldn't tell, but someone was definitely inside, observing the road. This town was a little out of the way for it to be the Chinese or slavers. Both of those would be bad enough, but the alternatives, like loners or cannibals, didn't exactly comfort her. Her hand dropped to the pistol at her hip, a reassuring weight. 8 rounds, plus 1 spare magazine. Not enough if there was more than one observer, but enough to create the distraction she'd need to escape if discovered. "Think, Becky," she whispered to herself. "What would Luke do?" The answer came almost immediately, and she could almost hear his voice. "When you can't go through, go around." Carefully, she backed the motorcycle farther behind the SUV, then dismounted. If she couldn't take the road, she'd navigate through the forest parallel to it until she was safely past the watchers. It meant pushing the bike by hand for at least a mile, but it was safer than confrontation. The work was grueling. The soft earth made the wheels sink, requiring her to lift and push by turns. Sweat soaked her shirt despite the autumn chill. Once, she nearly dropped the bike entirely when her foot caught in a hidden root. "Come on," she hissed, muscles burning as she righted the machine. "Just a little further." An hour later, she emerged onto the road well past the town, exhausted but undetected. She paused only long enough to check her map before starting the engine again and continuing her journey. As twilight approached, Becky's body ached from the constant tension and hours in the saddle. She hadn't stopped for food or rest, allowing herself only brief pauses to stretch and check her bearings. Her thoughts kept returning to Manchester, to Aaron and Elizabeth, hopefully safe in the evacuation zone by now, to Isaac lying wounded, to Indigo and Diana preparing for a siege. She'd left them all behind to carry out this mission, and failure wasn't an option. A memory surfaced as she navigated a particularly treacherous stretch of broken pavement, Luke teaching her to ride years ago, his patient voice guiding her. "Balance comes from the core," he'd said, hands steady on her waist as she wobbled. "Trust the machine. It wants to stay upright as much as you do." "I'm terrified," she'd admitted. "Good," he'd replied, with that infectious grin. "Fear keeps you sharp. Just don't let it keep you still." The memory gave her strength, and she pushed on as darkness fell. The last miles to Concord would be the most dangerous, traveling in the dark, fatigued, through territory that might already be compromised. But she had no choice. Stars appeared overhead, offering just enough light to navigate once her eyes adjusted. She reduced her speed, prioritizing stealth now that she was getting close. The road ahead curved around a hill, and beyond that should be the first checkpoint for Concord's territory. The rest of the journey passed in a blur of tension and fatigue. When Concord's walls finally appeared in the distance, illuminated by perimeter lights, Becky nearly wept with relief. Like the barriers they'd built around Manchester, the wall itself was a towering, jagged barrier, an improvised patchwork of rusting shipping containers, crushed cars, rebar-studded concrete slabs, and whatever else had been scavenged and welded into place. It looked more like a junkyard than a city wall, but to Becky it was the most beautiful thing she'd seen in days. 2 armed guards stepped into the road as she approached the checkpoint, weapons raised.
"Halt! Identify yourself!"
Becky brought the motorcycle to a stop, raising her hands slowly.
"My name is Rebecca Merritt. I'm from Manchester," she called,
her voice hoarse from the journey.
"I carry an urgent message from Colonel Bowman for Major Brent."
The guards exchanged looks of disbelief.
"Colonel Bowman is dead,"
one said flatly.
"No, he survived. He's in Manchester right now."
She reached slowly into her jacket.
"I have a letter from him. Please, there's no time. Manchester is under attack."
One guard approached cautiously, taking the folded paper she offered. He studied it, then looked up sharply.
"Wait here,"
he ordered, backing away to confer with his partner. A radio crackled as they called for instructions. Minutes later, the gates began to open, and a jeep approached with 4 armed soldiers. A woman stepped out, tall, angular, with a hardness etched into her features that spoke of years of command.
"Major Brent,"
Becky said, recognizing her from previous visits. The woman approached slowly, studying Becky's exhausted face.
"Hi, Becky. Bowman's alive? Please tell me this is not a sick joke." "He is alive,"
Becky said, and nodded toward the letter the guard still held. Brent took the paper, unfolded it, and began to read. Her expression was impassive until her eyes widened almost imperceptibly. Becky noticed a subtle shift in her jaw, and the way her cheek moved slightly as her tongue absently explored the gap where her tooth used to be. She looked up, a new intensity in her gaze.
"Well, I'll be goddamned. What do we know about numbers and their approach vector?" "At least 300, possibly more,"
Becky replied, relief flooding through her that Brent believed the letter.
"We lost our strongest fighters to the offensive at Castleton, and," her voice broke slightly, "Isaac's been critically wounded by a traitor. We need help."
Brent's jaw tightened. She turned to the soldiers beside her.
Sound General Quarters. I want 1st and 2nd Company mobilized immediately. Heavy weapons, full ammunition loadout. She glanced at Becky. Can you ride with us back to headquarters? I'll need every detail you can provide. Becky nodded, though her body screamed for rest. Yes, whatever you need. Brent's eyes softened briefly, noting Becky's exhaustion. We'll get you food and coffee while we prepare. You've done well to make it here. As they turned toward Concord's gates, Brent addressed the senior soldier beside her. Alert all units. Colonel Bowman lives, and Manchester needs our help. We move within the hour.
4. The autumn dusk settled over Manchester, painting the sky in muted oranges and purples. Indigo knelt at the eastern end of the Amoskeag Bridge, her hands steady as she connected wires to a small detonator box. Beside her, a stocky man with weathered hands checked connections.
All in place and charges set?
She asked, without looking up.
Set under the checkpoint,
the man confirmed. He reached into a small toolbox and pulled out a crude handheld remote, its plastic casing cracked and held together with electrical tape. A mismatched toggle switch protruded from the top, and a small red LED blinked faintly on the side.
All you have to do is flick off this safety and hit the switch.
Indigo took the remote gingerly, holding it on the flat of her palm.
Great, thanks. And the other span?
Just as you ordered. Barricaded heavily enough to be impassable, but still look like we're just doing repairs. The checkpoint on this span has been reinforced.
Good.
Indigo straightened, wiping grime from her hands.
Gareth's people are in position to cover from the upper floors, there and there.
She gestured to buildings flanking the approach.
They'll have clear sight lines.
The man glanced across the river where shadows were deepening among the trees.
You really think they'll come tonight?
I think Julian sold us out completely,
Indigo replied, her voice hardening.
And I think they'll come exactly when they believe we are least prepared.
A runner approached, barely out of breath despite having clearly come at speed.
Miss Indigo, Diana sent me. Elm Street is sealed off. She says to tell you they've made it look like an accident.
Indigo nodded.
Perfect. Tell her to get her people back to their assigned positions. Every messenger needs their 50 at full strength.
As the runner departed, she took a final look at their work. The bridge appeared relatively normal from a distance, just another checkpoint in a settlement accustomed to security. Only someone looking carefully would notice the additional guards staged in buildings nearby, or the subtle changes to the barricades. A trap, baited and waiting. She gave her final instructions to Karn.
Right. The bridge is wired to blow. Stay in place until you spot movement. Then radio me and get your people off the bridge as fast as you can.
Yes, ma'am.
Diana moved along a line of defenders positioned in the buildings overlooking the Elm Street barricade. Each window held at least one fighter, some with precious firearms, most with bows or crossbows. She paused beside a young woman who couldn't have been more than 16, nervously clutching a hunting bow.
Remember what Alice taught you, Diana said quietly. Breathe before you release. Don't rush.
The girl nodded, gripping the bow tighter.
Better reinforced than I expected,
came a raspy voice from behind her. Diana turned to find Bowman being helped into the room by Vincent. Despite his still healing wounds, the military commander had insisted on seeing their defensive positions.
We didn't have much time, Diana replied. But people work quickly when their homes are at stake.
Bowman nodded approvingly as he surveyed the fortifications visible through the window.
The gradient works in your favor. They'd have to come uphill with limited cover.
He gestured toward several positions.
Your messengers set these firing positions? Gareth coordinated everything, she confirmed. 8 units of 50,
positioned according to your suggestions."
"Good." Bowman eased himself onto a chair that Vincent had positioned near the window. "From here I can see both approaches. If they come from the east as expected, I can help coordinate."
Diana glanced at her watch. "I should check on the southwestern units. Indigo wants hourly reports from all positions." "I'll stay with the colonel," Vincent offered, his youthful face serious beneath a shock of dark hair. As Diana left, she passed more defenders moving into position, some in Manchester's blue and white, others in civilian clothes with hastily made armbands marking them as fighters. The hallway chatter fell silent as a messenger passed, distributing arrows bundled in quivers. "Save them until you have clear shots," the messenger instructed. "We can't waste ammunition." Through a window at the end of the corridor, Diana could see the last civilian stragglers being guided toward the western exit. Her heart clenched briefly, thinking of Max and Samuel. At least they would be safe. On the western edge of Manchester, Alice directed the final group of evacuees toward the safe houses. Children, new mothers, and those physically unable to fight moved in a solemn procession, carrying only what they could manage. "Keep together," she called. "No lights once you're past the perimeter." Max appeared at her side, helping some younger children along. His face was set in grim determination, so much like his wounded father's that Alice felt a pang of recognition. "Last group," he reported. 34 total. I've checked them all off." Alice nodded. "Good work. Ava's already at the safe house setting up medical supplies. Once you deliver them, make sure everyone stays quiet and out of sight." Max glanced back toward the center of the settlement, where defenders were visible moving into positions. "They'll hold," Alice said, correctly reading his thoughts. "Your mom and everyone else know what they're doing." "I know. It's just... Dad should be..." His words collapsed into a sob. Alice squeezed his shoulder. "He's going to be okay. Jess will see to that. He'll be so proud of you. This is important work, too." A distant sound, perhaps a vehicle backfiring, perhaps something else, made them both turn eastward. The noise didn't repeat, but the reminder of the approaching threat was enough. "Go," Alice said firmly. "Get them to safety." As Max led the group away, Alice turned back toward Manchester's center, where she would rejoin her designated unit. The shadows between buildings had deepened, transforming familiar streets into a labyrinth of potential danger. Indigo stood atop the Brady-Sullivan Tower, the highest vantage point in Manchester. From here she could see the entire settlement spread before her like a map. The twin bridges to the east, the blocked northern approach at Elm Street, the western evacuation route, now vacant and still. Gareth joined her, his weathered face betraying nothing of the tension they all felt. "All messengers report their units in position," he said quietly. "Alice just rejoined her group. The evacuation is complete." Indigo nodded, her eyes still fixed on the darkening landscape beyond their walls. "And the runners?" "In place. Each unit has 2 assigned for communications." He paused. "Becky should be on the way back from Concord by now." "If all went well," Indigo agreed, not allowing herself to consider alternatives. "All the same, we can't count on outside help. Not tonight." "The people are ready," Gareth said with simple certainty. "Manchester will hold." Indigo's eyes returned westward, where the bridge waited in silent anticipation. The last remnants of sunset faded from the sky, leaving only a canvas of deepening blue scattered with emerging stars. "It will," she agreed softly. "It has to." 5. The bonfire roared high in Niverville's central square,
illuminating faces etched with equal parts exhaustion and triumph. The injured soldiers from all sides had been evacuated to Albany, which had the closest thing to a hospital in the whole unoccupied East, and here the remaining survivors from Albany, Manchester, and Ashland, just under 900, were packed into the small town, their unlikely alliance having succeeded beyond their most optimistic predictions. The night air carried the scent of roasting meat, deer and rabbits caught by hunters that afternoon, mixed with the sharper notes of alcohol liberated from the Chinese stores at Castleton. Luke leaned against a weathered post, watching sparks spiral into the night sky. His body ached from the battle. The battle at Castleton had cost them 37 dead, twice that many wounded. But they destroyed General Hao's forward base and captured a substantial cache of weapons and supplies. For the first time since learning of the Chinese expansion, they had momentum. He scanned the crowd, noting how the fighters had mingled despite their different colors. Albany soldiers sharing drinks with Ashland's former marauders. Manchester fighters teaching Ashland recruits songs from their settlement. The bonds forged in battle ran deeper than old grievances.
"To the Alliance!"
Jack Monahan called out, raising a cup of something that smelled distinctly alcoholic despite his bandaged shoulder. His face was pale from blood loss, but his eyes burned with fierce pride as his voice carried above the crowd, triggering a chorus of cheers. A group of Albany fighters had rigged makeshift instruments, a drum fashioned from empty fuel canisters, a guitar missing 2 strings, something that might have once been a flute. They launched into a rowdy tune, fighters stomping and clapping in rhythm. Ben worked his way through the crowd toward Luke, nodding at the fighters who reached out to clap his shoulder or shake his hand. He looked different now. The scholar who had once felt uncomfortable on horseback now moved with the confidence of someone who had led men into battle and brought them out again.
"Jack Scout just got back from Albany, and ours, Rodriguez, should reach Manchester tomorrow sometime,"
Ben said, keeping his voice low despite the celebration around them. He gestured toward the eastern horizon, where the first scouts had departed 5 hours earlier.
"Think Isaac will approve the follow-up attack?"
Luke nodded, taking a swig from his own cup. Water, not alcohol. He needed a clear head for the coming days. "If he doesn't, I'll be shocked. We've proven Howe's forces aren't invincible. Hitting Catskill now, while they're reeling, makes strategic sense."
"My thoughts exactly,"
said Decker, joining them with a steaming cup in hand. The scent of strong coffee cut through the evening air. The Ashland leader's shirt was stained with gunpowder and blood, but he'd washed his face and hands meticulously.
"Hao will be scrambling to regroup."
Jack approached, his gait slightly unsteady. Whether from his wound or the cup in his hand was unclear. His left arm was secured in a proper sling now, and someone had stitched a gash on his forehead. Blood had soaked through his bandages in places, but he seemed oblivious to any pain.
"Albany's remaining forces are being assembled,"
he announced, leaning slightly against a nearby table for support.
"Haley's message says she supports a coordinated strike and will be ready to move when as soon as asked."
A large map had been spread across a table near the bonfire, captured from the Chinese base. Fighters gathered around it periodically, pointing out features, discussing approaches. Already their victory at Castleton was transforming into plans for the next battle. Luke straightened, energized by the consensus building around them. "We'll need to get our wounded safely back to Manchester and Albany first, regroup our forces, then—" A commotion at the edge of the square interrupted him. Conversations fell silent as heads turned. Fighters parted as 2 figures pushed through the crowd. 2 men, one of whom was struggling against restraints, his wrists bound in front of him with rope. "It's Rodriguez," Ben said, recognizing the Manchester scout they'd dispatched hours earlier. The man's jacket was torn at the shoulder, a fresh bruise darkening his cheek. He had another man bound and bloodied, who he was pushing forward roughly. As they drew closer, Luke stiffened in recognition.
Julian?
Julian's face was bloodied, one eye swollen shut, his shirt torn and mud-stained. When he saw Luke, his expression flashed with surprise, then something like resignation. His eyes darted around the square, addressing his situation. Rodriguez dismounted, dragging Julian roughly to the ground. The traitor stumbled but managed to stay on his feet, his bound hands making balance difficult.
Found this snake on the Eastern Road, headed away from Manchester. I'll let you guess where he was headed. He greeted me, and when we got close, tried to stab me.
The scout spat on the ground, his fingers hovering near the knife at his belt.
He's from the council,
Ben said, confusion evident in his voice. His brow furrowed as he studied Julian's battered appearance.
Why would he attack you?
Luke stepped forward, his instincts suddenly on high alert. Something about Julian's tense posture, the calculation in his eyes, set alarm bells ringing.
What's going on, Julian?
I don't know what this idiot is talking about. He attacked me for no reason. Ambushed me.
Rodriguez took a step forward, and Luke put a big paw on his chest.
Go eat and rest up. I'll take care of this.
Julian remained silent, glaring defiantly at Rodriguez, even as blood trickled from his split lip. The crowd had gone quieter now, fighters moving closer to hear the exchange. A hush fell over everybody as Luke stepped up to Julian. The defiance in his eyes was quickly replaced by fear, and something else Luke couldn't quite put his finger on.
Why aren't you in Manchester? And where were you going?
Luke demanded. A tear rolled down Julian's cheek.
It's terrible, Luke. The council sent me. Something awful has happened.
Julian's voice cracked with what appeared to be genuine emotion. His shoulders slumped. Luke gripped his arm.
What happened? Tell me.
Julian drew a shaky breath.
Isaac, he was stabbed.
Gasps of shock and whispered denials greeted this news.
They don't know if he'll survive.
He looked up, meeting Luke's gaze with tearful eyes.
A Chinese spy infiltrated Manchester. We discovered him too late.
The news hit Luke like a physical blow. His grip on Julian's arm tightened involuntarily.
Who was it?
I don't know,
Julian said, shaking his head.
It all happened so fast. The spy escaped during the chaos. Indigo sent me to find you, to warn you that General Hao's forces are on the move. They're going to attack Manchester, and soon. They must have been planning this for months.
Ben stepped closer, his face pale.
Max, Diana, the children. Safe. When I left, at least.
Luke, as disturbed at the news as anybody, had enough of his wits about him to ask Julian,
if you were coming to find me, why did you attack Rodriguez?
I didn't. I told you he ambushed me. I was defending myself.
Go and get Rodriguez,
growled Luke to one of the Manchester fighters standing nearby. Rodriguez returned and stepped forward into the light of the fire.
Did you ambush Julian?
He asked him straight, his eyes boring into the scout's.
No,
said the scout emphatically.
He's lying. That's not what happened. I found him on the Eastern Road, heading directly away from Manchester. And he wasn't panicked or confused. He greeted me like nothing was wrong, then tried to stab me when I approached.
Julian's face flushed with anger.
That's absurd. I was desperate to find help. You startled me in the darkness. I thought you might be a Chinese scout.
Luke studied Julian's face closely, The tears, the emotional delivery, the details about Manchester. It all seemed convincing. Yet something felt wrong. "If Isaac was stabbed by a spy," he said slowly, "why would Indigo send you, a council member, as a messenger, when we have trained messengers?" Julian thought for a moment, then said,
"All the messengers were deployed to defensive positions. As council secretary, Indigo felt I could best explain our situation."
"And yet you can't name the spy," Luke pressed.
"Everything was chaos. There wasn't time for a full investigation,"
Julian snapped, his composure slipping.
"Isaac was stabbed. Alarms were sounding. All we knew was that we had a traitor."
Rodriguez moved closer and bent to the satchel he'd dropped when he dragged Julian to face Luke, and began rummaging through its contents. "How do you know the attack is imminent?" asked Luke in a low voice. Julian froze momentarily, his eyes darting between them.
Intelligence reports," he stammered. "From the scouts. They spotted the force approaching."
"Which scouts?" Luke demanded. "All of our scouts are accounted for, either here or on specific missions." Julian's eyes narrowed slightly, careful calculation replacing fear.
"Does it matter? Manchester needs us now."
Rodriguez rose to his feet and held out the knife he'd pulled from the pack.
"And whose blood is on your knife, then? And your shirt?"
Julian snorted.
"I had to eat, you fool. I slaughtered a rabbit. It's rabbit blood."
Luke's eyes locked onto the bloodied knife held up by Rodriguez for a moment too long, and when they flicked back to Julian, something dark had settled in them.
"I swear, Luke, it was a rabbit,"
said Julian, apparently frightened by what he saw in that gaze.
"Here, look, I have its meat in my pouch. Just open it, you'll see."
"Oh, I believe you. And I hope you enjoyed that rabbit, because it was your last meal."
"What? Why? You said you believed me."
"Yes. I also recognize Isaac's knife, and wonder how it came to be in your possession." Julian's shoulders slumped, and with his head down, he said something inaudible. "What?" He looked up and met Luke's eyes.
"It was an accident. I stabbed Isaac. One of those brat kids caused it. But Luke, he might be okay. And don't you see, it doesn't change the fact that General Hao is going to attack."
Luke's big hand latched onto Julian's throat, cutting off his words. After a few seconds, the struggling man's face turned red. Ben crossed to Luke and put a hand on his shoulder. "Shouldn't we question him?" he said quietly. Julian's eyes were now bulging, his lips turning a faint tinge of blue. "No," Luke said, with a finality that told Ben it was pointless arguing. Some of the onlookers turned away. The rest watched silently, but no one protested. The man was a traitor, and most likely a murderer. Justice, after days style, was being swiftly dealt by one who had delivered it many times before. When Julian stopped struggling and slumped in Luke's grip, he let him fall to the dirt. "Leave him where he dropped," Luke said, turning away from the body. "Ben, get everyone ready to move." The stasis brought on by the shocking revelation and the sudden violence that followed transformed into urgent activity. Fighters rushed to gather weapons, saddle horses, and prepare vehicles. "We can't afford to split our forces," Luke decided, his mind racing through calculations of distance and time. "Ben, take Jack's motorcycle. He won't be able to ride it. You're coming with me in the vehicles. We'll push ahead at maximum speed to try and intercept the Chinese before they reach Manchester." Ben nodded, already moving toward Jack, who was reluctantly surrendering his keys.
"I'll lead the mounted fighters and follow as quickly as we can." The trucks can carry 20 fighters each, Decker added, joining them. We've got 3 captured Chinese transports, plus Luke's bike and now Jack's. That's 65 fighters who can move at top speed.
Good, Luke said. Select your best and get them all armed. Everyone else follows Jack. Fighters rushed to vehicles, loading weapons and minimal supplies. The selections were made quickly. Veteran fighters and those with guns prioritized for the rapid response force. Rodriguez, Luke called to the scout. You know the terrain between here and Manchester better than most. I want you in the lead truck. The scout nodded, already climbing into the driver's seat of the nearest transport. Jack, bring everyone else as fast as you safely can. Don't take unnecessary risks in the dark.
We'll be right behind you,
Jack promised, and began gathering the remaining fighters with sharp gestures and commands. Ben approached with Jack's motorcycle helmet in hand. Ready when you are. Luke's eyes met his friend's, seeing his own fear and determination mirrored there. Their families, their home, everything they'd built was at stake. Let's move, Luke ordered, swinging onto his own motorcycle. Engines roared to life across the square as the strike force prepared to depart. The 3 captured Chinese trucks rumbled ominously, their headlights cutting through the darkness as fighters secured themselves in the back. Ben straddled Jack's motorcycle, the engine's growl joining the cacophony. Forward! Luke shouted over the din. The convoy lurched ahead, Luke taking point with Ben close behind. The trucks followed in tight formation, Rodriguez navigating the lead vehicle with grim determination. Behind them, Jack and the mounted and foot soldiers watched them disappear into the night, already preparing to follow at their best sustainable pace. As they cleared Niverville's boundaries, Luke opened the throttle fully. The motorcycle responded with a surge of power, eating up the broken road beneath its wheels. The wind bit at his face, but he barely noticed. Every thought focused on the miles ahead and the home he might already be too late to save. The convoy roared through the darkness, headlights illuminating the desolate landscape in brief, harsh flashes. In the rearview mirror, Luke could see Ben's determined face behind the shield of his helmet, and behind him, the lumbering shapes of the trucks maintaining their pace, despite the hazardous terrain. Luke's jaw clenched. Julian's betrayal. The assault on Manchester. Each thought hammered at him. But the idea that Isaac, his oldest friend, might be gone, he couldn't face it. Hold on, he thought. Just hold on until we get there. 6. The pre-dawn chill settled over the makeshift camp, fog clinging to the ground in ghostly tendrils. 3 miles from Manchester's borders, Commander Way's forces had established a secure position among a dense stand of trees that concealed their numbers from any watchful eyes. No fires burned. The soldiers huddled in darkness, eating cold rations and speaking in whispers. In his tent, Commander Way slept fitfully on a narrow cot, still fully clothed, except for his boots. His sidearm lay within reach on a small field table, alongside maps of Manchester, meticulously annotated with defensive positions, guard rotations, and potential weaknesses, all supplied by their informant over months of careful intelligence gathering. The soft rustle of the tent flap being pulled aside roused him instantly. Way's hand moved to his pistol before his eyes had fully opened, years of battlefield instinct overriding exhaustion. "Commander," a voice spoke softly in Mandarin. "The scouts have returned." Way sat up, immediately alert despite having slept less than 3 hours. He checked his watch. 0300 hours. Perfect timing. "Send them in," he ordered, swinging his legs off the cot and reaching for his boots. 2 men entered, their clothing muddied and faces streaked with dirt from crawling through underbrush. They saluted crisply despite their disheveled appearance. "Report,"
Wei commanded. The senior scout stepped forward.
We approached from the southwest as ordered, sir. Manchester appears unaware of our presence. We observed their perimeter for 4 hours. Guard rotations are consistent with the intelligence provided by our asset.
Any unusual activity? Increased patrols? Defensive preparations?
Only one significant change from our previous intel,
the scout replied.
As you know, all bridges crossing to the eastern section of Manchester were destroyed for strategic reasons years ago. They left only the unscathed bridge. It's a dual-span crossing. One side 2 lanes, the other a single lane. The 2-lane span is now completely blocked. Vehicles, debris. It appears impassable.
Wei frowned slightly. On the other?
Open, sir, but heavily guarded. There is a fortified checkpoint at the western end, and 2 sentries on the eastern side.
Wei moved to the table where his maps were spread out, the scouts following. He traced a finger along the river that ran past Manchester, focusing on the twin bridges that provided the main eastern access to the settlement.
Interesting, he murmured. They've closed one access point.
He tapped the map thoughtfully.
Assessment?
The junior scout spoke up.
A problem with the structure?
Wei shook his head.
No. It's more likely they're consolidating their defensive resources. With their fighting force depleted, they can't adequately cover both bridges.
A small smile touched his lips. He studied the map for another moment, then straightened.
Did you observe main building and its surrounds? Any signs of heightened alert or emergency protocols? None, sir, the senior scout confirmed. Lights were minimal, as you would expect for the late hour. Movement was routine. We spotted several patrols within the usual pattern, but nothing suggesting they're preparing for an attack.
Wei nodded, satisfaction evident in his posture. The intelligence from their informant seemed accurate. With their best fighters drawn away to Albany, Manchester's defensive capabilities were minimal. Even better, they appeared oblivious to the imminent attack of his force. The settlement was ripe for conquest.
Excellent work, he told the scouts. Get something to eat and prepare to move out.
After the scouts departed, Wei called for his lieutenants. Within minutes, 5 officers crowded into the small tent, their faces illuminated by a single dim lantern, as Wei outlined the final approach.
We move in 30 minutes,
he said, tracing their route on the map.
Sniper teams will set up here and here to provide cover fire if needed. The advanced stealth team will split into 2 groups of 4. The first will make their way under the bridge and eliminate the sentries at the eastern end, then infiltrate the city to cause as much chaos and confusion as possible. The other 4 will take the men manning the checkpoint, then wave our main assault force across. Meanwhile, Chang, your unit of 80 will use inflatables to cross here.
He pointed to a narrow part of the Merrimack, a half-mile north of the bridge, and traced a line to Elm Street,
and begin the attack here.
His second-in-command, Lieutenant Zhao, studied the map with a critical eye.
Resistance estimate?
Minimal at first,
Wei replied confidently.
Our asset confirmed that defense force is down to approximately 400, mostly untrained civilians. Without their leadership and experienced fighters, they'll break quickly.
And the asset? Another officer asked.
Any word of his extraction?
Wei shrugged.
It matters not. He had served his purpose. The mission proceeds regardless of where he is.
The officers nodded, understanding the implications. In Wei's operations, assets were tools to be used and discarded when necessary.
General Hao's orders are clear,
Wei continued, his voice taking on a formal tone.
Manchester is to be made an example. Resistance will be met with maximum force. Those who surrender immediately will be taken for processing and relocation. The rest?
He let the statement hang unfinished.
Questions?
he asked, scanning the faces of his officers. Finding none, he gave a sharp nod.
Dispatch your teams to their designated positions. We attack at 0500 hours sharp. I want complete surprise. No communications. No unnecessary noise. We'll be crossing the bridge and inside their walls before they know what's happening.
The officers saluted and dispersed to prepare their units. Wei remained alone with the map, studying the layout of Manchester one final time. Julian had provided detailed information about every aspect of the settlement's defenses: guard rotations, weapons caches, evacuation protocols, even the location of their leaders' private quarters. Wei allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. By sunrise, Manchester would be under Chinese control, its resources cataloged for transport, its population processed for labor assignments back west. General Hao would be pleased. Outside, the camp came alive with purposeful movement as soldiers prepared for the assault. Equipment was checked in silence, ammunition distributed, orders conveyed in whispers. 300 elite fighters, veterans of campaigns across the former United States, readied themselves. Around half an hour later, Wei, nursing a mug of steaming black coffee, stepped out of his tent into the pre-dawn darkness. Pride washed over him. While this wasn't a sanctioned operation for the Red Army, it was the first time he'd led any mission more complex than rounding up escapees since he'd been promoted. This operation was a disciplined military unit executing a carefully planned operation. Manchester's fighters, what few remained, would be overwhelmed before they could mount an effective defense. He checked his watch again. 04:37 hours.
Commander,
Lieutenant Zhao approached, keeping his voice low.
all units report ready. Chang's team has crossed and are in place, ready to begin the assault at the designated time, and the advance team is in place.
Wei nodded and drew his sidearm, checking it one final time before holstering it.
Move out,
he ordered quietly.
Manchester falls today.
The soldiers began to advance through the forest in formation, moving like shadows toward the unsuspecting settlement. In the east, the sky remained dark, but the faintest hint of gray suggested that dawn was not far off. Like a serpent delivering its fatal sting, they would strike before that first light touched Manchester's walls. Part 2. The Serpent Strikes. 7. The darkness clung stubbornly to Manchester as 0500 hours approached. A light fog had settled along the river, shrouding the Amoskeag Bridge in ghostly veils. The twin spans stretched out across the water, one barricaded with vehicles and debris, the other open, but guarded at both ends. At the eastern end, where the bridge connected to Manchester's streets, 2 sentries patrolled, their breath visible in the cold air as they paced, occasionally stamping their feet against the chill. Their weapons, a rifle for one, a bow for the other, hung loosely by their sides, familiar weights after hours on duty.
Can't wait for Jared's shift,
the younger guard muttered, rubbing his hands together. His companion grunted in response.
Another hour. Keep moving.
They separated, each taking opposite sides of the bridge entrance, the routine so ingrained they barely needed to communicate. Their boots made soft scraping sounds against the weathered asphalt as they walked their separate paths. The younger sentry paused at the edge of his patrol route, peering into the pre-dawn darkness of Manchester's streets. Nothing moved, except shadows cast by the settlement's buildings. On the western side of the bridge, the fortified checkpoint stood as Manchester's first line of defense. 4 fighters manned the position, with Karn, an experienced messenger, leading the small unit. They watched the opposite shore, straining to see through the fog and darkness. unaware of the danger already approaching from both directions. Beneath the bridge, clinging to the support structures, 4 black-clad figures moved with painstaking stealth. They had entered the water a quarter-mile upstream, swimming silently until they reached the bridge, then climbing up the concrete supports. Now they hung suspended beneath the roadway, creeping toward their targets above. The younger eastern sentry, Owen, completed another circuit of his patrol route. As he turned, a faint scraping sound from the edge of the bridge caught his attention. He moved cautiously toward the guardrail, bow half raised.
"Hey, Rick," he began.
The rest of his sentence died in his throat as a shadow rose over the bridge's edge. A hand clamped over his mouth as something cold and sharp slid between his ribs. His bow fell soundlessly as he was lowered gently to the ground. Across the entrance, Rick turned at the abrupt silence, his rifle coming up.
"Owen?"
he called softly. Before he could react, the second figure materialized behind him. There was a flash of silver in the dim light, and Rick began to make a strangling noise, the taut wire around his throat cutting off both sound and air as his fingers scrabbled vainly trying to remove it. The struggle was brief, the attack so swift and silent that no alarm was raised. 4 more black-clad operatives materialized from the fog at the western end of the bridge, approaching the fortified checkpoint with predatory intent. They moved without sound, weapons held ready. At the checkpoint, Elena, one of the volunteers who had never held a weapon before yesterday, stared anxiously into the darkness.
"Something doesn't feel right,"
she whispered to Karn. The messenger frowned, checking his watch.
"Radio check from the Eastern Post is due now."
He raised his old Radio Shack walkie-talkie to his lips.
"Eastern Post, report."
Silence answered him.
"Eastern Post, acknowledge."
When no response came, Karn's expression hardened. He was about to speak when movement caught his eye, shadows advancing along the bridge from the western shore. Simultaneously, one of the other defenders gasped,
"Karn, behind us!"
They turned to see the Eastern Sentry's killers advancing from Manchester's side, cutting off their retreat.
"We're surrounded. Sound the alarm,"
Karn shouted, grabbing for the flare gun at his belt. As he raised it, a shot cracked through the night. The bullet caught him in the shoulder, spinning him around, but not stopping him from firing the flare high into the sky. The emergency bell began to clang, a frantic, continuous ringing that shattered the pre-dawn silence as a second, final bullet hit Karn dead center of his forehead. Commander Way watched from his position near the western shore as the flare illuminated the night in a harsh red light, followed immediately by the sound of alarm bells from within the settlement.
"They've been spotted,"
Zhao reported unnecessarily. Way's jaw tightened.
"Execute primary assault now. All units advance."
Along the tree line, his main force emerged, rushing toward the bridge in coordinated waves. At the same time, his communicator crackled.
"Chang reports in position at Elm Street,"
Zhao informed him.
"Awaiting your order. Tell him to begin his assault immediately,"
Way commanded. In the Brady Sullivan Tower, Indigo jolted awake at the sound of the emergency bell. She was moving before conscious thought, grabbing her weapons and radio. Through the window, she saw the red flare arcing above the bridge, followed by the dark shapes of soldiers pouring across from the western shore.
"All units, code red,"
she shouted into the radio.
"Bridge is breached."
She picked up the remote trigger from the windowsill as a red flare bloomed across the night sky, washing her determined face with an unearthly hue. Diana was already running toward her position when the alarm sounded. She reached the building overlooking Elm Street just as shouts erupted from the northern barricade. Through the pre-dawn darkness, she could make out figures crossing the final stretch of open ground toward the Elm Street barricade, dozens of them.
"How?"
she gasped. Then understanding dawned.
"The river. They crossed the river.
At the bridge checkpoint, another defender went down in a spray of blood, leaving only 2 holding the line, outgunned, outnumbered, and running out of time.
"Elena, the secondary barrier!"
shouted the guard she knew only as Spooner, slamming a fresh mag into his rifle.
"Fire it now!"
She turned just as a red dot appeared on his chest. Her warning caught in her throat as he jerked backward, limbs slack, before crumpling to the ground. With a cry of fury, she hurled her spear at the nearest soldier and dove for the rusted steel console. Her hand slammed down on the release lever. A heartbeat later, a harsh clang echoed across the bridge as a latticework wall of sharpened steel pipes shot out from its housings on the western side, screaming across the span on rails. It slammed into place with brutal finality, impaling one unlucky soldier and cutting off the western approach in an instant. Boots thundered behind her. She spun, fists clenched, defiant to the end. But the first bayonet caught her just below the ribs. A second pierced her shoulder, driving her to her knees. Elena screamed once, then fell silent. In the room overlooking the Elm Street approach, Bowman struggled to his feet as the alarms rang out. Vincent steadied him as he moved to the window.
"Two-pronged attack,"
Bowman observed, his tactical mind assessing the situation instantly.
"Bridge and northern assault simultaneously. Classic pincer movement."
Through the window, they could see Chinese soldiers deploying against the Elm Street barricade, taking cover as Manchester's defenders opened fire from the buildings. Bowman grabbed the radio Vincent offered him.
"All units on Elm Street,"
he commanded, his voice carrying the unmistakable authority of combat leadership.
"Focus fire on their officers, the ones with shoulder insignia, and watch for flanking maneuvers on the western side."
Meanwhile, watching from shore with his battalion assembled behind him, Commander Wei observed the advance team and another 10 soldiers removing junk and debris from the road, throwing it into the Merrimack as 2 engineers planted shaped charges at strategic points on the heavy steel gate. He felt vaguely unsettled. The alarm had sounded 5 minutes ago, and still there was no sign of resistance, apart from the gunfire and explosions coming from the center of the settlement, where Chang had begun his attack. He raised his binoculars, surveying the buildings beyond the bridge. No defenders moving into position. No sign of snipers on the rooftops or in darkened windows. It almost seemed too easy.
"What is the status of the infiltration team?"
he called over his shoulder. Zhao consulted with another officer briefly before responding.
"They eliminated the eastern sentries with no loss and are now inside the settlement, sir."
"Good," Wei nodded, and almost on cue, a huge sheet of flame roared into the sky above the roofline of the buildings that backed onto the river, accompanied by distant screams.
"Once we breach this barrier, we'll cross and establish our foothold." "Clear the bridge,"
the engineering leader shouted.
"Charges set."
Wei and his officers moved to cover as the men on the bridge came back across. The engineers huddled down behind an armored vehicle. The senior engineer held up his hand, counting down with his fingers as his men took cover.
"Detonation in 5, 4, 3,
he called out, voice steady despite the urgency of the situation. Commander Wei and his officers crouched behind a concrete barrier, weapons ready, waiting for the explosion that would clear their path into Manchester.
2, 1.
In the Brady Sullivan Tower, Indigo gripped the detonator tightly, her knuckles white with tension. Through her binoculars, she could see a small group of soldiers beyond the checkpoint working to clear the blockade, but the main force was still hunkered down on the other shore. Somehow, part of their force already breached the city, evidenced by the flames and screams from nearby buildings. But she didn't allow herself to be distracted while she still had a chance to stop the main force.
"Come on over," she whispered. "We're waiting for you."
There was a sudden bustle of movement at the checkpoint, and her thumb hovered over the detonator switch. Years of training battles with Isaac had taught her patience. Wait for the maximum impact, the optimal moment. Then she realized
They were running back off the bridge.
No. Come on, she urged under her breath. What are you doing?
The radio at her hip crackled.
Eastern sector compromised. They're moving through the market district.
Indigo's jaw clenched. If she waited too long, it wouldn't matter how many she took out on the bridge. The city would fall from within. But if she triggered the explosives too soon, the bulk of Wei's forces would remain intact to continue the assault. Her eyes widened as the men who ran off the bridge crouched behind vehicles and safety barriers.
How could you?
A brilliant flash of light erupted from the steel barrier, followed almost instantly by a thunderous explosion that seemed to swallow all other sound. The concussive force of the blast hit the tower a heartbeat later as the shock wave rattled windows and sent dust and plaster raining down from the ceiling, as Indigo gripped the window frame to prevent herself being knocked to the floor. With wide eyes, she looked down at the bridge as the entire span shuddered, concrete and steel twisting as huge chunks of the bridge crashed into the Merrimack below. Indigo looked down at the detonator in her hand, making sure she hadn't flicked the detonation switch. It was still in the off position.
Holy moly,
she whispered, her voice barely audible even to herself, as she realized why the Chinese had run from the bridge to take cover. Their own explosives had inadvertently set off her much larger charges, creating a devastation far beyond what either side had planned. She raised her binoculars to her eyes and scanned the western side of the bridge. Through the settling dust and smoke, she could see bodies scattered on the ground. But sadly, the vast remainder of the force appeared unscathed. She watched as, illuminated by the burning remnants of the bridge, they picked themselves up and began responding to the orders of their officers. Indigo clicked on her radio.
Bridge is down,
she reported, her voice steadier than she felt.
I repeat, bridge is down. All units focus on Elm Street and possible invaders in the city. They're all we have to worry about, for now.
She took one last look at the unexpected carnage below before turning away to coordinate the defense. Manchester had just been handed a reprieve, a hoped-for advantage. Now, they needed to use it. 8. The convoy of conquered forces crawled through the pre-dawn darkness, a ragtag assemblage of salvaged vehicles that spoke to the realities of the post-collapse world. At the front, Major Brent piloted an ancient Jeep Cherokee with mismatched body panels and a cracked windshield, its engine protesting each steep incline with alarming rattles. Behind them stretched a motley caravan, 3 pickup trucks with soldiers crammed in the beds, a repurposed school bus with Concord Defense crudely painted on its yellow side, and a dozen motorcycles, some puttering along, others roaring intermittently as their riders coaxed them over rough terrain.
This stretch is bad,
Brent warned, wrestling the steering wheel as the Jeep bounced through a section where asphalt had given way to crumbling gravel.
Road's completely gone in places.
Becky, well acquainted with the condition of the roads after her ride, gripped the cracked dashboard. Her motorcycle, secured with fraying rope in the back of the Jeep, rattled and scraped in protest at the rough passage. She nodded but remained silent, eyes fixed on the horizon. They'd been pushing hard since assembling whatever forces and vehicles could be spared, fueled and mobilized on short notice. Thank God their fuel refinery was still operational.
You holding up okay?
Brent asked, noting Becky's tension.
I'll be better when we get there,
Becky replied.
My daughters, my friends, everyone I care about is in Manchester.
Brent checked her watch in the dim glow of the dashboard lights.
05:17. We've made decent time considering.
The Jeep lurched over another pothole, causing the engine to sputter momentarily before catching again. Behind them, the headlights of the convoy bobbed and weaved as each vehicle navigated the treacherous road in their own way.
The old girl's holding together,
Brent observed, patting the dashboard affectionately.
But I'm not.
Look, Becky cut in, pointing eastward.
Against the still dark sky, a distant orange glow illuminated the horizon. Even from 6 miles out, there was no mistaking what it meant.
"That's fire. In Manchester,"
Becky said, her voice tight with fear.
"It started."
Brent's expression hardened. She leaned out the window and signaled to the nearest motorcycle rider with a circular motion of her arm. The convoy's agreed signal to increase pace. The rider nodded and accelerated ahead, repeating the signal to the next vehicle.
"So much for arriving before the fighting started,"
Brent muttered, pressing harder on the accelerator despite the Jeep's worrying shudder. The convoy picked up speed, communication passing from vehicle to vehicle without radios that would drain precious batteries. The school bus labored to keep up, its ancient diesel engine belching black smoke as it lurched forward. Becky gripped the dash tighter, her knuckles white. Her mind raced with terrible possibilities. The city under attack, Isaac still unconscious and vulnerable, the children in danger. A flash lit the sky, brighter than the glow of the fire, and was followed seconds later by a distant boom that reached them even over the clattering engines.
"That was an explosion,"
Brent observed grimly.
"A big one."
Becky was silent. The Jeep crested a small rise, giving them a clearer view of Manchester in the distance. Multiple fires now burned within the settlement, pillars of smoke beginning to rise against the lightening eastern sky. Gunfire flicked like fireflies, brief, deadly flashes marking the battle lines.
"We're going to be too late,"
Becky said, her voice thick with emotion. Brent's jaw tightened.
"Have faith,"
she said, putting a hand on Becky's.
"If Bowman is with your people, they aren't lost yet."
"Higher,"
Bowman commanded, his voice strained but unwavering.
"I need to see the whole northern approach."
Vincent adjusted his grip, supporting more of Bowman's weight as they climbed the final flight of stairs to the roof access. The young man's face was slick with sweat, but he didn't complain despite the colonel's substantial frame leaning heavily against him.
"Sir, Jess said you shouldn't be moving around,"
Vincent protested weakly, knowing it was futile.
"Your wounds."
"Will heal or they won't,"
Bowman cut him off.
"But if we lose Manchester, it won't matter either way."
He grunted as they reached the top of the stairs, pain lancing through his still healing leg. The door to the roof was jammed partially open, evidence of disuse since the collapse. Vincent pushed it with his shoulder, metal scraping against concrete until the gap widened enough for them to pass through. The pre-dawn air hit them like a slap, cold and tinged with smoke from the fires already burning throughout the settlement. Distant gunfire echoed from the Elm Street barricade, punctuated by shouts and the occasional explosion of a grenade.
"There,"
Bowman said, pointing to a ventilation housing near the roof's edge.
"Get me behind that. Good cover, clear sightlines."
Vincent guided him to the position, helping him settle with his back against the metal housing. Bowman immediately reached for the sniper rifle slung across Vincent's shoulder.
"You sure about this, sir?"
Vincent asked, reluctantly surrendering the weapon.
"It's been a while since, son. I was hitting targets at 1,000 yards when you were still learning your ABCs,"
Bowman said, checking the rifle with practiced movements, despite his weakened state. His hands moved over the weapon with familiar precision, verifying the scope's alignment, testing the action.
"M24. Good condition. Who maintained this?"
"Isaac, sir. It's his gun."
Something flickered across Bowman's face. Respect, perhaps, or concern for his wounded friend. He worked the bolt, chambering around.
"Get on the radio. Tell all units on Elm Street to prepare for sniper support,"
he ordered, adjusting his position for a better view of the northern approach. Vincent retrieved the walkie-talkie from his belt and relayed the message, while Bowman settled into the shooter's stance, rifle braced against his shoulder. Through the scope, he scanned the Chinese positions along the Elm Street barricade. They had established a firing line behind abandoned vehicles and were methodically working their way forward, suppressing the defenders in the buildings with well-coordinated bursts of fire.
Disciplined,
Bowman muttered. He located what appeared to be their command position. 3 soldiers crouched behind a burned-out SUV, gesturing toward different sectors of the barricade, pointing, shouting, corralling the attack. Even at this distance, their urgency was clear. The center figure stood half a head taller than the others, and wore distinctive shoulder insignia that marked him as an officer. His stance was too confident, too commanding, to be anything else. Bowman adjusted his position slightly, nestling the rifle tighter into the crook of his shoulder. The cold steel felt steady against his cheek as he peered down the scope, his gloved fingers making minute adjustments to the windage and elevation dials. He let his breath out slowly, blinked once, and settled into the calm that always took over before a shot. Time seemed to narrow.
Range approximately 400 yards,
he whispered, eyes never leaving the scope. The crosshairs danced briefly as he slowed his breathing, then settled squarely on the officer's chest. He exhaled halfway and held it. Squeeze. Don't pull. The rifle cracked, the sudden report splitting the cold air. Bowman exhaled, watching through the scope. To his chagrin, one of the men with the commander bent in front of him at the last second. The bullet struck him instead of its intended target, and the officer snapped backward as if yanked by an invisible wire, falling hard enough to knock his commander to the ground. Bowman watched, hoping the projectile had carved through the first man into the commander. No such luck. The officer was pulled to safety, disheveled and red-faced, but unharmed.
"Vincent," he said flatly, already shifting his aim. "Radio Elm Street Defense. Tell them the Chinese command element is behind the blue sedan at the intersection. They need to focus their fire there, disrupt their chain of command." The roof access door scraped open again before Vincent could relay the message. Both men turned, then relaxed as Indigo emerged onto the roof.
"I thought I'd find you here," she said,
striding toward them. Despite the chaos below, her movements were controlled, a leader forcing herself to project calm she might not feel.
"Jess will have your head when she finds out you've left the medical wing."
"She can bill me later,"
Bowman replied, returning his attention to the scope. He fired again, another Chinese soldier dropping.
"What's the status? We heard the bridge blow."
"Bridge is gone. Completely destroyed, but it didn't go as we planned."
Bowman raised an eyebrow.
"The Chinese tried to breach the barricade with their own explosives. Somehow it triggered our larger charges prematurely. The entire span collapsed. For now, they're stuck on the other side."
Bowman nodded, processing this new information. "Good work. You've slowed them down considerably."
"We lost all of our people on the bridge,"
Indigo said, a tone of emotion creeping into her voice.
"And there is an unknown number of saboteurs loose in the city. Alice's team is looking for them now, but there are already 3 fires out of control. If the defenses on Elm Street don't hold..."
The words had barely left her lips when an explosion lit up the night near the Elm Street barricades. Bowman used his scope to survey the scene and found a gaping breach in the recently assembled defensive wall. The bodies of Manchester defenders lay crumpled and fanned around the breach as Chinese soldiers began pouring through.
"Christ,"
he muttered. The attempted assassination of their commander had barely made them blink. He began firing at the advancing soldiers, but for every invader he took down, 8 made it through. He kept firing until his gun clicked empty. The walkie-talkie that Vincent was holding crackled.
"This is Diana."
Her voice was strained and breathless.
"They've breached the main defensive wall. We're falling back to the checkpoint."
Machine gun fire drowned out the rest of her words. Bowman grabbed the radio, his knuckles white with tension.
"Diana, hold on. We're sending every available fighter to your position. Shore up what you can and hold until reinforcements arrive."
The response was silence, just static and the occasional garbled burst of noise. No voice, no confirmation.
"Damn it,"
he muttered, pressing the walkie-talkie tighter against his ear as if sheer will could force an answer through the noise. Indigo spun toward Vincent without missing a beat.
Gather anyone not directly engaged on the northern front. Get them to Elm Street immediately.
Bowman groaned softly as he pushed himself upright. Vincent stepped forward instinctively to help, but Bowman waved him off.
I can be useful down there,
he insisted, even as a cold sheen of sweat broke across his brow.
You've done enough from up here,
Indigo said, her tone softening for just a moment. But one look at Bowman's eyes, steely, unyielding, told her the argument was already lost.
If they break through Elm Street, the whole settlement falls, he said.
His voice was low, grim, final. He checked the magazine in his sidearm with practiced hands, masking the slight tremor that still betrayed his fatigue. Vincent turned to follow them when something caught his eye in the distance. He paused, squinting westward.
Colonel, wait. I think I see something.
What is it? Bowman asked, turning back.
Lights, out to the west. Moving.
Bowman limped back to his position, raising the rifle scope to his eye. He scanned the western approach carefully, seeing nothing but darkness. Are you sure?
I think so,
Vincent replied, uncertainty creeping into his voice.
They were there just a second ago.
Bowman was about to dismiss it when pinpricks of light flickered into view again, momentarily visible before disappearing behind a rise in the terrain. He's right, Bowman confirmed, a mixture of hope and apprehension in his voice. Multiple vehicles approaching from the west. Indigo grabbed the binoculars from her belt, focusing in the direction Bowman indicated.
Chinese reinforcements?
Too early to tell, Bowman replied, his jaw tight. But if it's more hostiles... The lights appeared again, closer now. Through the binoculars, Indigo could just make out the silhouette of a vehicle at the front of the convoy. A jeep, with mismatched panels.
It's Brent,
she said, relief washing through her voice.
Becky made it.
Told you Fang wouldn't let me down, Bowman said, his exhaustion momentarily forgotten as he watched the convoy approach for a moment longer.
Come on,
Indigo said, already moving toward the door with renewed purpose.
We need to shore up at Elm Street. If they break through before Brent arrives...
She left the thought unfinished, but they all understood the stakes. They needed to hold, just a little longer. Let's move, Bowman ordered, gripping Vincent's shoulder for support as they hurried from the roof. Behind them, the lights of the approaching convoy grew steadily brighter, racing against time and the relentless Chinese assault threatening to overwhelm Manchester's final defenses. Kane Rand moved through the shadows of Manchester's market district, tracking the source of the smoke that billowed into the night sky. Diana had sent him back from Elm Street to help after the massive explosion on the bridge drew their attention to the fires in the city center. At 16, he stood nearly 6'3", his broad shoulders and powerful frame making him look years older. The flickering firelight illuminated his determined face, sharp cheekbones, a strong jaw, and eyes that had seen too much for someone so young. Rescued from cannibals by Luke 5 years before on one of his last missions as a messenger, training had forged Kane into a formidable young man. Every movement was purposeful, economical, as he navigated between buildings with a hunting knife gripped in his right hand. Ahead, the storage shed behind the community kitchen was fully engulfed in flames. Several Manchester residents formed a bucket line, desperately trying to prevent the fire from spreading to the main building where their winter food stores were kept.
"Kane!"
shouted Mira, one of the older women coordinating the firefighting effort.
"We need more hands!"
Kane was about to join them when a flicker of movement caught his eye. A shadow detaching itself from the alley beside the bakery, moving with deliberate stealth away from the blaze.
"I'll be back. Keep at it,"
he called back to Mira. Without waiting for a response, he changed direction, keeping low as he pursued the figure. Luke's voice echoed in his memory. Movement gives you away faster than anything. Control your pace. Move when they move. The noise of their movements masks yours. The saboteur paused at the corner of the textile workshop, glancing around before pulling something from his pack. Even in the dim light, Kane could see the dark, compact shape, deliberate in its design, too purposeful to be anything but an incendiary device. Kane pressed himself against the wall of the nearest building, steadying his breath as the man knelt briefly, working with quick, practiced motions. A faint click followed. He was arming the device. A pistol rode high on the hip of the soldier, and Kane spotted the angular bulk of a combat knife strapped to his thigh. "Wait for the right moment," Kane told himself. The figure raised the device and put it against the wall. That was when Kane moved. 5 long, silent strides closed the distance between them. The saboteur sensed his approach at the last second, dropping the device and reaching for his pistol as he spun to face the threat. Too late. Kane slammed into the figure with the full momentum of his charge, driving a shoulder into their sternum. The impact sent them both crashing against the workshop wall, the infiltrator's head connecting with the hard surface with a dull thud. They recovered quickly, bringing a knee up toward Kane's groin. Kane twisted, taking the blow on his thigh instead, then drove his forearm across their throat, pinning the enemy against the wall. As he did, the hood of their jacket fell back, revealing a young woman's face with cold, determined eyes. Kane hesitated for a fraction of a second, surprised by the discovery. "Weapon," Kane growled, his free hand clamping around her wrist before she could draw the pistol. "Drop it." Instead of complying, she drove her head forward, attempting to headbutt Kane. He jerked back just enough to avoid the full impact, then responded by slamming her gun hand against the wall repeatedly until the weapon clattered to the ground. The fight shifted into a brutal exchange of short, vicious strikes. The woman was skilled in hand-to-hand, but Kane had both size and strength on his side. When she attempted a throat strike, Kane countered by closing the distance further, wrapping his long arms around her torso in a crushing bear hug. As she struggled for breath, he lifted her off her feet, then pivoted and drove her into the ground. The impact knocked the wind from her lungs. Kane was on her in a flash, one knee pressing into her chest, his hunting knife now at her throat. "How many of you?" Kane demanded, applying just enough pressure with the blade to draw a thin line of blood. Her eyes widened, but she remained silent, jaw clenched in defiance. Kane leaned closer, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper. "I can make this quick, or I can make it slow. Your choice. How many of you are in Manchester?" For a moment, she maintained her silence. Then, the increased pressure of the blade, or perhaps something in Kane's eyes, convinced her he was serious. "4," she said in accented English. "Team of 4. "Including you?" A hesitation, then a reluctant nod. "Targets." Her eyes hardened. "Critical infrastructure. Create chaos." Kane processed this information quickly. "Where are the others now?" "Don't know. We separated after crossing the bridge." Kane studied her face, looking for signs of deception. Finding none, he adjusted his grip, maintaining pressure on the knife. "Any more devices like that one?" He nodded toward the device on the ground 2 feet away. There was an explosion to the north, and the woman pinned beneath him smiled, revealing her bloody teeth. "Doesn't matter," she said mockingly. "You are defeated. You may as well—" In one swift movement, he jerked the knife away from her throat and slammed the heavy handle against her temple. Her eyes rolled back as she slumped into unconsciousness. Working quickly, Kane searched her pack, retrieving 2 more incendiary devices. He used her own belt to secure her wrists behind her back and dragged her into a nearby storage shed. He shut her in and secured the door before going back to pick up her pistol. It was a Chinese military-issue sidearm with a full magazine, plus 1 in the chamber. He tucked it into his waistband at the small of his back, keeping his knife in his right hand. 3 more infiltrators somewhere in Manchester,
each likely setting fires or preparing to attack vulnerable targets. Kane's eyes narrowed as he scanned the settlement, noting the distant flashes of gunfire from Elm Street and the continuing chaos around the burning storage shed. The saboteurs would be using the confusion to their advantage, striking where defenses were weakest. He took a deep breath, centering himself, then slipped back into the shadows and began hunting for the remaining members of the infiltration team. 9. Commander Wei stood at the western edge of what remained of the Unscathed Bridge, his expression an impassive mask despite the chaos around him. The first rays of dawn illuminated the destruction, twisted metal and chunks of concrete protruding from the churning water below, wisps of smoke still rising from scattered debris. The explosion had been catastrophic, far beyond what their modest charges should have produced. Medics worked frantically behind him, treating the injured in the fallout of the massive blast. The dead were laid in a row, already numbering 27, with more being recovered. Lieutenant Zhao approached, his uniform soaked and face smudged with soot. "Status report," Wei demanded without turning. Zhao stood at attention despite his disheveled appearance. 31 confirmed dead, sir. 19 wounded, 8 critically. Wei nodded slightly, processing the information. Evaluation. Our engineers believe the explosives were planted under the barricade and in the substructure. When our charges detonated, they triggered their much larger demolition setup. A trap, Wei concluded, his voice flat. Yes, sir. The intelligence from our asset appears to have been incomplete. Wei's jaw tightened imperceptibly at the diplomatic phrasing. Julian had failed them, either through ignorance or deliberate deception. Either way, the outcome was the same. His primary assault force was cut off from the settlement. Communications with Chang, he asked. Our last contact with him was 8 minutes ago. They were about to blow the outer wall, the explosion we heard, but there has been no contact since. Probably not unusual if they are penetrating as planned. His earlier reports suggested heavier resistance than expected. Wei turned, finally facing Zhao and the grim tableau of wounded and dead behind him. His eyes swept over the remaining forces, over 200 soldiers still waiting for orders, watching him with varying degrees of apprehension. Options, Lieutenant. Zhao hesitated, then squared his shoulders. 2 possibilities, sir. We can attempt to clear the barricaded bridge span. It would require significant manpower and expose our forces to enemy fire from elevated positions, but could potentially be accomplished within hours. And the alternative? Withdraw northeast to the next crossing point, approximately 14 miles upriver. We could ford there and approach Manchester from the north, joining Chang's forces at Elm Street. Or what? We withdraw and request air support from Catskill. Wei stared at him for what was an uncomfortable length of time for the younger officer. Repeat our mission parameters, Zhao, Wei said, his voice lowered so only Zhao could hear. The junior officer swallowed. General Hao was explicit, sir. Manchester is to be secured by any means necessary. The settlement's resources and strategic location are deemed essential for our continued expansion. Excellent. I am about to tell you some information that I am privy to, and that you, if you know what's good for you, will not reveal to anyone. There is no air support. Our forward base was attacked and our forces defeated. Both of the choppers were lost when they were dispatched to assist. Understand? Zhao, who was noticeably paler, nodded. So, Zhao, we are in fact only left with one option. The 14-mile detour would take hours, precious time we don't have. So we must cross the second bridge span, deploy men to clear that roadblock, and I want sniper teams positioned to provide cover fire. Yes, sir. Zhao saluted, then hesitated. And if the second span is also rigged to explode?
Wei's expression hardened.
I doubt that. It was clearly blocked to funnel us via the rigged span. If it is, we will swim across if necessary, Lieutenant. Manchester falls today, as ordered. Now move.
Wei turned back to the destroyed bridge. The operation, which had begun so smoothly, had suffered a major setback, but with Chang penetrating the outer wall and advancing, and the saboteurs seeding mayhem and panic behind the lines, it was still salvageable if they managed to unseal that second bridge in the next 2 hours. The defenders had shown they were resourceful, prepared, and willing to sacrifice to slow his advance. They were also outnumbered, cut off from outside help, and fighting a defensive battle against a superior force. No matter how well they had prepared, Wei knew the math of warfare favored his side. It was simply a matter of applying pressure until something broke, and break it would. General Hao didn't tolerate failure, and Wei had no intention of becoming an example for others. Finally, he turned and strode toward his huddled officers, already plotting the assault on the second span. Diana ducked as another burst of gunfire splintered the window frame above her head, showering her with fragments of wood and glass. The pre-dawn light had strengthened enough to cast long shadows through the dust-filled room, where she and 11 defenders had established their position on the second floor of what had once been a dental practice.
Hold your fire until you have clear shots, she called out,
her voice steady despite the chaos.
We don't have ammunition to waste.
The defenders, a mix of experienced messengers and hastily trained civilians, maintained their discipline, taking measured shots at the Chinese forces advancing in waves toward the Elm Street barricade. The street below had transformed into a battleground of burning vehicles and debris, the Chinese using every scrap of cover to inch closer to Manchester's defensive line.
East side needs support, came a crackling call over her radio. They're concentrating fire on the hardware store position.
Diana crawled to the eastern window, keeping low as she surveyed the situation. The hardware store, 50 yards down the street, formed a crucial point in their defensive perimeter. Through her binoculars, she could see Chinese soldiers focusing their attack there, realizing they'd identified a weaker point in the defensive line.
Gareth,
she called to the veteran messenger crouched near the doorway.
Take 4 people and reinforce the hardware store. They're trying to create a breakthrough point.
Gareth nodded grimly, gathering fighters with a few quick gestures. As they prepared to move, Diana caught his arm.
Remember what Bowman said. Target their officers first. Look for shoulder insignia.
On it,
Gareth confirmed, then led his small team out through the back stairs. Diana returned to the window, assessing the battlefield with the tactical awareness she developed over years of running Manchester's security alongside Isaac. The Chinese had reorganized after their initial push was repelled, adopting a more methodical approach. They were good, professional soldiers executing well-practiced maneuvers. A young woman named Rachel, barely 20, and trembling visibly with her bow clutched in white-knuckled hands, crawled to position beside Diana.
I can't get a clear shot,
she whispered, voice strained.
They move so fast.
Diana placed a steadying hand on the girl's shoulder.
Don't focus on hitting the fast-moving ones. Watch for those directing others, the ones who pause to give orders. That's when you take your shot.
Rachel nodded, taking a deep breath to calm herself. A sudden increase in gunfire from the western flank drew Diana's attention. Through the haze of smoke, she could see Chinese forces surging toward the weakened section of the barricade where they'd attempted their flanking maneuver earlier. She grabbed her radio.
Western sector, report status.
They're pushing hard,
came a strained response amid the sound of gunfire.
At least 30 of them. We're holding, but...
The transmission cut off in a burst of static. Diana made a split-second decision.
Carter,
she called to a middle-aged man who'd once been a hunting guide before the collapse.
You're in charge here. Hold this position at all costs.
She checked her weapon, an old revolver with 4 remaining rounds, and slung her bow across her back.
I'm going to support the western flank. Radio if you need to fall back."
Before Carter could protest, Diana was moving through the building toward the rear exit, picking up 2 volunteers with a quick gesture as she went. They emerged into an alley behind the building, then sprinted through a series of interconnected yards toward the western defensive position. The sound of battle grew louder as they approached. Diana paused at the corner of a brick building, peering cautiously around the edge. What she saw made her heart sink. The Chinese had concentrated their forces against this section, systematically targeting the defenders' firing positions with coordinated volleys.
"They've identified our weak point," she murmured to her companions. "We need to—"
A familiar crack echoed from above, Bowman's sniper rifle firing from his rooftop position. Diana watched as a Chinese officer crumpled mid-gesture. A second shot followed almost immediately, taking down another soldier who had moved to drag the officer to cover. The Chinese assault faltered momentarily, fighters ducking for cover as they tried to locate the sniper. Diana seized the opportunity, darting across the open space to reach the defender's position. Most were hunkered behind a hastily reinforced wall of sandbags and debris, firing whenever they had a clean shot. "Status," she demanded, dropping beside a young man whose arm was wrapped in a bloody bandage.
5 wounded,
he reported, wincing as he reloaded his weapon.
2 seriously. They're targeting our firing positions with frightening accuracy."
Diana nodded, quickly assessing their options. The Chinese had them pinned, and it was only a matter of time before they overwhelmed this section of the defense. Her radio crackled to life. "Diana, it's Bowman. I can see their movements from up here. They're massing for another push at your position."
"Copy that,"
she responded, scanning the rooftops until she spotted the glint of Bowman's rifle scope in the strengthening daylight.
"What do you suggest?"
"They're expecting you to maintain fixed positions," came Bowman's calm reply. "Break the pattern. Pull your people back 20 yards to the brick building on your left. There's better cover and elevated firing positions. I'll keep them occupied while you move." Diana didn't hesitate.
"All defenders, fall back to the brick building in sequence. Covering fire from positions 1 and 3 while 2 and 4 move, then switch. Go."
The retreat was executed with surprising precision, fighters leapfrogging in pairs as others provided covering fire. Bowman's rifle cracked repeatedly from above, forcing the Chinese to keep their heads down during the most exposed moments of the withdrawal. As the last pair made it safely to the new position, Diana felt a surge of fierce pride. These weren't soldiers. They were farmers, tradespeople, teachers. Yet they moved with the coordination of veteran fighters.
"Everyone in?"
she asked, counting heads as defenders took up positions at windows and behind makeshift barricades.
"All accounted for,"
confirmed a gray-haired woman who had once been Manchester's town clerk before the collapse.
"But Jenkins and Tamara need medical attention."
Diana nodded, eyeing the 2 severely wounded fighters.
"Radio the medical team. Tell them we have wounded that need immediate evacuation."
As they settled into their new defensive position, Diana moved to an upper window that offered a better view of the Chinese forces. They were regrouping again, officers gesturing as they planned their next assault. But something had changed. There was a new hesitancy in their movements, a caution that hadn't been there before.
"They're getting cautious," she murmured into her radio. "Bowman, are you seeing this?"
"Affirmative," came the colonel's voice. "They've lost multiple officers and still haven't secured a foothold. Chang is a good tactician. He's reassessing the cost of a frontal assault." A flurry of activity near the Chinese rear lines caught Diana's attention. Officers were gathering, gesturing urgently towards something beyond her field of vision.
"Something's happening,"
she reported.
"Looks like they're reacting to something at their rear position."
Even as she spoke, the Chinese began a controlled withdrawal, maintaining covering fire as they pulled back from their forward positions. It wasn't a retreat, more a strategic redeployment. "Bowman?" she questioned, confused by this unexpected development. The radio was silent for a moment. Then Bowman's voice returned, an unusual note of satisfaction evident despite the static. "Look west, Diana. About time our luck changed."
Diana shifted position, angling to see further west along Elm Street. At first, she saw nothing but smoke and the distant outlines of buildings. Then, movement caught her eye. A lone figure on a motorcycle, weaving at high speed between obstacles toward their position. Her breath caught as recognition dawned. "Is that Becky?" Bowman confirmed. "And if she's back, Concord's forces can't be far behind." A buoyant feeling swept through Diana, the first real hope she'd felt since the attack began. She raised her voice to the defenders around her. "Hold your positions! Reinforcements are coming!" The fighters moved to windows and firing positions, their faces reflecting a mixture of exhaustion and renewed determination. Diana returned to the radio, keying it to the general channel. "All defensive units maintain positions. Reinforcements approaching from the west. I repeat, friendly forces inbound from the west." As she watched Becky's motorcycle drawing closer, Diana allowed herself a moment of cautious optimism. The battle was far from over, but for the first time since the alarm had sounded, the scales might be tipping in Manchester's favor. 10. Samuel's lungs burned as he raced through the narrow alleyways between Manchester's residential buildings. The emergency bells had fallen silent, but the sounds of gunfire from the direction of the Elm Street barricade had intensified. Minutes before, something had gone catastrophically wrong at the bridge. The massive explosion had rattled windows throughout the settlement, but he had no time to investigate. His mother had ordered him to find Alice and ensure the evacuation was complete, but after confirming that Max and the other children were safely away, Samuel had doubled back. He couldn't sit safely in a shelter while Manchester fought for its survival. Not after what happened to Isaac. Not when it was his fault. A distant crash pulled him up short as he reached the edge of the market district. Samuel pressed himself against the wall of the nearest building, straining to see through the pre-dawn gloom. The air hung thick with smoke from multiple fires, further obscuring visibility. Movement caught his eye, a figure darting between shadows with deliberate purpose, dressed entirely in black. The figure's movements were too fluid, too stealthy to be one of Manchester's defenders. He watched as they paused at the corner of a building and spotted the unmistakable silhouette of an automatic pistol holstered at their hip. "Chinese," Samuel whispered, his mouth suddenly dry. With his heart hammering, he watched as the invaders scanned the area before continuing forward warily. They didn't seem to be moving randomly. They were tracking something, or someone. He followed carefully, keeping to the deeper shadows, focused on controlling his breathing, placing each foot deliberately to avoid making noise on the debris-strewn ground. The infiltrator halted mid-step, suddenly alert, and crouched behind a stack of crates. Samuel froze, barely daring to breathe. From his position, he saw what had caught the saboteur's attention. It was another figure moving in the shadows, and this one he recognized instantly. It was Cain Rand. There was no mistaking the large frame of the other teenager. He was moving through the marketplace about 30 yards ahead, a hunting knife in hand as he methodically checked each darkened doorway and alley. Samuel suppressed a shout of warning. The machine pistol would be a death warrant for Cain if he made the wrong move. The black-clad figure reached slowly to their thigh, drawing not the pistol, but a slender throwing knife from a sheath. The blade gleamed dully in the firelight as they adjusted their grip, tensing to throw. No time to think. No time to plan. Samuel burst from his hiding place, abandoning stealth for speed. His target sensed the movement and began to turn, but Samuel was already airborne, launching himself in a desperate tackle that slammed them both into the ground. The throwing knife skittered across the cobblestones as they rolled, the enemy soldier twisting with surprising strength and agility. A vicious elbow caught Samuel in the ribs, driving the air from his lungs. But he maintained his grip, fingers locked in the fabric of the saboteur's jacket. "Kane!" Samuel managed to shout, between desperate gasps for air. The saboteur got a knee up between them and kicked out, sending Samuel sprawling. Before he could recover, they were on top of him. Another knife, this one larger, serrated, flashing downward toward his throat. Samuel grabbed the attacker's wrist with both hands, straining to hold the blade at bay. His arms trembled with the effort as the knife inched closer to his neck. The saboteur's face, a man's face, young but hard-eyed, twisted in concentration above him. A shadow fell over both of them, followed by a sickening thud. The saboteur's eyes rolled back as his body fell sideways, sliding off Samuel in a boneless heap. Kane stood with legs braced, a half-brick clenched in one hand. "You okay?" he asked, already lowering himself to check the fallen man. Samuel coughed and rolled to his side, gasping. "Yeah, alive, but he'll have a hell of a headache when he wakes up." "What were you doing?" he asked, as he used a length of rope from his pocket to tie the man's hands behind his back. "Saving your ass," Samuel quipped, and gestured to the throwing knife. "He was about to use you for target practice." Kane's eyes widened. "Thanks. No biggie. You returned the favor right away." "What were—" His words were cut short by a massive explosion that rocked the ground beneath them. Even from their position near the marketplace, they could see debris and sparks hurled skyward near the Elm Street barricade, followed by flashes of intense gunfire. "They've breached the outer wall," Samuel said. "Quick," said Kane. "Take his gun." The sounds of battle intensified into a continuous roar. "My mom's there," Samuel said, his voice tight with fear. Kane nodded, his expression grave. "We need to join the fight. You ready?" Samuel checked the pistol he'd taken from the downed fighter, a semi-automatic with an unfamiliar design, but simple enough to operate. It felt heavy, wrong in his hands, but he nodded anyway. "Let's go." They ran toward the sound of battle, weaving through the settlement's narrow streets. Around them, Manchester burned, flames licking at buildings, smoke billowing into the lightening sky. Other defenders joined them as they ran. Everyone knew the stakes had just been raised. Tyler crested the hill, his legs burning from the long trek. He stopped dead in his tracks. Mark nearly collided with him, followed by Elise and James, all three breathless from the climb. But it wasn't exhaustion that had frozen Tyler in place. It was the scene spread out before them, one that very clearly explained the smoke that marred the blue sky since dawn. Manchester lay in the valley below, but not the peaceful settlement Luke had described. Flames licked at buildings along the eastern perimeter. Dark smoke billowed into the morning sky. Even from this distance, they could hear the staccato crack of gunfire and shouts carried on the wind.
"Oh, my God,"
Elise whispered, pulling 8-year-old James close against her side. The boy's eyes were wide with terror as he stared at the chaos below. Mark stepped forward, his young face pale.
Are they being attacked?"
Tyler nodded grimly, his hand tightening around the strap of his medical pack.
"Chinese,"
he said, spotting the organized formations pressing against Manchester's northern defenses and the small army on the other side of the river.
"Has to be."
Elise pulled at Tyler's sleeve.
"We can't go down there," she said urgently. "We have to find somewhere else. Somewhere safe."
"There is nowhere else," Tyler replied, his voice steady despite the fear churning in his stomach.
"Not for days in any direction. And they have doctors. Medicine. They have a war,"
Elise countered, gesturing at the battle raging below.
"James is still recovering. I can't take him into that."
Tyler knelt down to James's level. checking the boy's temperature with the back of his hand. The fever had broken 2 days ago, but he remained weak.
"How are you feeling, buddy?"
James looked from the burning settlement to Tyler, his voice small but determined.
"I'm okay."
Mark pointed to the eastern side of the city and its suburbs.
"Look, that side seems quiet. Maybe we can get in that way."
Tyler straightened, studying the terrain. His brother was right. The Chinese forces seemed concentrated on the northern approach.
"Tyler,"
Elise pleaded.
"please, think about this. We'll be walking straight into a battle."
He met her gaze, understanding her fear but knowing they had no real choice.
"You're right. It's dangerous. But they're going to need help. This is what Mark and I do. This is why we were coming here in the first place."
Mark nodded eagerly, standing taller despite his exhaustion.
"I can help. I know how to clean wounds and everything."
Tyler studied the battlefield once more, calculating risks, mapping a route in his mind.
"We'll circle around to the west," he decided. "Stay in the tree line until we're close to the buildings. If it looks too dangerous, we'll pull back to the houses."
Elise looked down at her son, then back at the brothers who had saved both her children's lives, even if they couldn't save Lily. The conflict played across her face, fear warring with the need for sanctuary.
"Okay,"
she finally conceded.
"But at the first sign of trouble closer up, we retreat. Promise me?"
Tyler nodded, though they all knew retreat might not be an option. He shouldered his pack again and took James's hand.
"Stay close,"
he told them, already starting down the hill toward the trees.
"And keep low."
As they descended toward Manchester, Tyler felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on him. He was leading them into danger. There was no denying that. But if nothing else, he could deposit Elise and her son somewhere safe and carry on. 11. Diana stumbled backward as another volley of gunfire tore through the makeshift barricade. Wood splintered and metal screeched as bullets found their marks, forcing the defenders to duck lower behind their rapidly deteriorating cover.
"Fall back!"
she shouted over the cacophony, her voice hoarse from hours of issuing commands.
"Final defensive line! Move!"
Around her, Manchester's fighters began a coordinated retreat, some providing covering fire while others dragged the wounded toward the last line of defense at the foot of the Brady-Sullivan Tower, 100 yards behind them. The enemy had breached the outer barricade 10 minutes ago, and despite a valiant defense, Diana knew they couldn't hold this position any longer. Through gaps in the barricade, she could see the disciplined advance of enemy soldiers, moving in staggered formations, covering each other's progress with precise bursts of fire. Their movements were practiced and precise, a stark contrast to Manchester's mostly civilian defenders. "Spooner!" Diana called to a burly fighter crouched nearby, blood seeping through a bandage on his forearm.
"Fall back to the sandbag position on the left flank. We need to hold that corner."
He nodded grimly. They'd prepared for this last stand. A semicircular defensive perimeter established around the tower with whatever barriers, vehicles, and debris they could position in time. Diana caught sight of a young woman, Elena's sister, frozen in terror as bullets whizzed overhead. She dashed over, keeping low, and grabbed the girl's arm.
"Move now,"
she ordered, pulling her toward the final defensive line.
"Stay with me."
Together they sprinted through the gauntlet of fire, Diana positioning her body between the girl and the Chinese line. They reached the hastily fortified position surrounding the Brady-Sullivan Tower, and Diana went back out to encourage and direct the stragglers. Gareth emerged from a reinforced foxhole, his face flushed with exertion, and eyes bright as Diana pushed the last two defenders towards the concrete barriers to her left.
"Everyone's pulled back from the second line,"
Diana reported breathlessly as she slid into cover beside him.
"Good work."
Gareth nodded, then leaned closer.
"Just got word from Bowman. Brent's forces are in sight. Coming in from the north. They're close, Diana.
A flicker of relief crossed her face before being replaced by renewed determination.
How long? Minutes, not hours. Bowman's got eyes on them from the upper floors of the tower.
Diana squeezed his arm in silent thanks, then surveyed their final defensive position. A rough semicircle of overturned vehicles, concrete barriers, sandbags, and hastily stacked rubble spanning Elm Street and surrounding the tower on 3 sides.
Alice has a triage station set up behind those concrete barriers,
Gareth added, gesturing to where Jess and several assistants were treating the wounded in a somewhat sheltered alcove formed by overturned vehicles and piled debris. Diana nodded, watching as Chinese soldiers began probing the edges of their abandoned position.
We just need to hold this line a little longer, she said,
her voice steady with renewed purpose.
Make sure everyone knows help is coming. It might give them the strength they need for one last stand.
Around them, Manchester's defenders settled into their positions, exhausted, bloodied, but determined. The wounded who could still shoot were propped against barriers, rifles or bows at the ready. Others distributed the dwindling ammunition or prepared improvised weapons. Word of Brent's approach spread quickly through the ranks, passed in whispers from fighter to fighter. The effect was subtle but unmistakable. Spines straightened, grips tightened on weapons, and a spark of hope kindled in eyes that had grown dull with exhaustion and fear. The brief lull in fighting created an eerie quiet, broken only by the labored breathing of fighters and the moans of the wounded. But the steady advance of boots and shouted orders in a foreign tongue told them the respite would be short-lived. A sudden burst of gunfire erupted from the eastern flank, followed by shouts of alarm. "They're pushing on the east side," someone called out. Diana redirected fighters to reinforce that section, and was about to join them when movement caught her eye. 2 figures sprinting across the open ground between buildings 100 yards out, zigzagging to avoid enemy fire. Her heart seized as recognition dawned.
"Samuel,"
she whispered, then louder.
"Cover them! Covering fire! Eastern approach!"
Manchester's defenders responded immediately, laying down suppressive fire that forced the Chinese soldiers to take cover. Diana moved along the barricade toward the eastern section, arriving just as Samuel and Kane vaulted over a stack of sandbags and tumbled into relative safety.
"What are you doing here?"
Diana demanded, relief and anger warring in her voice as she pulled Samuel into a brief, fierce hug before holding him at arm's length.
"We couldn't stay away,"
Samuel said, breathing hard from the sprint. His face was smudged with dirt and what looked like blood, but his eyes burned with determination.
"We caught infiltrators in the city."
Kane nodded.
"We put 2 out of action, but there's more, at least 2 others setting fires throughout the settlement. We heard the fighting getting bad,"
Samuel added, looking at the beleaguered defenders around them.
"Figured you needed every gun you could get."
Diana wanted to order him back into the tower, but one look at the defensive line told her they couldn't spare anyone, not with the enemy beginning their final push. She squeezed Samuel's shoulder, swallowing her fear for his safety.
"We're holding until Brent's forces arrive,"
she explained tersely.
"Bowman spotted them approaching from the west, minutes away now."
He nodded resolutely.
"Let's do it."
As if accepting his challenge, bullets raked the sandbags above their heads, sending sand cascading over them. The defenders answered the enemy fire with their own. Diana grabbed Samuel's shoulder, her knuckles white.
"Keep your head down and use cover,"
she yelled over the din, pushing him behind a concrete barrier next to Kane. The brief hope ignited by the news of Brent's approach was already being extinguished by the ferocity of the renewed Chinese assault. It seemed they'd realized another force was closing in from behind, and in response, they were unleashing everything they had against the tightening defenses around the Brady-Sullivan Tower and the rest of the city. Just then, 3 more figures scrambled into the relative safety of the defensive line, sliding behind a low sandbag wall near Diana. It was Indigo, her face grimed with soot, her shotgun held ready. Vincent stumbled behind her, half supporting Colonel Bowman, whose face was a mask of pain and sheer willpower. He clutched a rifle, but it was clear just standing was agony.
"What's the latest?"
Diana shouted, crawling over to them as bullets thunked into the sandbags above their heads.
"The bridge is completely destroyed, but it looks like they're working on clearing the second span. It will hold them a while, though. And they've got a team of saboteurs in the city. I heard."
Diana nodded towards Samuel and Kane, who were positioned nearby.
"The boys intercepted 2 of them."
Bowman's eyebrows rose in surprise as he spotted Samuel. He said nothing about the boy's presence, however, focusing instead on the tactical situation. "What's our status?"
"Holding. Barely,"
Diana admitted, gesturing around them.
"They breached the Elm Street wall 10 minutes ago. We fell back here. Ammunition is running low, and we've got at least 20 wounded who can't fight. Are you okay, Bowman?"
"Still kicking," Bowman grunted, leaning heavily against the sandbags. He surveyed the chaotic scene, his eyes narrowed despite the obvious pain. He scanned their position. Maybe 50 defenders left, spread thin around the base of the tower, using rubble and vehicles for cover. The wounded were being treated under fire by Jess and her assistants in a makeshift aid station behind concrete barriers. Ammunition was clearly running low. Fighters were taking single, careful shots, making each one count. "They're concentrating fire on the flanks," Bowman observed, his voice raspy but regaining its command authority. "Trying to collapse the perimeter. Indigo, take Vincent and shore up the east side. Use controlled bursts. Make them think we have more ammo than we do." Indigo nodded sharply.
"Vincent, with me,"
she yelled, and sprinted low toward the eastern edge of their makeshift line, Vincent scrambling after her. "Diana," Bowman continued, turning back to her, "we need to slow their advance on the center. Target their heavy weapons." He pointed toward a Chinese soldier setting up what looked like a light machine gun behind a burned-out car 50 yards away. Diana relayed the order. A volley of shots, including a precious crossbow bolt from Carter, peppered the car. The machine gunner ducked, unscathed. "Again," Bowman urged. Another volley, smaller this time. One defender near Diana cursed as his rifle clicked empty.
"I'm out. Share ammo,"
Diana yelled, tossing him her last spare revolver cylinder. The air thickened with desperation. The Chinese soldiers advanced relentlessly. A grenade exploded near the triage station, sending shrapnel flying and eliciting cries of pain. Jess shielded a wounded fighter with her own body. "Ammo status," Bowman barked, trying to push himself into a better firing position, but wincing and sinking back against the truck. "Critical," Gareth shouted back from his position. 5 rounds left.
3,
yelled another fighter.
"Bow,"
someone else called out, indicating they were down to projectile weapons. Fear, cold and sharp, began to cut through the adrenaline. Diana saw it in the eyes of those around her, the realization that they couldn't hold much longer. Samuel, beside Kane, was firing the captured pistol with surprising steadiness, but even he was down to his last few rounds.
"Steady,"
Diana yelled, trying to project confidence she didn't feel.
"Hold the line. Help is almost here."
But the Chinese assault reached a crescendo. Soldiers were within 20 yards now, firing continuously, pinning the defenders down. One group rushed the barricade near Spooner's position. He emptied his weapon, then drew his knife, bracing for impact. A burst of gunfire caught him in the chest at close range, hurling him backwards onto the ground. "Damn it," Bowman growled, raising his rifle. He fired once, dropping the first soldier before the others spun around and took the second bullet in the throat. He gritted his teeth, trying to aim again, his hand shaking from pain and weakness, but the man collapsed on top of Spooner and his dead comrade.
"We're all gonna die,"
a young defender sobbed nearby, dropping his empty rifle.
"Stand fast,"
Indigo shouted, firing deliberately at the approaching soldiers.
"Hold the line."
Diana ducked as bullets tore through the barricade inches from her head. She emerged to fire her last 3 rounds, dropping a soldier who had nearly reached their position. Just 8 feet away, in a space between 2 barriers, Gareth fell, clutching his leg where a bullet had shattered his knee. Another defender dragged into safety, applying pressure to the wound even as they continued firing with their free hand. Diana gripped her own empty revolver, preparing to use it as a club. She glanced at Samuel, her heart aching. "Hold on," she silently pleaded. "Just a little longer." Then, above the roar of the immediate battle, came a different sound. Faint at first, then rapidly growing louder. Not the familiar crackle of the Chinese assault rifles or the heavier thud of their grenades. This was the deeper roar of engines, the distinct, heavier chatter of different automatic weapons, overlaid with unmistakable shouts in English. Heads turned on the defensive line, confusion warring with disbelief. The Chinese soldiers attacking them hesitated, their disciplined advance faltering. Their fire slackened noticeably as officers turned, shouting orders, trying to understand the new threat emerging at their rear. A brilliant muzzle flash erupted behind the Chinese line, followed by the heavy thump-thump-thump of a .50 caliber machine gun opening up, tearing into the exposed rear of the advancing enemy ranks. Soldiers screamed and scattered, desperately seeking cover from this unexpected assault. Bowman, despite his weakened state, managed to raise his rifle one more time, peering through the scope at the chaos developing behind the Chinese assault force. "Brant," he said, a grim smile crossing his pain-etched face. "Right on time." The Chinese soldiers were caught in a devastating crossfire, trapped between Manchester's desperate defenders and Brent's fresh forces attacking from behind. Their disciplined advance disintegrated into confusion as officers shouted contradictory orders, trying to reorient their troops to face this unexpected threat. "Press the advantage!" Diana shouted, her voice finding new strength. "Push them back!" Manchester's defenders rose from their battered barricades, summoning reserves of courage and determination they didn't know they possessed. With Brent's forces hammering the Chinese from behind and then from the front, the tide of the battle had shifted decisively. Part 3. Counterattack. 12. The second bridge stretched before Commander Wei like a cruel taunt. Manchester so close, yet maddeningly out of reach. Interspersed with heavy concrete blocks, debris choked the roadway. Crushed vehicles, twisted bicycles, broken furniture, and bundles of razor wire that had clearly been hauled into position with deliberate purpose. This barricade was deeper and higher than the one on the other span that had been rigged to explode. Inelegant, but effective, transforming what should have been a simple crossing into a logistical nightmare. Wei's jaw clenched as he watched his engineers laboring to clear a path. Progress was agonizingly slow. Each piece of the barricade had to be carefully examined for booby traps before being dismantled or pushed aside. The morning sun beat down on the men, sweat darkening their uniforms as they toiled under its harsh glare. "This is unacceptable," Wei snapped, turning to Lieutenant Zhao, who stood rigidly at attention beside him. "At this rate, we won't cross until sunset." "The engineers are working as quickly as they safely can, sir," Zhao replied, his tone carefully neutral. "The barricade is more complex than it appeared from a distance, and after what happened on the other bridge, they are wary of tripwires and booby traps." Wei's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the sprawling junkyard before them. He recognized the defensive strategy at work. The barricade wasn't just physical, but psychological, designed to slow and frustrate an attacking force. Manchester was buying time, and he was paying the price with every minute that ticked by. "Commander!" a soldier called out, jogging toward them with a radio clutched in his hand. "Urgent transmission from Captain Chang." Wei snatched the radio, pressing it to his ear. Static crackled, then Chang's voice broke through. Strained, breathless, punctuated by the unmistakable sound of gunfire in the background.
"Under heavy attack," Unknown force has engaged our rear. Pinned down at...
The transmission degraded into static before clearing again.
Request immediate reinforcement. Cannot hold position much longer.
Wei's knuckles whitened around the radio.
Chang, report strength of enemy force.
More static, then...
Estimate 200 fighters, well armed. They appear to be...
The transmission cut out completely this time, replaced by the flat hiss of dead air. Wei thrust the radio back at the soldier, a cold fury settling over him.
Get him back.
The soldier frantically adjusted dials, but the only response was static. Wei turned toward the distant sounds of battle echoing from the center of the settlement. The sporadic gunfire had transformed into a continuous roar, the unmistakable symphony of a major engagement. Plumes of smoke rose above the buildings, black against the blue sky.
Unknown reinforcements,
Wei muttered, his mind racing through possibilities.
Albany? No, they wouldn't have mobilized this quickly. Then who?
Zhao cleared his throat.
Sir, our scouts reported no approaching forces within 20 miles when we began our assault. Then they failed in their duty,
Wei snapped, his composure cracking.
And now Chang is paying the price.
He stalked toward the engineering team, who redoubled their efforts as they noted his approach.
Chief Engineer.
A middle-aged man straightened, wiping grimy hands on his uniform.
Commander, your progress is unacceptable,
Wei stated flatly. The engineer glanced uneasily at the barricade.
Sir, we're moving as quickly as safety allows. It's possible the defenders rigged... I don't care if they've rigged it with nuclear warheads.
Wei cut him off, his voice dangerously quiet.
You have 30 minutes to clear a path wide enough for our vehicles. Not 1 minute more. Sir, that's not...
Wei stepped closer, his voice dropping to a whisper that only the engineer could hear.
30 minutes, or I'll find someone who can meet that deadline. And you'll be the first man through to test whether the path is truly clear. Do I make myself perfectly understood?
The engineer's face paled. He swallowed visibly, then nodded.
Yes, Commander.
Good. Wei turned away, addressing the officers who had gathered nearby.
All combat units, prepare for immediate assault once the path is cleared. We'll cross in force and link up with Chang's position at Elm Street.
As his officers hurried to relay the orders, Wei walked to the edge of the bridge, staring across the water at Manchester. The sounds of battle had intensified. The distinctive thump of heavier weapons now joined the cacophony of small arms fire. Something had gone catastrophically wrong. He activated his radio again.
All scout units report. I want eyes on whatever force is engaging Chang. Now.
The radio crackled as acknowledgments filtered in, but Wei barely heard them. His focus had narrowed to a laser point, the barricade before him, the battle beyond, and the rapidly closing window of opportunity. If Chang's force was overrun before he could cross, the entire operation would be jeopardized. Turning back to the bridge, Wei watched his engineers with cold intensity as they swarmed over the barricade, now working with desperate urgency. Men strained against heavy debris, tools flashed in the sunlight, and the occasional curse rose above the general din as fingers were pinched or shins scraped against unyielding metal and concrete.
Sir,
Zhao approached again, his expression grave.
They report the assault force was heavily armed fighters in assorted vehicles flying Concord's colors. They're engaged with Chang's forces now. He's still requesting reinforcements.
Wei's blood ran cold. Concord. Colonel Bowman's settlement. The implications cascaded through his mind like falling dominoes. Bowman was dead, so that meant that someone had finally taken the reins, even with their spies in place and sowing discontent. Now Manchester had another ally, and the entire intelligence picture they'd based their assault on had been fatally flawed. Wei slammed his fist into the railing of the bridge, the pain barely registering through his fury. He spun toward the barricade, eyes calculating as he studied the obstacle with fresh urgency. Even 30 minutes would be too long. A decision crystallized in his mind.
"Lieutenant Zhao," he barked. "Select 50 of our best infantry. Light equipment, maximum ammunition."
Zhao looked confused.
"Sir?"
Wei pointed to the barricade.
"They'll climb over. Now. The rest of us will continue clearing the barricade so we can get ourselves across. But we cannot wait. Chang needs reinforcements immediately."
Zhao's eyes widened in understanding.
"Yes, Commander. Right away."
As Zhao hurried to select the assault team, Wei turned to his chief engineer.
"Continue clearing. Use the heavier vehicles to clear the blocks. You have 10 minutes.
The older man's eyes widened, but the fierce look on the commander's face dissuaded him from arguing.
"Yes, sir."
Wei's gaze drifted to the 3 armored vehicles they'd brought, the only ones General Hao had been willing to spare for this unsanctioned operation. Without official support from the Chinese government, their resources were limited, but these 3 were crucial. His eyes lingered on the lead vehicle, a modified personnel carrier with reinforced plating and a heavy ZPU-2 anti-aircraft gun mounted on its roof, capable of tearing through buildings and barricades with its 14.5mm rounds. The gun had been salvaged from a damaged helicopter and retrofitted to the vehicle, giving it devastating firepower. Wei needed that vehicle across the bridge. Without heavy weapons, they'd be fighting a war of attrition, one they might still win through superior training, but at the cost of time and lives he wasn't prepared to pay. Wei strode to where the infantry was assembling, hand-picked fighters checking weapons and shedding non-essential gear. Within minutes, 50 soldiers stood ready, the elite of his remaining force.
"Listen carefully,"
Wei addressed them, his voice carrying just far enough for all to hear without projecting beyond their position.
"You will cross this barricade on foot. On the other side, you will engage whatever enemy forces are present and secure a bridgehead. Split into 2 teams, one to hold that position until the rest of our forces can cross with vehicles. The other will relieve the pressure on Chang by advancing on the defenders from the rear, creating a second front."
His eyes hardened.
"Failure is not an option."
The soldiers' faces reflected grim determination. They understood the stakes.
"First squad, advance,"
Wei ordered. They surged forward, scrambling up and over the jumbled terrain of the barricade. They moved like shadows, using every scrap of cover, testing footholds before committing their weight. One soldier's foot dislodged a precariously balanced refrigerator, sending it crashing down, but the team adjusted instantly, finding alternate routes. Wei held his breath as he watched the first soldier reach the crest of the barrier. He was silhouetted briefly against the sky before descending the other side safely. No tripwire, no explosion. Wei allowed himself to exhale. Within minutes, all 50 had navigated the obstacle and were regrouping on the Manchester side.
"They've made it across,"
Zhao reported, unable to keep the surprise from his voice.
"Of course they have,"
Wei replied coolly.
"They're soldiers of the People's Liberation Army."
Through his binoculars, Wei observed the infantry advancing across the bridge. In the distance, the gunfire had changed rhythm, less organized, more desperate, signaling that Chang's force was indeed close to collapse. A soldier approached, offering Wei a fresh radio. Through it, he could hear the patrol leader reporting their progress.
"Advance team has crossed successfully. No enemy contact at the bridge. Forming up to move into the city proper now. We can hear fighting approximately half a kilometer ahead." "Proceed,"
Wei ordered.
"Infiltrate and engage the enemy from the rear. We'll follow as soon as the path is cleared." "Understood, Commander."
Wei lowered the radio, watching as the engineers continued their work on the barricade with renewed vigor. The operation that had begun so promisingly still hung by a thread.
The infiltrators had failed to create sufficient chaos within Manchester, and now Chang's force was in peril because Concord had entered the fight. But Wei had adapted and formulated a suitable response. 13. Luke's eyes stung as he pushed the motorcycle harder, the engine's roar drowning out everything except the pounding of his own heartbeat. The old Honda was running hotter than it should. He could feel the heat radiating through his jeans, but he couldn't afford to slow down. Not now, not with what lay ahead. He crested a hill and nearly lost control as the bike briefly went airborne before landing hard on the broken asphalt. Behind him, Ben clung desperately to the back of Jack's motorcycle, while the 3 captured Chinese transport trucks strained to keep pace, their engines protesting the punishing speed. Luke slowed just enough to avoid a bone-jarring pothole, then twisted the throttle again. As they reached the next rise, he finally saw it, a dark smudge staining the morning sky over Manchester. Smoke. Too much smoke. He raised his hand, signaling the convoy to stop. The trucks rumbled to a halt behind him, fighters from Manchester and Ashland crowding the cabs and peering anxiously ahead. Ben dismounted first, his face tight with fear as he stared at the distant clouds of smoke.
"How bad is it?"
he asked, his voice barely audible over the idling engines. "Bad enough," Luke replied. He turned to the lead truck where Rodriguez sat behind the wheel. "We push harder. Maximum speed, no matter the terrain."
"These trucks weren't built for off-road racing," Rodriguez cautioned. "If we blow an engine or crack an axle..."
"Then we get out and run," Luke cut him off, his voice level but brooking no argument. "Manchester's burning, and we're still miles out. Every minute counts." Decker emerged from the second truck, studying the smoke through narrowed eyes.
"Doesn't look good. Your people are in serious trouble."
Ben ran a hand through his sweat-dampened hair, his eyes never leaving the horizon.
"Diana and the boys are there. And Isaac, Indy, your family."
His voice caught.
"If Julian was telling the truth about Isaac being stabbed..."
"Julian was a liar and a traitor," Luke said flatly. He gripped Ben's shoulder. "Isaac's tough. They all are. They'll hold on until we get there." Ben nodded, but the fear didn't leave his eyes. He looked down at the motorcycle, then back at Luke.
"We should go ahead, you and me. We're faster on the bikes."
Luke considered it for a heartbeat before shaking his head. "We stay together. 60 fighters arriving as one force will make more difference than just the 2 of us."
"He's right,"
Decker said, rejoining them.
"We hit them as one unified front. Maximum impact."
He glanced back at the trucks.
"My people are ready. Just give the word."
In the back of the lead truck, Manchester and Ashland fighters huddled together, checking weapons and adjusting makeshift armor. Despite the urgency of their mission, or perhaps because of it, Luke noticed something unexpected. Men and women who had long ago been bitter enemies were now passing canteens, sharing ammunition, nodding with grim solidarity. A young Ashland fighter, a woman barely out of her teens with a yellowed arrow insignia freshly painted on her shoulder armor, was receiving instruction from an older Manchester fighter on how to properly brace a rifle against her shoulder to minimize recoil. Another pair, a burly Ashland man and a reed-thin Manchester teenager, were exchanging knives, each testing the other's blade with respectful appreciation.
"Funny how quickly things change,"
Rodriguez observed, following Luke's gaze.
"Yesterday these people were strangers. Some were enemies. Now they're brothers and sisters in arms."
Luke nodded. War made for strange bedfellows, but it also forged bonds that could transcend old hatreds. He'd seen it before, after the collapse, after the Marauder conflict, after the Brotherhood campaign. Shared danger had a way of stripping away differences and exposing the common humanity beneath. "Mount up," Luke ordered, turning back to his motorcycle. "We push hard from here."
As engines roared back to life, Luke paused momentarily, his hand resting on the throttle. For the first time since they'd set out from Niverville, doubt crept in. Not about their mission, but about their chances. What if they were already too late? What if Manchester had fallen already, and Becky and the girls were captured? What if Isaac was... He slammed the door on his thoughts. Doubt was a luxury he couldn't afford, not with so many depending on him. The metal of his hook hand glinted in the morning sun as he adjusted his grip on the handlebar. One more deep breath, and the doubt receded, replaced by cold determination. The convoy lurched forward, accelerating down the crumbling highway. Luke felt the vibration of the motorcycle throughout his body as he pushed it beyond what should have been its limits. They cut across broken terrain, taking shortcuts where possible, the trucks bouncing violently as they followed Luke's lead. Inside the vehicles, fighters braced themselves, equipment rattling, and voices raised to be heard over the engine noise.
"How much farther?"
An Ashland soldier shouted from the back of the second truck.
6 miles,
came the reply from another fighter that knew the terrain.
"but the last stretch will be the hardest, right through the old industrial zone."
Ben stayed close behind Luke, the two motorcycles weaving between obstacles. Despite the danger, Ben found his fear transforming into focused energy. Years of fighting and surviving with Isaac and Luke had prepared him for this, and the possible danger Diana and the children were in steeled his resolve. The convoy rounded a curve in the road, and suddenly the smoke seemed much closer, the dark plumes now visibly rising from distinct points within Manchester's boundaries. The distant crack of gunfire reached them on the wind, no longer isolated pops, but a continuous, rolling barrage that spoke of intense combat. Luke signaled again, bringing the convoy to a momentary halt at a fork in the road. The sounds of battle grew more distinct. Not just gunfire now, but explosions, shouts, the metallic clang of ammunition being loaded. The road ahead curved around the western side of the river, offering the most direct approach to the bridge. Through occasional gaps in the trees, they could see more clearly the situation unfolding. Multiple fires burned throughout the settlement, particularly concentrated in the eastern sector. The main bridge was a twisted ruin, but the second span was alive with activity on the western end.
"Look,"
Ben shouted.
"the tower is still standing."
The Brady Sullivan Tower remained intact, rising above the smoke and chaos like a defiant sentinel. If the tower held, there was hope Manchester's defenders still maintained a foothold. Luke nodded, a spark of renewed determination in his eyes. "Let's move," he ordered, gunning his motorcycle's engine. The convoy surged forward with fresh urgency, each Manchester fighter energized by the sight of their home still standing defiant. 5 minutes later, as they approached the final bend that would bring them within sight of the bridge, Luke held up his fist, bringing the convoy to a halt. The fighters dismounted, weapons ready, movements now silent and purposeful. Luke gestured Rodriguez and Decker forward, the three men crouching behind a low wall that offered both cover and a view of the battlefield beyond. The situation became immediately clear. 2 bridges had once spanned the river. Now one was a twisted ruin of collapsed concrete and steel, completely impassable. The second span remained intact, but even from this distance, Luke could see the remnants of a formidable blockade that had been partially dismantled. "Smart," Luke murmured, admiration in his voice despite the dire circumstances. "They blew one up and blocked the other." As they watched, a formation of Chinese soldiers, perhaps 50 infantry in light gear, clambered over what remained of the barricade, moving with disciplined urgency. Behind them, engineers continued clearing debris, obviously working to create a path wide enough for vehicles.
"They've sent their infantry ahead," Decker observed. "Can't wait for the vehicles. They must be desperate to reinforce whatever men they have in the city."
Rodriguez nodded. "And there's their commander." He pointed to a tall figure gesturing sharply at the engineers, his bearing unmistakable even at this distance.
What they saw both chilled and galvanized them. Within minutes, the advance infantry had cleared the bridge span and were now assembling to launch an attack on the Manchester side. While their view was blocked by the tower and the other buildings that skirted the eastern side, it was clear a desperate battle was unfolding in the city.
"It won't be long before they clear that roadblock and mount a full-scale attack,"
Decker said. Luke nodded, his jaw set. "The good news is, they are focused entirely forward. They don't know we're here. We hit them from behind, on foot, silent and hard, and pushed them onto the bridge against the barricade, and cut them to pieces." Regan surveyed their assembled force. 60 fighters, well armed with captured Chinese weapons, determined and fresh for the fight. "We can do some serious damage," he agreed. "I'll get everyone dismounted." Luke turned to Ben, seeing in his friend's eyes the same mixture of fear and resolve that must have been visible in his own. Ben gave a tight nod, exhaling slowly.
"Let's make it count."
Luke turned his gaze up the line, where fighters were gathering and crouching in front of the vehicles. The air was thick with tension and the distant stutter of gunfire. Regan gave him the thumbs up when they were all assembled. He raised his voice just enough to carry. "Form up." The command rippled down the line. Fighters shifted into position, tightening ranks, checking gear, loading magazines as Regan and the other Marauder lieutenants moved them into a staggered assault formation. Luke's heart pounded. "On my mark," he said, locking eyes with Regan, Decker, then Ben. The words were echoed in fierce whispers down the line as fighters steadied their breathing and gripped their weapons. Luke raised his arm, fingers curled into a fist. He held it for one last heartbeat, then brought it down sharply. They moved as one down the hill, towards the unsuspecting enemy. 14. The last of Chang's force dropped his rifle, raising his hands in surrender as conquered fighters surrounded him. The thunderous exchange of gunfire that had dominated the morning gave way to an eerie quiet, broken only by the crackle of fires, the moans of the wounded, and the occasional shout of "Clear!" as buildings were secured. Diana lowered her empty pistol, her arms trembling with exhaustion. Around her, the defenders of Manchester emerged cautiously from behind barricades, their faces streaked with blood and soot, expressions dazed as they tried to process what had happened. The Concord Army, led by Brent, had arrived with devastating efficiency, catching Chang's troops in a perfect crossfire. Trapped between Manchester's desperate defenders and Brent's fresh fighters, the Chinese soldiers had fought tenaciously, but were ultimately overwhelmed. Of the original 80 that had breached Elm Street, a mere 13 now stood in a dejected huddle, disarmed and under guard.
"All sectors secure,"
Gareth reported, approaching Diana. Blood soaked his left sleeve from a graze wound, but his eyes burned with fierce triumph.
"Their commander is dead. The rest have surrendered."
Diana nodded wearily.
"Casualties?" "Still counting."
Gareth's expression sobered.
"Too many."
She surveyed the battlefield that had once been Elm Street, now a landscape of destruction. Burning vehicles, collapsed barricades, and bodies. Manchester would rebuild the structures, but the people lost could never be replaced. Through the smoke she saw Bowman, aided by Vincent, crossing to greet Brent and his people.
"Mom!"
Diana turned at the sound of Samuel's voice. Her son came over to her. His face was filthy, but he was mercifully unharmed. She embraced him, her composure finally cracking as she held him.
"Are you okay?"
she asked.
"Yes,"
Samuel replied, pulling back to look at her. His eyes held a new gravity that clutched at her heart.
"Kane? He's good. He took 2 men and headed back into the city to look for the surviving infiltrators. Can I go too?"
Diana brushed the dirt from his cheek, seeing him clearly for the first time. No longer a boy, but not quite a man.
irreversibly changed by the traumatic events of the last few months.
Yes, but see Gareth first. He'll give you one of the confiscated Chinese weapons and ammo, she said. He started to turn, then paused, a flicker of emotion crossing his face. Is Isaac okay? Is he... Diana squeezed his shoulder. Yes, Isaac's still alive. He's still in the tower. He'll pull through.
Samuel swallowed hard. He clearly hadn't fully processed the encounter with Julian and its disastrous outcome.
It was my fault, he whispered.
Diana took her son's face in her hands, forcing him to meet her eyes.
Listen to me, Samuel. It was Julian's choice to betray us. Julian's choice to use that knife, not yours. Isaac protected you because that's what he does, what he's always done for us.
Samuel nodded, but the shadows didn't leave his eyes. Diana knew the conversation wasn't over, merely postponed until they both had strength for it.
Go. Catch up with Kane, she said. Be careful.
She watched him go, then turned back to survey the battlefield. The captured soldiers were under guard, and the two sides that had stopped them were now mingling and sharing weary congratulations. Amid the controlled chaos, Diana spotted Becky kneeling beside a wounded fighter, helping to apply a pressure bandage. She didn't notice Diana approach, her focus entirely on the task at hand, her movements efficient despite her obvious exhaustion.
Becky,
Diana called softly. Becky raised her head and smiled wearily. She finished securing the bandage before standing, embracing Diana in a fierce hug.
You made it,
Diana said, her voice thick with gratitude.
Concord arrived just in time.
Barely, Becky said.
I was so afraid we'd be too late. When I got back and saw the fighting, I thought...
Her voice hitched.
Where are my girls?
Safe, Diana assured her. With the evacuation group beyond the western perimeter, Ava's with them. She hesitated, then added gently,
Isaac's in the infirmary. Jess says he'll pull through, but it was close.
Becky nodded, her eyes filling with tears. She quickly blinked away.
Any word from Luke?
Not yet, Diana said, and when her friend's shoulders slumped, she put an arm around her as Indigo appeared behind her.
Look, we've got enough hands here. Go find your girls and get some rest.
Indigo moved in and hugged Becky, too.
Diana is right. Go hug your girls and get some sleep. We'll see to caring for the injured. I'm so glad Isaac's going to be okay,
Becky said. Then, laughing through tears, she gestured at Indigo, her soot-covered face and messed hair, the holstered pistol on her hip.
Look at you, warrior woman.
If it had been Luke fighting for his life, I'd be curled up in a ball somewhere.
Oh, I don't think so,
said Indigo, putting her arms around both of their shoulders.
We're all warrior women. Now, I have to find Jess and get an update.
They separated, and Diana spotted Bowman sitting on a crate while a medic rebandaged his leg. Despite the pain he must have been feeling, he was engaged in animated conversation with Major Brent, who stood beside him with her arms crossed, her expression oscillating between exasperation and relief.
You stubborn son of a bitch,
Brent was saying as Diana approached.
You should be in the triage tent with the other wounded, not dragging yourself around the front line.
Good to see you too, Fang, Bowman replied with a ghost of a smile. He winced as the medic prodded a particularly tender spot. Brent shook her head, but the relieved smile tugging at her lips belied her stern tone.
When I got that message with that ridiculous nickname, I knew you weren't dead. Only you would be arrogant enough to come back from the grave just to be a pain in my ass.
Admit it, Bowman teased. You missed me, like a hole in the head. Brent retorted, but the warmth in her eyes was unmistakable. She turned as Diana approached. Your people fought like hell. Colonel Bowman's been updating me.
We had good leadership,
Diana replied, nodding toward Bowman. Plus, this one, even half dead, stepped up when we needed him.
The colonel always was too stubborn to know when he was beaten, Brent said.
Then her expression grew more serious.
We've counted at least 60 Chinese dead, 13 captured, and some runners. But there is still a significant force across the river, right?
Bowman opened his mouth to answer when a shout went up behind them.
They're coming across the bridge!
Samuel jogged through the rubble-strewn streets, the Chinese rifles slung across his back bouncing uncomfortably against his shoulder blade. Gareth had given him a quick lesson on handling the unfamiliar weapon before sending him off with 2 extra magazines. He caught sight of Kane's broad shoulders ahead, the teenager standing with 2 other fighters beside an overturned market stall. Even from a distance, Samuel could see the tension in Kane's posture. The 2 fighters with him were older men he recognized from their weapons training and self-defense drills. Tomas, a taciturn guy with a permanent scowl, and Pearson, a quiet man who'd applied but failed to become a messenger.
Kane,
Samuel called out, quickening his pace. Kane turned, his expression shifting from wariness to recognition.
Samuel, your mom let you come?
Yeah, Samuel replied, slightly breathless from the run.
Said I could help you track down the remaining spies.
Tomas snorted.
If there are any left. We've been finding them in pieces.
Samuel frowned.
What do you mean?
Kane gestured at the ground behind the overturned stall. Samuel stepped around it and stopped cold. Behind the stall, half hidden by a torn canvas awning, lay a figure that wore the same black tactical gear as the infiltrators he and Kane had fought earlier. There were multiple puncture wounds in and around the throat, and beside the corpse lay a pair of pruning shears, the steel blades mottled with dried blood. Samuel's stomach lurched.
Who did this? Our people,
Pearson answered.
Found another one 2 blocks back, in similar condition. Word spread about them setting fires, and people took matters into their own hands.
He spat on the ground.
No loss.
Kane knelt beside the body, his expression unreadable as he searched the tactical vest and pockets.
That's 4. The 2 we captured, and the 2 dead ones, he said, standing up.
The first one said they were a team of 4, so this is the last of them.
We should head back and report,
Tomas suggested.
Yep, Kane agreed. Let's head back to... Help! They're coming!
The cry came from their left. All 4 turned to see a girl no older than 10 sprinting toward them, her face streaked with dirt and tears, her brown hair coming loose from its braid.
Whoa, slow down,
Kane said, catching her by the shoulders as she nearly collided with him.
What's wrong?
The girl gulped for air, her eyes wide with terror.
Soldiers! More soldiers coming across the bridge!
Samuel and Kane exchanged alarmed glances.
We blew the bridge,
Tomas said. The girl shook her head vigorously.
No, the other one! They are climbing over the barricades and coming. There are lots of them, with guns, and they're almost across.
Kane knelt to the girl's level, his voice calm despite the urgency in his eyes.
Listen, I need you to run to Elm Street. Find Colonel Bowman, Indigo, or Diana, any of them. Tell them Chinese reinforcements are crossing the second bridge. Can you do that?
She nodded eagerly, clearly relieved to have a purpose.
Tell them Kane sent you, and that we've gone to delay them. Understand? It's very important. Chinese soldiers, second bridge. You're trying to stop them, she repeated dutifully.
Good girl, Kane said with an encouraging nod. Now, go quickly, but stick close to the buildings and away from open streets if you can. As the girl dashed off toward Elm Street, Kane turned to the others, his face set with grim determination. We're going to the bridge.
Just the 4 of us?
Pearson asked.
We'll be outnumbered.
Doesn't matter, Kane replied.
checking his weapon. "Every minute we can delay them gives our people time to regroup. We don't need to stop them, just slow them down." "Let's go." They sprinted toward the river. As they neared the bridge, they could hear the clatter of equipment and shouted commands in Mandarin, growing louder. Kane held up his fist, signaling them to halt behind an abandoned low-rise office building. Cautiously, he peered around the corner, then pulled back, indicating Samuel should look. The sight made Samuel's blood run cold. Around 20 Chinese soldiers had already crossed the bridge and were forming up in disciplined rows on the Manchester side, with more streaming across by the minute. 3/4 of the way across the span of the bridge, he could see more men picking away at the obstruction, and beyond them, a convoy of armored vehicles, including one with an ominous-looking machine gun turret, and more foot soldiers ready to join the battle. Kane turned to them, his voice low and urgent. "We'll set up inside this building." They hurried around to the front and slipped through the foyer, moving quickly down a corridor toward the back. The space opened into what looked like a break room for the workers who once filled the place. Kane didn't waste a second. "Tomas, left window. Pearson, take the far corner. Samuel, center with me. And stay low. We don't want to be seen." They moved into position, crouching beneath the dusty windowsills. Samuel's window was already cracked open, a faint breeze pushing through the gap. He eased his rifle onto the sill, careful to keep his head below the line of sight. His hands trembled. Kane knelt beside him and put a steadying hand on his shoulder, then readied his own rifle. "Deep breaths," he said quietly, "just like target practice with Luke. Squeeze, don't pull." He sighted down the barrel, the crosshairs settling on a soldier near the front of the group. At this range, 80 yards, maybe less, he couldn't miss, and that terrified him more than anything. Kane tracked a different target, his eyes steady behind the scope. "Ready," Kane whispered, finger tightening on the trigger. "On my mark. 3, 2, 1. Fire!" 4 shots cracked in near unison. Samuel's target, a soldier directing others near the bridge, spun and dropped. For a heartbeat, the Chinese soldiers froze in confusion, their formation breaking as they sought cover. "Again," Kane ordered. They fired a second volley, dropping 2 more soldiers. The Chinese returned fire, bullets whizzing through broken windows and pinging off concrete around them. Samuel ducked instinctively, his heart hammering against his ribs. "Keep firing!" Kane shouted over the din. "Make them think there are more of us!" Samuel rose again, fired, ducked. Rose, fired, ducked. The rhythm became automatic, mechanical, divorced from the reality that he was taking human lives. Another part of his mind registered that the Chinese advance had halted, soldiers diving for cover, officers shouting contradictory orders as they tried to assess the strength of the resistance. A triumphant whoop from Tomas suggested they were succeeding in creating confusion. "They're pulling back to the bridge," he called out. But the reprieve was short-lived. A voice barked commands in Mandarin, and the scattered soldiers began to regroup, some positioning themselves at the bridge entrance, and a second squad breaking off from the main group, moving swiftly and deliberately toward the narrow lane separating the building they were in from the next. "They're going to try to get around us by heading in via the lane," he called. "Tomas, Pearson, head to the opening onto Elm Street and hold them there." They were about to move when a new sound undercut the sporadic gunfire, the unmistakable mechanical whine of a heavy weapon swinging into position. Kane glanced through the window, catching sight of the armored vehicle's mounted gun pivoting toward them. "Get down!" Kane screamed. The world erupted in a storm of noise and dust as the wall to Samuel's right disintegrated, shredded by high-caliber rounds. Pieces of plaster, concrete, and glass blasted through the air, biting into his face and arms. "Move! Move!" Kane shouted. Choking on dust, Samuel turned to follow Kane. He saw Tomas crossing towards them as they headed for the front entrance when Pearson's scream cut through the chaos. The older man lay pinned beneath a collapsed section of wall, blood spreading across his chest. "Help me," Pearson gasped, reaching out with a trembling hand. Samuel skidded to a halt and turned, but another burst from the heavy gun ripped through the building, sending more debris crashing down onto Pearson, abruptly silencing his screams. Kane's powerful arms wrapped around Samuel's waist, hauling him backward. "He's gone!" Kane shouted in his ear. "We can't help him!" They burst out into the open, lungs burning, the air thick with smoke. From the direction of the lane came sharp shouts in Mandarin, growing louder with every step. "Behind the fountain," Kane said. "We make a stand here. We can't let them pass." 15. Commander Wei watched the distant engagement through high-powered binoculars, his face an impassive mask that betrayed none of the calculations racing through his mind. The morning sun glinted off the water below as he stood on a small rise overlooking the river, his command staff arrayed behind him at a respectful distance. The mounted ZPU-2 anti-aircraft gun had just finished its devastating barrage, reducing the defender's position to rubble. Even from this distance, he could see the cloud of dust and debris billowing outward from what had once been a sturdy structure. "Report," he demanded, lowering his binoculars. Lieutenant Zhao stepped forward, tablet in hand. "Sir, our advance infantry has secured a foothold on the opposite bank. The brief resistance they encountered was neutralized by our heavy fire. The engineers report the barricade is nearly cleared for vehicles to cross." Wei nodded once, sharp and decisive. "And Chang's force?" Zhao's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. "We've lost contact, sir. Last transmission indicated they were being pushed back toward the center of the city. We must assume they've been overrun." Wei's jaw clenched momentarily before he regained his composure. Distant gunfire erupted as the squad that had crossed the bridge encountered more resistance. "Commander!" The chief engineer approached, his uniform streaked with dirt and sweat. "The barricade is fully cleared. The vehicles can now cross." Wei lowered his binoculars again, scanning the full breadth of Manchester spread before him. Fires burned throughout the eastern sector, but the Brady Sullivan Tower still stood defiant against the morning sky, and the sounds of combat around it had died away with Chang's demise. It was time to commit fully. "Order all remaining forces across the bridge," Wei commanded, his voice carrying to the assembled officers without him having to raise it. "Every available fighter, all vehicles, all equipment. We take the city today." "But, sir," Zhao ventured carefully, "if Chang's position has fallen, perhaps we should consolidate and—" "We will not delay," Wei cut him off, his tone brooking no argument. "Manchester has been weakened. They committed everything to stopping Chang and have left their rear exposed. This is exactly the opportunity we need." He turned to face his command staff, his eyes flashing with cold determination. "The city falls today. Everything we have across that bridge, now." The officers dispersed immediately, relaying orders through radios and runners. Within minutes, the remaining forces mobilized, 150 infantry forming into attack columns, support personnel gathering equipment, the remaining armored vehicles rumbling to life. Wei watched as the lead vehicle began its journey across the bridge. Behind it stretched what remained of his small army, weapons gleaming in the sunlight, faces set with grim purpose. Wei got into his command vehicle and signaled his driver forward. As they joined the column crossing the bridge at the rear, he allowed himself a moment of reflection. Manchester had proven more resilient than expected. Their infiltration team had failed to create sufficient chaos, and somehow the defenders had managed to repel Chang's force. Yet none of it would matter. His forces would crush the remaining resistance, and by nightfall, the city would be his. From there, he would report his success to General Hao.
The vehicle jolted as it cleared the last of the barricade debris and rumbled across the bridge.
After we secure the Brady Sullivan Tower, he instructed Zhao, have their leaders brought to the central square. I want the city's survivors to witness the consequences of resistance.
Kane pressed his back against the crumbling base of the fountain, chest heaving as he counted the remaining ammunition in his rifle's magazine. 6 rounds. He glanced at Samuel, whose wide eyes betrayed the same calculation.
How many?
Samuel whispered, flinching as a bullet smacked into the granite fountain above him, shattering part of a carved eagle's wing and showering him with sharp flecks of stone.
6 in the mag. 1 spare with 12, Kane replied.
You? Samuel checked quickly.
4, and half a magazine left.
From 10 feet away, Tomas called out in a harsh whisper,
I've got maybe 15 rounds total.
He was crouched behind an overturned dumpster, blood trickling from a cut above his eye where debris had caught him during the retreat. Shouted Chinese commands echoed ominously from the lane nearby. Despite being momentarily pinned down, the enemy soldiers were clearly employing deliberate tactics, steadily forcing Samuel and his companions to expend their limited ammunition. It was only a matter of time before they were out. Kane did a quick mental calculation. 25 Chinese soldiers against 3 defenders with barely 40 rounds between them. Not good odds.
We need to move before we are out,
Kane said, eyeing a narrow passage between buildings about 30 yards away.
That cut-through leads to Maple Street. If we can reach it, we might be able to circle back toward Elm.
Samuel nodded.
I'll cover,
Tomas volunteered.
You 2 go first. 10-second bursts, leapfrog to the passage.
You sure? Kane asked, knowing full well what Tomas was offering. The man just nodded, a faint smile touching his dirt-streaked face.
Go.
Kane bumped fists with Tomas, then turned to Samuel.
When he starts firing, we run for that stack of pallets in front of it. Ready?
Samuel swallowed hard but nodded.
Now!
Tomas shouted, rising from cover and firing a controlled burst toward the Chinese positions. Kane and Samuel sprinted across the exposed ground and found safety behind the pallets just as return fire slammed into the weathered stone above a ducking Tomas, knocking loose chips and dust that rained down around him.
Your turn to give cover,
Kane told Samuel when the 2 enemy soldiers at the head of their unit finally pulled back to reload. Samuel steadied his rifle against the top pallet, took a deep breath, and squeezed the trigger, catching an unlucky invader who had just poked his head around the corner.
Now, Tomas, go!
Kane shouted. Tomas bolted from behind the fountain, zigzagging toward them as Samuel continued firing, forcing the Chinese to keep their heads down. Just as Tomas reached them, he grunted, stumbling forward as a round caught him in the calf. Kane grabbed his arm, half dragging him behind cover as Samuel continued firing.
I'm nearly out,
he reported. Their position offered momentary respite, the pallets spoiling the line of fire for the Chinese marksman. Kane passed Samuel his magazine as he propped Tomas against the wall and quickly examined the wound. The bullet had passed through cleanly, but blood pulsed from both entry and exit wounds.
How bad?
Tomas asked through gritted teeth.
You'll live,
Kane replied, tearing a strip of his shirt to create a makeshift tourniquet.
But running's going to be a problem.
Samuel was carefully picking his shots to preserve ammunition.
Some have moved into the street and taken cover,
he reported tensely. Kane finished tying off Tomas's wound and joined Samuel, peering carefully over the top of the pallets. The Chinese were advancing carefully into the street, while 2 soldiers set up what looked like a portable mortar at the corner of the laneway.
Shit,
Kane muttered.
If they get that mortar operational.
Tomas finished, hauling himself upright with a grimace of pain.
He pointed back to the cut-through Kane had gestured to earlier. Go, both of you. I'll hold them here. No way,
Samuel protested immediately.
We stick together.
A new sound cut through the sporadic gunfire. The unmistakable rumble of heavy vehicles crossing the bridge, tires crunching over concrete and debris. Through a gap between buildings, they caught a glimpse of the lead armored vehicle clearing the barricade, the remaining columns stretching behind it across the span. "That's the rest of their main force crossing," Kane said, his voice tight with dread. Kane's eyes locked on the two soldiers setting up the mortar. "Give me your rifle," he said suddenly to Tomas. "What?" Tomas looked up, startled. "You've got the most rounds left. I'm the best shot." Kane held out his hand. "If they get that mortar operational, we're dead anyway." Tomas hesitated only briefly before handing over his weapon. Kane checked the magazine. 15 rounds, as Tomas had said. He took a deep breath, steadying himself. "What are you doing?" Samuel asked. "Buying us time." Kane positioned himself at the edge of their cover, bracing the rifle against a fallen chunk of concrete. "When I start firing, move into the alley. They're going to hit back hard." Samuel nodded, gripping Tomas's arm to help him when the time came. Kane exhaled slowly, focusing on the mortar team. He squeezed the trigger once, then followed up immediately with another. The first soldier dropped, then the other soldiers spun from the impact of the second bullet and fell onto the partially assembled weapon. Shouts erupted as Kane shifted his aim, taking down a third soldier who was rushing to the mortar, then a fourth. For a few crucial seconds, confusion reigned among the enemy, and Kane used the opportunity to pick off 2 more soldiers who had exposed themselves while trying to organize a response. Then all hell broke loose. The Chinese, buoyed by the continuing flow of men from the lane, began laying down fire, dozens of weapons focusing on Kane's position. Bullets chewed through the pallets, sending splinters and shrapnel flying in all directions. Kane almost emptied the weapon before scrambling back to the mouth of the cut-through, joining Samuel and Tomas. "Come on!" They retreated deeper into the alley, Kane firing sporadically behind them to discourage pursuit. "Almost out," he warned. They reached a narrow bend in the alley that offered momentary shelter from the direct line of fire. Tomas slumped against the wall, his breathing labored from the exertion and pain. "Good work, Kane. That should slow them down a bit," he said with grim satisfaction. He twisted to peek cautiously around the bend. "A mortar would have—" The air split with a whip-crack sound. Tomas's head snapped violently to the side, the impact sending a mist of crimson into the air. For a moment his body hung there, then it lost all tension and slumped bonelessly to the floor of the alley. "No!" Kane cried, dropping to his knees and turning Tomas over. The bullet had killed him instantly, and his eyes stared sightlessly at the sliver of sky above them. Samuel yanked Kane backward just as another shot hit where he had been kneeling. They scrambled backward before regaining their feet deeper in the shadows. "Come on," Kane said, his voice tight with anger and grief. Gunfire continued to pepper the cut-through, forcing them to retreat further, and Kane fired his last few rounds blindly, knowing they were now effectively defenseless. "What now?" Samuel asked. "We try and keep ahead of them." The invaders would be advancing cautiously after suffering losses, but they wouldn't take long to work out that their prey was out of ammunition. They reached the end of the cut-through and readied to make a break for the next street when a new sound reached them. Not the measured advance of Chinese troops, but the sound of many feet pounding on the road, from the opposite direction. Kane and Samuel looked at each other as shouts echoed between the buildings. "Take cover! Engage! Fire!" Yells in Mandarin answered as gunfire erupted again. "That's our people," said Kane, turning on his heel and sprinting back towards the mouth of the cut-through. "Come on!" They paused at the bend in the passage where the lifeless body of Tomas still lay. A fully fledged firefight was taking place in the main street, all the attention of the invaders now on the new threat. He nodded to Samuel, and they crept forward, keeping low in the shadows. They emerged and scurried to the pallets they had hidden behind before. Ahead of them, the main street was a maelstrom of muzzle flashes and desperate shouts. Through the haze, shapes resolved into familiar figures. Manchester defenders and the Concord reinforcements, pressing the attack and forcing the invaders back towards the laneway leading to the bridge. Samuel spotted his mother. "Kane! Look, it's Mom!" His gaze was locked onto Diana as she moved with focused intensity alongside Indigo and a woman in uniform that he didn't recognize. Samuel waved to catch her attention. Diana spotted them, her face lighting with a mixture of relief and fierce determination. She broke from the formation, sprinting towards them and dropping to her knees beside them as their people continued the attack. "Samuel, Kane." She embraced her son briefly before pulling back to examine him for injuries. "Are you hurt?" "No, but Pearson and Tomas didn't make it." Diana's face twitched, and she nodded. "I'm sorry, Kane. We got your message. Good work." "They're retreating," someone called. They looked across as the woman they didn't recognize approached. "We have them on the run," she said. "Boys, this is Major Brent. She's Colonel Bowman's second in charge and saved our asses." "They're not on the run. The main force is coming across the bridge. We have to stop them," said Kane. The words were barely out of his mouth when the alarmed shouts of the fighters pursuing the retreating infantry broke out. Brent swore under her breath and ran towards the front. "Numbers?" she demanded. The limping Bowman, supported by Vincent, finally caught up too. Indigo, who had been studying the bridge from the cover of an old vehicle, turned to them. "They're through the barricade. There's too many," said Indigo, her voice forlorn. "And they have heavy weapons." "That's a ZPU-2 mounted on the lead vehicle," Bowman muttered. 14.5 millimeter rounds. It'll tear through us." Diana's expression grew concerned. "Can we slow them down?" "Not head on," Bowman grunted, confirming Indigo's assessment. "Not with what we have here." "We have to retreat," said Indigo. "Right," said Brent. "Take your people and move back to the tower. We'll—" "Wait," said Bowman, raising his rifle and peering through the scope as gunfire broke out on the bridge. "What is it?" asked Indigo. "Something's happening on the far side," Bowman said, his voice tight with tension. Diana grabbed the binoculars, her breath catching as she focused on the scene. "It's Luke!" she exclaimed. "And Ben! They're attacking from behind!" They watched in disbelief as chaos began unfolding at the column's tail. Chinese soldiers falling under fire, others scrambling for cover as Manchester and Ashland fighters closed in on the bridge's western approach. "They're caught on the bridge," Bowman said, immediately grasping the situation. He turned to Brent. "Change of plans. We push forward immediately. Hit them from this end while Luke's forces hammer them from behind." As the Concord and Manchester fighters formed up for a final offensive, Diana turned back to Samuel and Kane. "You two have done enough," she said firmly. "Get to the Brady Sullivan Tower. Jess has moved the triage into the lobby." Samuel started to protest, but Kane placed a hand on his shoulder. "She's right. We've done our part," he said quietly. "We need to find Tomas's wife and tell her what's happened." Weariness seemed to overcome Samuel, and he nodded, shoulders slumping slightly, as the adrenaline began to ebb. "Go," Diana said, kissing her son's forehead quickly. "I'll see you soon." As they turned toward the tower, Samuel glanced back one last time. The combined forces of Manchester and Concord were advancing with purpose, weapons ready, faces set with determination. The Chinese force that had seemed unstoppable was now caught in a trap of their own making, stuck on the narrow bridge, with nowhere to go. 16. Commander Wei stood crouched beside his vehicle at the center of the bridge, his world collapsing around him. The thunder of weapons fire surrounded him on both sides, his carefully organized column now a chaotic mess of men and vehicles trapped on the narrow span. Bullets ricocheted off metal with piercing whines. Shells exploded in blinding flashes, and the screams of the wounded rose above the cacophony. Through the haze of smoke, Wei watched,
stunned as his rear guard crumbled under the assault from a group attacking from the west. Simultaneously, the Manchester and Concord defenders pressed relentlessly from the east, catching his entire command in a lethal crossfire. "Commander!" Lieutenant Zhao shouted over the din, blood streaming from a graze on his cheek. "We must retreat! We're being slaughtered!" Wei stared at him with cold fury. "Retreat where, you fool?" A burst of automatic fire strafed the front of the vehicle, forcing Wei to duck. He pressed his back against the armored plating, mind racing through calculations that grew bleaker by the second. Through a gap in the smoke, he saw his infantry retreating under the onslaught of the defenders. Behind him, the men ordered to defend their rear fared no better, slowly being pushed back under an even fiercer blitz led by a red-haired maniac. Wei's jaw clenched as he surveyed the carnage. 150 elite soldiers had been reduced to scattered pockets of resistance in minutes. The bridge had become a killing zone, with nowhere to maneuver, nowhere to retreat. A massive explosion rocked the bridge as one of the transport trucks took a direct hit from something heavy, an RPG or improvised explosive. The vehicle cartwheeled into the air, flipping over the bridge's railing and plummeting toward the river below. The splash was lost amid the continuing gunfire. Wei's eyes narrowed as he calculated their dwindling options. Trapped, outmaneuvered, outnumbered. A plan took form in his head. "All officers to me!" he barked. The surviving officers converged on his position, ducking and weaving through the gauntlet of fire. "The situation is clear," Wei stated coldly. "We are engaged at both ends with no hope of reinforcement. We will split our remaining forces and launch a final assault on both ends of the bridge." He turned to Major Chen. "You will take half our men and push toward the eastern bank. Use the ZPU-2 to create maximum casualties among their forces. Your objective is not victory, but devastation." Chen's face remained impassive as he nodded, accepting what was effectively a suicide mission. Wei then addressed a captain whose name escaped him in the chaos. "You will lead the second group and blitz the attackers on the western bank. Make them pay. Go now." The officers saluted, and even though they both recognized they were being sacrificed, the absolute loyalty and obedience drummed into them by years in the People's Liberation Army meant that they would obey orders without question. Still, Wei waited until they had gone to spell out the remainder of his plan to Zhao. "Lieutenant Zhao," Wei continued, turning to his most trusted officer, "pick 2 of your best men, strong swimmers to assist you and I to evacuate the bridge to regroup on shore." Zhao's eyes widened before discipline reasserted itself. "Yes, Commander." Wei stayed down beside the vehicle, but monitored the doomed final offensive of his small army. The ZPU-2 roared to life as Chen's men began to lay down heavy fire, the anti-aircraft guns spraying devastating fire toward the eastern defenders. Wei watched with cold satisfaction as the defenders scattered, some falling under the hail of 14.5 millimeter rounds. On the western end, the second group charged forward with desperate ferocity, momentarily pushing back the Manchester and Ashland fighters, who had not expected such an intense counterattack from the faltering invaders. Zhao returned a minute later, soaked with sweat and grime, 2 soldiers in tow. Both were broad-shouldered and lean. They looked at Wei expectantly, eyes still tinged by fear at the impending defeat, but now also hoped that the commander might find them a way out of this predicament in one piece. Wei gave them a curt nod. "We are evacuating the bridge. You will jump in first and wait for me. Once I'm in the water, your priority is to assist me in reaching the western bank. Clear?" The soldiers snapped to attention with a synchronized, "Yes, Commander." Zhao's brow furrowed. He looked at Wei, then at the 2 men, then back again. He opened his mouth, hesitated, then shut it again. Wei hadn't mentioned assisting him, only himself. The omission was subtle, but also telling. He'd followed Wei through 3 provinces, through ambushes, starvation, and victories bought in blood. But now, in what might be their final moments, Wei's focus was singular, on his own survival. Zhao's jaw clenched as he suppressed his anger. Thankfully, he was a strong swimmer. Wei glanced toward the burning east end of the bridge, then to the collapsing line on the west. The time had come.
Now,
Wei ordered Zhao and the 2 soldiers.
over the side.
Without hesitation, the 2 soldiers vaulted over the bridge's railing, plunging toward the dark water below. Wei followed immediately, with Zhao a half-second behind. The impact knocked the wind from Zhao's lungs. Cold darkness swallowed him whole as the river surged around him. He forced himself to stay calm, orienting, kicking toward the surface. Seconds later, he broke through, gasping in air as the din of the battle returned. The other 2 soldiers surfaced nearby, treading water and scanning the river.
Commander,
one called. Zhao turned. There was no sign of Wei. He ducked under, peering into the dark. A flash of white caught his eye. A hand, motionless below the surface. He kicked down, reaching out. It was Wei, drifting limply, blood blooming around his head in slow, eerie spirals. Zhao grasped his commander's sleeve and pulled him upward with a grunt of effort. When they broke through the surface, Zhao knew instantly. It was too late. The side of Wei's skull was caved in, likely shattered on a girder or concrete strut during the fall. Zhao stared at Wei's face for a long moment, as different emotions battled inside him. The man who'd led them here, who demanded loyalty at all costs, who had planned to survive while his men died on the bridge, was himself dead.
sir?
One of the soldiers called again. Zhao let Wei's lifeless body slip from his grip, watching it sink slowly beneath the water.
He's gone,
he said, voice tight. The 2 men watched the body drift away and waited for new orders. Zhao turned toward the bank.
Stay close. We put distance between us and the bridge, then swim to shore and into the trees quickly. We move fast and quiet. If we're caught, we're finished.
They floated south with the current, away from the bridge. Zhao didn't look back. Not at the battle, not at the burning wreckage, not at the floating corpse of the man he had once admired. Wei's war was over. Part 4. The Ranch. 17. The midday sun cast harsh light over the ruins of the bridge, revealing the full extent of the morning's devastation. Of what had once been 2 functioning spans across the Merrimack River, one was now a half-submerged mess of blackened metal and rubble, the other littered with the carnage of a battle to the death. Bodies, smoking wrecks, and rubble were strewn across its entire length and breadth. The water below was also littered with floating debris and bodies. Luke surveyed the scene, his broad shoulders now slumped with exhaustion as he watched the injured on his side being attended to. The attack had been more successful than their wildest expectations, only losing 1 Ashland fighter, with 7 more fighters injured, 2 of those seriously. The battle had ended just minutes ago, and the adrenaline that had carried him through the fighting had ebbed away, leaving bone-deep weariness in its wake. His shirt was torn and spattered with blood, some of it his, most not. He should probably have felt triumphant, but he didn't. The Chinese had fought to the last man, even when they had given them a clear chance to surrender and live. It had been terrible to behold.
Luke!
The familiar voice made him turn. Alice was jogging toward him, looking as exhausted as Luke felt, but with a grim smile splitting her weathered face. The messenger clasped Luke's arm in a firm grip.
Damn good to see you, Alice said. We thought we were done for. Then you showed up like something out of the old stories.
Luke managed a tired smile. The timing was pure luck. His expression grew serious. Isaac. Is he? The question caught in his throat. Since killing Julian, he'd been tormented by not knowing if his oldest friend had survived the traitor's blade.
He's alive. Lost a lot of blood, but Jess patched him up good. He's tougher than he looks.
Luke closed his eyes briefly, the relief washing over him like a physical force. When he opened them again, the world seemed a fraction brighter, despite the destruction around them. What's the damage in the settlement? He said, looking at the smoke wending its way into the sky from multiple points.
They didn't make it to the tower, and most of the fires in the southern quarter are under control. We're lucky Colonel Bowman sent that message to his people. His Concord forces made all the difference. Diana was also fantastic, and Indigo. Hell, everybody. She trailed off, noticing the way Luke was staring at her, as if she'd slapped him. What? What is it?
You said Colonel Bowman sent a message. Are you saying he's alive? Alice's eyes widened. Then she let out a laugh.
Oh my God. I just realized you wouldn't even know. Yes, he survived and managed to make it back. We found him on the bridge.
Bowman.
Alive.
Luke's voice was barely above a whisper. Disbelief etched into every line of his face. Looking past her as familiar faces approached from the Manchester end, Vincent among them, and beside him, supported by a makeshift crutch, but moving with determination, came the man whose loss he'd mourned barely a week ago. Pushing down the joy he felt at this amazing news, he looked back into Alice's eyes. Becky? The girls?
They're safe. The girls evacuated with the other children before the attack. But Becky rode to Concord, with the order from Bowman. That's how they managed to arrive in time to save our collective butts. Your girl is a hero, too.
She jerked her head toward the center of town.
She's with Aaron and Elizabeth now.
Around them, Manchester and Ashland fighters, directed by Ben and Decker, worked methodically to move the dead to the shore, collecting weapons from fallen Chinese soldiers and checking for survivors. Ben was focused on coordinating a group moving a damaged Chinese vehicle when he glanced up. His heart leapt in his chest. Beyond Luke and Alice, Diana was approaching with the leadership group. Whatever instructions he'd been giving died on his lips. Without a word, he spun on his heels and sprinted across the debris-strewn ground toward her. Diana broke into a run as well, and they collided in a fierce embrace that nearly knocked them both off their feet. Ben buried his face in her neck, as if to confirm she was real and whole.
I thought...
His voice broke.
When we found Julian and he said an attack was imminent...
I know, Diana whispered, clutching him just as tightly. I know. They broke apart just enough for Ben to frame her face with his hands, searching for injuries. A cut above her eyebrow had crusted with blood, and her left arm was wrapped in a ragged bandage, but she was magnificently, wonderfully alive.
Blake? Samuel?
He asked.
They're both fine,
Diana assured him.
Blake is with the other children in the safe houses. Samuel is helping Kane with the prisoners. He fought well, Ben.
Good, he managed, before hugging her again. Luke patted Ben's shoulder affectionately and kissed Diana on the cheek before passing by to greet Indigo, who was ahead of the others. He engulfed her in a hug before pulling away and looking into her eyes. We heard about Isaac. Thank God he's okay. I want you to know Julian paid the ultimate price for his betrayal. I saw to it myself. Indigo's expression darkened at the mention of Julian.
Thank you, she said. He nearly undid us.
Isaac, how is he? She smiled.
15 minutes ago, Jess told me he's conscious and already giving orders from his sickbed. The knife missed his vital organs, and he lost a lot of blood, but he'll recover.
He's a tough bastard, said Luke, hugging her again. Don't I get a hug from the big lug? Called a grinning Bowman when Luke caught his eye over Indigo's shoulder. Luke crossed to him in 3 long strides, clasping Bowman's wrist in a warrior's grip and pulling him in to clap him on the back. Speaking of tough bastards, how the hell are you still with us? Bowman's mouth quirked slightly at one corner. Reports of my death were greatly exaggerated. Nearly got me. But your people put me back together again. Decker, the Marauder leader, joined them, nodding to Bowman.
Colonel, I didn't believe the news you were dead. Guess I was right. Sounds like Manchester owes you a debt of gratitude.
The credit belongs to Manchester's people, Bowman replied. I did bugger all. They fought like hell for their home. Rodriguez approached. His uniform was damp up to the waist. He nodded respectfully to Bowman before turning to Luke and Decker.
One of our fighters spotted 4 men jumping off the bridge just as the final battle started, 2 in officers' uniforms, he said. We found one of the officers floating in the water. His body has been retrieved and dumped with the rest. Looks like he hit something on the way down. The side of his skull was caved in. There was no sign of the other 3.
The body. Is it their commander? Luke asked.
From the uniform markings, I'd say yes,
Rodriguez confirmed grimly.
That's one piece of good news at least,
Diana said. One of the Ashland fighters who was clearing debris at the center of the bridge waved to get their attention. He had stopped a tall woman with a distinct military bearing and was gesturing to ask if it was okay to send her across. That's Major Brent, Bowman said, straightening despite his obvious pain. My second in command. Decker gave the thumbs up. Brent approached the group and gave a formal salute to Bowman before turning to assess the newcomers with a calculating eye.
Thanks for the backup,
she said, her gaze settling on Luke. Good to see Concord still remembers how to fight, he quipped. A flash of amusement crossed Brent's face.
We had some motivation. It's not every day that a dead leader sends a message with orders to join a battle to the death.
We should move to the Brady Sullivan Tower, Bowman suggested, grimacing as he shifted his weight.
Isaac needs to be part of this discussion, and I'd rather not have him dragged out here.
Agreed, Diana said.
We need to debrief everyone and assess our position.
Decker joined them after ordering his lieutenants to continue coordinating the cleanup. The group made their way back across the bridge to the settlement. Luke called out for Jack to join them, knowing as Albany's representative he needed to be across their discussions. As they walked through Manchester's battered streets, citizens were emerging from shelter and hiding places, some talking quietly with other survivors, while others simply joined in the cleanup efforts. A young boy darted from a doorway, running straight to Indigo.
They're saying we won. Did we? Did we beat them?
Indigo's expression softened as she leaned over, meeting his eyes.
We did. They're gone now. For good?
The boy asked, his small face serious beyond his years. Indigo glanced up, and Luke met her gaze. Something unspoken passed between them, an understanding, a decision.
Not yet,
she told the boy gently.
but soon.
As they continued toward the tower, Bowman moved closer to Luke, his voice pitched low. I studied Chinese military doctrine many years ago. General Hao won't stop with this defeat. He'll regroup and hit harder, unless we strike first. That's exactly what we'd been planning while you were dead, Luke said. Crazily enough, after the defeats we've handed them, we might be in a better position now than when we first decided we had to attack Catskill. They arrived at the tower to find the ground floor transformed into a field hospital. The wounded lay on dozens of scavenged mattresses, organized in rows in what had once been the lobby, with Jess and her team tending to the most serious. Near the rear wall, Luke spotted Gareth, the veteran messenger, lying back with his leg elevated. To his surprise and relief, the two people tending to him were none other than the brothers, Tyler and Mark. Give me a minute, Luke said over his shoulder, and went across to them. Tyler was carefully examining the gunshot wound, his movements displaying the same gentle confidence Luke had seen when he was treating the sick family back at Pinecrest.
Hold still,
Tyler told Gareth, his voice calm but authoritative.
The bullet fragmented when it hit bone. I need to make sure we've removed all the pieces before the swelling gets worse.
Gareth grimaced but nodded.
Do what you need to, kid. Can't hurt worse than it already does.
I patched up worse,
Tyler assured him with a small smile. He turned to his younger brother.
Mark, I need the antiseptic and fresh bandages.
Glad to see you're not giving these boys a hard time, Gareth, said Luke, reaching down and squeezing the man's shoulder. Boys, glad you made it.
Luke,
Mark exclaimed.
We got here today.
Tyler looked over his shoulder and smiled, but didn't pause his work as he spoke.
We got here early this morning, but had to wait under cover to see who won before we came down. We're happy your people did.
He gestured around at the injured.
Looks like we came at the right time.
The little girl? Luke asked, remembering how sick the youngest child had been. Tyler's shoulders stiffened.
Lily died,
Mark said, gravely. I'm sorry to hear that, said Luke, putting a hand on Tyler's shoulder. I know you tried your best. The boy nodded and continued with his task.
Glad you could make it,
Gareth said through gritted teeth. How bad is it? Gareth's expression darkened.
Knee is shattered. Jess says I'll be able to walk with a cane. But my days as a messenger are over.
The news hit Luke hard. It hadn't been made official yet, but Gareth had been all but anointed as the senior messenger when Luke stepped down. We'll figure something out, he promised. You're too young for the retirement home. Gareth laughed.
Go on,
he said, gesturing towards where the others were gathered.
They're waiting for you. We can talk later.
Luke nodded and said goodbyes before rejoining Indigo, Bowman, and the rest. They headed to the stairwell.
Dad!
They turned to see two figures entering the lobby, Samuel and Max. The older boy ran across and hugged Ben.
You made it,
said Samuel. Diana looked on smiling, forever grateful not only that Ben had adopted her son, but that they had formed a genuine father-son bond.
Of course I did,
Ben replied.
Heard you've been busy defending the city.
Samuel stepped back.
Yes. Kane and I hunted down infiltrators in the city. How did you know we were under attack?
Ben exchanged a glance with Luke before answering.
We caught a spy. He confessed everything when we confronted him.
A spy? Samuel's eyes widened with realization.
You mean Julian?
Yes, Ben said. Julian won't be troubling anyone ever again, growled Luke. Samuel nodded.
Good.
Max went to Luke.
"Does Dad know you're back?" he asked,
as Indigo put an arm around his shoulder.
"Not yet," Luke replied. "How is he?"
"Awake. The nurse says he's going to be okay."
Max's expression brightened briefly, before clouding again.
"But he keeps trying to get up, so she's been yelling at him."
Luke chuckled.
"Sounds about right."
3 minutes later, they entered the small room where a nurse was attending to Isaac. He lay propped against pillows, his torso heavily bandaged, his face pale, but eyes alert and burning with purpose. When he saw Luke, a weak smile spread across his face.
"I heard you brought friends,"
he said, his voice raspy, but stronger than Luke had expected.
"Seemed like you could use the help,"
Luke replied, moving to his friend's bedside and clasping his hand firmly.
"Julian?"
Isaac asked, his expression darkening.
"Dead,"
Luke confirmed flatly. Isaac nodded, but his satisfaction was tempered slightly by regret. Despite everything, he had once considered Julian a friend. As the others filed into the room, Diana and Ben, Indigo, Bowman supported by Vincent, Brent, Decker, and Jack Monahan, Isaac tried to push himself up straighter. The nurse made a sound of exasperation.
"If you tear those stitches, I'm not fixing them again," she warned. "I'll keep him under control," said Indigo,
bending to kiss Isaac. Once Bowman was settled in a chair, Vincent followed the nurse out and joined Samuel and Max in the waiting room.
"Sit rep?"
Isaac asked no one in particular. Diana went on to explain how the battle had unfolded, the desperate defense at Elm Street, Brent's timely arrival with the Concord forces, and finally, Luke's surprise attack on the bridge that had trapped the Chinese in a devastating crossfire. Once Isaac was brought up to speed on the casualties and damage to the city, his gaze sharpened with renewed focus.
"Our people were interrogating the prisoners held on Elm Street while we mopped up on the bridge," Brent said. "We think that there may not have been any communication with General Hao. The prisoner implied Wei was a stubborn bastard who refused to admit to his superior that it was going badly for them."
"So, Hao might think his Manchester invasion is going according to plan?"
Isaac asked.
"Exactly," Bowman confirmed. "And we know from the intelligence gathered at Castleton that Hal committed most of his forces to these 2 campaigns. Catskill is as vulnerable now as it has been at any time since they established the base."
"You're suggesting a counterattack,"
Decker said, his expression thoughtful rather than dismissive.
"I'm suggesting we finish this,"
Bowman replied.
"We've allied 3 settlements, and possibly a 4th with the Brotherhood. We may never have a better opportunity to end the threat permanently."
"Agreed," said Luke.
"Of course," said Isaac. "Agreed."
The room fell silent as everyone considered the implications. It was Diana who asked the question they were all thinking.
"When?"
Bowman's answer was immediate and uncompromising.
"We move at first light. He'll know something's wrong by the time we arrive. But unless he reaches out to his counterparts for help, and I doubt he will if this really is an unsanctioned project, we'll have the advantage."
"Our people are exhausted,"
Indigo pointed out.
"Many are wounded."
"We don't need everyone,"
Luke said, the plan already forming in his mind.
"Just enough to hit them hard and fast. The element of surprise will be worth more than numbers."
Isaac's eyes met Luke's across the room. They had known each other since they were 15, fought side by side through the collapse and everything that came after.
"I agree,"
Isaac said, his voice stronger now.
"We hit Catskill tomorrow. With the vehicles you captured from Castleton, those on the bridge that are salvageable, and the Concord ones, we could have a sizable force, freshly armed with Chinese hardware,
on their doorstep just after midday. If you can refuel my bike, I'll dispatch a rider to inform Albany they should mobilize too," said Jack. "All we need to do is settle on a rendezvous point, and I think I know just the place."
Outside, Manchester tended its wounds, counted its dead, and began to rebuild. But here, in this small room, the war's final phase was taking shape.
"There's a ranch about 3 miles out of Catskill, here," Jack explained, tracing a rough map on the table with his finger. "I stumbled across it when we were scouting their defenses a month ago. It's overgrown, but the structures are intact. Good defensive position, clear sight lines. It's nowhere near any of the main arterial roads leading to Catskill, but close enough to launch a coordinated attack." They agreed unanimously. It would be an excellent launchpad for the attack. "I'll work through the night," Brent said, already shifting to planning mode. "Select our fighters, inventory weapons, prepare the vehicles. I'll sleep on the road tomorrow." "No sign of the Brotherhood, or Jenna?" asked Isaac. "No," said Indigo. "Even if they've agreed to join us, I doubt they'd arrive before tomorrow."
One by one, they committed to their roles, the plan gaining substance and momentum with each passing minute. Watching them, Isaac felt fierce, despite his pain. This unlikely alliance of friends and former enemies was now united in common purpose. As the others filed out to begin preparations, a quiet calm settled over Isaac's room, a silence not of awkwardness, but of shared history and hard-won trust. Only the 6 remained, the core of Manchester's resistance, friends bound by blood, fire, and loss, who had stood shoulder to shoulder since the first days of the collapse. Luke sat on the edge of the bed, his posture relaxed, but his eyes watchful. Becky leaned against the wall nearby, and Ben and Diana occupied the room's only chairs, pooled close together, their fingers laced. Indigo sat at Isaac's side, careful not to jostle him, her presence a quiet reassurance in the flickering light. For a long moment no one spoke, perhaps not wanting to disturb the rare moment of stillness amidst the chaos that had defined their lives so recently.
"Hard to believe it might all be over tomorrow,"
Ben finally said, his voice barely above a whisper. Diana squeezed his hand.
"One way or another."
"It will be," Luke said with quiet conviction. "General Hao doesn't know what's coming his way." Isaac shifted slightly, wincing as the movement pulled at his stitches.
"I should travel with you." "That's a hard no," Indigo replied, gently placing her hand on his chest. "You've done your part. Time to let others carry the fight this time."
A soft laugh escaped Isaac's lips.
"That's rich, coming from you. If you weren't needed here, you'd be leading the charge."
Indigo didn't deny it, the ghost of a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Becky pushed away from the wall and moved closer to Luke, her fingers finding the nape of his neck in a gesture that was both casual and intimate.
"What will we do? When it's all over, I mean."
The question hung in the air, so simple, yet none of them had dared to voice it before. What would life look like without the constant threat of General Hao and war hanging over their heads?
"Rebuild and repair the city?" Ben asked. "Then maybe finish that irrigation system we started 3 summers ago."
There were murmurs of agreement. "On a more personal note," said Luke, "I'd like to go on that picnic I keep promising the girls."
"You'll have to remember how to sit still first,"
Isaac said dryly. They all laughed, the sound strangely foreign in the small room that had just a few minutes before been filled with the grim business of war planning.
"Whatever comes after, we'll face it together. That's how we've survived this long," said Isaac,
before laughing and shaking his head at Luke.
To think, when I first met you in front of Mr. Harrelson's office, that we'd end up here.
Fighting a war?
Not just that. Surviving the attack, having families, building Manchester, bringing all those people under our protection. That's why we're fighting.
We'll win, Luke said simply.
We have to.
The room fell quiet again. Outside, they could hear the sounds of preparation, voices calling orders, equipment being moved, weapons checked and loaded. Becky straightened and went to Luke.
The girls are waiting. They want to see you and spend some time before you leave tomorrow.
Luke nodded, rising to his feet. Yes, we should go.
Us too,
Diana said, standing alongside Ben. They said brief goodbyes, then filed out, leaving Isaac and Indigo alone. Through the window, the afternoon sun cast long shadows across Manchester, a settlement battered but unbroken, preparing for what they all hoped would be their final battle.
18. The pale light of dawn crept across the western shore of the Merrimack as the convoy assembled. 15 vehicles, including 3 overcrowded troop transports, were lined up on the bridge's western approach. Third in line was the assault vehicle they'd captured from Way's forces. Rodriguez's mechanics had worked through the night to repair the mount of the anti-aircraft gun that had come close to shredding Manchester's eastern defenses before it was disabled. The combined force of nearly 147 fighters made final preparations, checking weapons, securing supplies, and saying hurried goodbyes. Luke supervised with the assistance of Decker and Brent.
You've got enough firepower to start a small war,
a familiar voice observed from behind him. He turned to find Isaac in a wheelchair several yards away, his torso still heavily bandaged beneath a loose shirt. Indigo stood with the chair handles in hand, her expression a mixture of concern and exasperation. "You should be in bed," Luke said, though he couldn't help but smile at his friend's stubborn determination.
"That's what I told him," Indigo sighed. "He's only in the wheelchair because Jess threatened to sedate him if he didn't stay off his feet." "I needed to see you off,"
Isaac replied simply, his face pale but his eyes clear and focused.
"This is our swan song."
Luke nodded. "Don't worry. No matter what, this ends today." He gestured toward the vehicles where Bowman was reviewing a map with Brent and Rodriguez. "Between us, Concord, Ashland, and Albany's second force meeting us there. We've got the numbers." Isaac nodded.
"Just make sure Bowman doesn't try anything heroic. The man still thinks he's indestructible."
"Look who's talking," Indigo muttered. A small smile passed between the 3 old friends. "You focus on getting Manchester back on its feet," Luke told them both. "We'll handle Hao." Diana approached, with Ben, both looking exhausted but determined.
"The defense teams are organized," she reported. "We've got crews ready to start rebuilding the market district and repair crews to clear the rest of the debris on the bridge."
The 4 of them were staying in Manchester, Isaac and Indigo to lead the recovery efforts, Diana and Ben to oversee security and rebuilding. Manchester needed its leaders now more than ever to heal both its physical wounds and the psychological trauma of the attack. From across the staging area, Bowman called out to Luke, 5 minutes. Luke nodded in acknowledgement, then turned back to his friends. "This is it. Take care of our home."
"Be safe,"
Isaac countered, gripping Luke's arm with strength despite his weakened state. The sound of running footsteps and squeals made them all turn. It was Becky and the girls coming to say their goodbyes.
Aaron and Elizabeth broke away from Becky, closing the gap and launching themselves at Luke, who knelt to catch them in a tight embrace.
You only just got back,
Elizabeth protested, her small face fierce with indignation.
It's not fair.
I know, sweetheart, Luke said softly, holding them both close. One of these days, when I can take a few days off the job, I promise we'll have that picnic by the lake I've been promising you.
Mom says you're going to win the war,
Aaron said solemnly.
like in the stories.
Luke glanced up at Becky, who stood watching them with tired eyes and a brave smile. Your mom's usually right about these things. Becky stepped forward, wrapping her arms around his neck.
Come back to us,
she whispered against his ear. I always do, he said with a smile.
All aboard,
called Jack Monahan, who was about to climb in the passenger seat of the lead vehicle. His arm was properly bandaged now, and Jess had given him something for the pain, but he had flatly refused to stay behind. He was adamant that he was going to be there when they met Albany's forces at the rendezvous. Luke gave Becky and the girls a final wave and jogged to the truck, where Jack waved him in. Bowman had already settled into the back seat, his leg propped up, with familiar determination in his eyes. Despite the fact he hadn't yet recovered, he'd insisted on accompanying the assault force, successfully arguing that his knowledge of tactics was essential to their success. Luke looked back one last time at the group assembled to see them off: Isaac and Indigo, Diana and Ben, Becky and the girls, and dozens of Manchester's residents who had gathered to watch their defenders depart. Among them, he spotted Samuel and Max standing alongside Kane and Vincent. Let's finish this, he said quietly. Decker nodded, starting the engine. The sound was immediately echoed by the other vehicles in the convoy roaring to life. The vehicles lurched into motion, rolling out and leaving Manchester behind. The abandoned horse ranch sprawled across several acres of overgrown pasture, its once pristine white fences now weathered to a ghostly gray. Massive stables and training rings stood silent, nature slowly reclaiming what humans had built. It made for an ideal staging ground, 3 miles from Catskill's perimeter, but concealed by dense tree lines and rolling hills. Haley Lynn was in the former office building that now served as their temporary command center, her finger tracing routes on a hastily sketched map spread across a dusty desk. Around her gathered her senior officers: Dixon, a kind young man who had first welcomed her and the other Texan survivors into the community; Reyes, her chief scout; and Chidi Okafor, the council member who had ridden out with Jack's forces and returned late the afternoon before, with Jack's message and the call to battle. Unsurprisingly, Chad Harmon had vehemently opposed the idea of attacking Catskill, even with their victory at Castleton and news of the victory in Manchester. This time, though, he was the only dissenter on the council, and had stormed out of the building in a rage when they had voted unanimously to join the battle.
Let him go,
Haley had ordered.
We don't have time for histrionics.
Not long after, though, she pulled Counselor Montgomery aside and whispered,
Keep an eye on Harmon. If he sows dissent while we are gone, I will deal with it when we get back.
Already on standby, they had mobilized immediately and left just before sunset, traveling mostly under cover of darkness to the rendezvous point, arriving at the ranch just before dawn. The fighters traveling from Manchester were expected to arrive within 4 hours.
They've pulled back to within the city walls,
Haley explained, circling the small city on her map. Reyes leaned in, studying the formations.
Strength estimate? 150, maybe 175?
Haley replied.
Significantly less than what we would have faced if we'd struck earlier. Hao has to know that his plan for Manchester has gone wrong by now, so I expect they'll be holed up and expecting a counterstrike. This is where we need to be most careful,
she continued.
A cornered animal is much more dangerous than a confident one. As far as we know, they have no air power after losing the 2 choppers. So, barring surprises, with our superior strength, it should be a straightforward battle.
The setup seemed almost too good to be true.
Could he be setting a trap?
Reyes asked, his weathered face skeptical.
Drawing us in? I considered that,
Haley acknowledged.
but the last satellite images suggest not. So when Manchester and the others arrive,
Reyes said slowly, needing extra confirmation,
we'll actually have them outnumbered. Significantly,
Haley confirmed.
and possibly the element of surprise. While he will expect a counterattack at some point, I don't think he expects it this soon.
She straightened from the map, a slight wince betraying the ache in her back after 12 grueling hours of marching the night before. The forced march had taken its toll on everyone, but the promise of striking a final blow against the Chinese had lit a fire in Albany's fighters. Driven by purpose, they'd covered the distance in just under 10 hours.
I need some fresh air,
She said.
Give the orders for the troops to get some shut-eye. They have 2 hours. Then we will begin final preparations. I suggest you 3 get some rest, too.
Dixon nodded and stretched his arms above his head.
A couple hours rest sounds good. I am beat.
You're not the only one, Counselor Okafor said with a weary smile. But we'll be ready when Manchester arrives. The 4 of them stepped outside into the crisp morning air. The abandoned ranch was quiet, with most of Albany's fighters now having found places to rest in the stables and outbuildings. Haley took a deep breath, surveying their temporary base with satisfaction. It had been a while coming, but they were finally bringing the fight to General Hao.
Should be a clear day for the attack,
Reyes observed. Haley was about to respond when she noticed a faint, high-pitched sound above them. She tilted her head, trying to identify it.
Do you hear that?
She asked. The others paused, listening. The sound was barely perceptible, a distant whir.
I don't hear,
Dixon began. Counselor Okafor's expression suddenly changed, his eyes widening with recognition. Drone, he shouted. Before Haley could react, Okafor lunged forward, shoving her to the ground and leaping into the air, hands outstretched as if reaching for something. The explosion was deafening, a blinding flash of light, then a concussive wave that slammed into Haley. She struggled to a sitting position, and through the ringing in her ears, heard screams and shouting. Her vision slowly sharpened. Dixon lay nearby, motionless, his chest torn open by shrapnel. Heart pounding, she turned her head with effort and found what remained of Counselor Okafor. He had taken the full force of the blast. Shredded limbs and torn metal lay scattered in a grisly arc. The drone's twisted wreckage interspersed with the mangled remains of the man who had sacrificed himself to save her.
We're under attack, someone was shouting. Take cover.
More whirring sounds filled the air. Not one drone, but many. The Chinese had known they were coming. How? Her last conscious thought was of Jack and Luke, still hours away and heading directly into a trap. Then darkness claimed her. 19. The control room was silent except for the soft hum of equipment, as all eyes focused on the main monitor. The drone camera feed showed a bird's-eye view of the abandoned horse ranch, tiny figures moving below like ants, unaware of death descending from above. General Hao and the tall figure beside him leaned forward, watching intently as the operator began the lead drone's descent. The camera tilted downward, its targeting system locking onto a cluster of 4 figures that had just emerged from a building. "Yes, that's them," said the tall man beside Hao.
Target quiet,
the operator announced quietly.
Permission to proceed?
Proceed, General Hao said. The fuzzy first-person feed from the suicide drone, one of 6 he'd purchased on the black market and had smuggled in from the occupied zones, plummeted toward its target. The figures grew larger with alarming speed as the drone dived. Details materialized with each passing nanosecond. 4 people, now clearly 3 men and a woman, in conversation. The screen showed first the woman, then the tall black man in front of her, look up.
Haley Lynn, Okafor,
said the figure beside him quietly. Hal watched as the woman's expression morphed from confusion to horror in a split second. He rose to his tiptoes in anticipation. And then the unthinkable. This man, this Okafor, sprinted forward and launched himself into the air, leaping past the woman, arms outstretched, into the drone's path. His face, etched with wrath and purpose, was the last image captured before the feed burst into static and white noise.
Direct hit,
announced the drone operator, switching to a second feed from another drone over the site, which showed the aftermath. 3 bodies sprawled on the ground, and a smoking crater at the point of impact. The treacherous Chad Harmon, almost forgetting he was in the lion's den, cursed and yelled,
"Did you get her?"
General Hao turned his intense gaze upon the informant that had unexpectedly come crawling through their gates the night before.
"Contain yourself, Counselor. She will not escape, even if she survived that blast."
Harmon mumbled an apology and stepped back. The alternating high-altitude surveillance drone feeds showed more chaos and carnage as they monitored the kamikaze drones wreaking havoc on the fighters below. 7 minutes later, the young technician at the control station reported,
"All 6 drones expended, sir. At least 24 enemy dead, and their leadership compromised." "Send in the troops,"
said Hao.
"No prisoners."
4 troop carriers, each carrying 20 soldiers, had been dispatched an hour and a half before, and when the order was given, the soldiers spilled out of them, converging on the ranch from the surrounding waiting positions. Harmon leaned forward, watching as the footage zeroed in on the courtyard. The Albany counselor's normally immaculate appearance had suffered during his hasty night journey to Catskill.
"There!"
he yelled, pointing to a tiny figure being assisted to the relative safety of the stables by 2 others.
"That's Haley Lynn. She survived."
Hal's face remained impassive.
"My people are closing in. She will be mopped up and executed with the rest of them."
He turned to face Harmon fully.
"Well done, Counselor. The intelligence you provided was invaluable."
Harmon straightened, adjusting his jacket in a futile attempt to restore his dignity.
"I told you the council wouldn't listen to reason. When they voted to join this ill-conceived attack despite my objections, I knew I had no choice but to reach out to you." "For the greater good?"
There was a hint of mockery in Hal's question. Either Harmon didn't hear it, or he chose to ignore it.
"Yes, General," he said. "Albany cannot stand against your forces, and I've always been of the opinion that it's better to negotiate favorable terms than waste lives on a futile war."
Hal studied the man with clinical detachment. Traitors were useful tools, but rarely worthy of respect. Still, Harmon had delivered exceptional value, not only warning of the impending attack, but providing the rendezvous point and the estimated arrival time of the Manchester forces.
"And our arrangement stands?"
Harmon asked, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice.
"Once this is over, I'll be installed as Albany's administrator?"
"Of course," Hal replied smoothly.
"The People's Liberation Army honors its commitments to those who demonstrate loyalty."
The lie came easily. After they had sprung their trap and destroyed the remaining resistance, this filthy Lao Mei would become as disposable as any other tool that had served its purpose.
Hao listened as his officers directed the assault teams through their earpieces.
Alpha team, approach from the eastern perimeter. Beta and Gamma, circle wide and close from the north and south.
Hao watched the operation unfold with cold satisfaction. On the monitors, the Albany survivors were still disorganized, tending to their wounded and trying to establish a defensive perimeter. They had no idea that the drone attack was merely his opening gambit.
How long until the Manchester convoy reaches the rendezvous point?
Hao asked. The communications officer consulted his instruments.
Approximately 2 hours and 40 minutes, General. Our last surveillance report shows them maintaining steady progress along Route 23. Perfect,
Hao said.
Plenty of time to eliminate the Albany forces and prepare our welcome.
Harmon shifted uncomfortably.
What about the bodies? If Manchester arrives and finds, they will find nothing,
Hao interrupted.
Once the area is secured, my people will remove all evidence of the battle. The ranch will appear empty, abandoned, as if the Albany forces never arrived. Then my teams, concealed in the surrounding buildings and tree line, will cut off the escape routes and destroy them.
On the monitors, Hao's troops had closed within 100 yards of the stables and outbuildings. The commander of the attack force, Captain Shao's voice, crackled over the speakers.
All units in position, awaiting final authorization.
Hao's eyes narrowed as he watched the screens.
Execute.
The order was relayed. The attack was swift and merciless. Chinese soldiers emerged from the tree line, weapons raised. The first volley caught the Albany fighters completely by surprise, cutting down a dozen before they could even reach for their weapons. Those who managed to return fire found themselves outflanked and outgunned. Harmon watched, transfixed, as his former allies fell. There was a certain horrific beauty to it, the clean efficiency of superior tactics and firepower. Some small part of him registered disgust at the slaughter, but he quickly suppressed it. This was the price of survival in the new order. When the fighting was all but done in the open, the Chinese forces closed on the stables and the last pocket of resistance. Captain Shao's voice again crackled over the comm system.
Heavy resistance from the stable building. We believe the leader, Haley Lin, is still in command. Finish it,
Hao ordered without hesitation. Harmon again leaned forward as the surveillance drone showed Shao's team converging on the stable. Gunfire rained from the windows and open door, a desperate last stand. 2 soldiers fell, but the others pressed forward relentlessly, hurling grenades through the windows and doors. The stable erupted in flame and smoke. After a short delay, 3 soldiers entered. They emerged a minute later.
All resistance neutralized, reported Captain Shao. No survivors. Securing perimeter and beginning cleanup.
She's dead? Harmon asked. We need to be sure.
You heard him. No survivors.
General Hao snapped. Then to Shao.
Begin cleanup of the site. I want all bodies and evidence of battle removed before the Manchester convoy arrives. The ranch should appear abandoned, as if Albany's forces never reached the rendezvous point.
Under ambush positions, crackled Captain Shao's voice.
Snipers in the northern tree line,
Hao replied.
2 teams in the long grass, and 2 in the western buildings. When the convoy enters the ranch's central courtyard, they'll be completely exposed.
Harmon cleared his throat. What about me, General? Should I head back to Albany and explain the situation?
No, Counselor.
Hao cut him off.
You will remain here, where I can ensure your continued loyalty.
Something in Hao's tone sent a chill down Harmon's spine. For the first time, doubt crept into his mind about the wisdom of his actions. On the screen, Chinese soldiers methodically cleared the horse ranch of bodies, dragging them into buildings. Others covered bloodstains with sand. removed shell casings and the broken remains of the kill drones, essentially erasing all evidence of the massacre. Others moved through the grounds, setting up carefully concealed firing positions and communications equipment.
Have the snipers target their leaders in the first truck, Hao instructed. I want them eliminated quickly and efficiently.
And after the Manchester forces are destroyed? Captain Shao asked. Hao's lips curved into a thin smile.
With their leadership eliminated and their forces broken, the territories will have no choice but to accept our authority. Concord, Manchester, Albany, all will fall in line.
The preparations continued with ruthless efficiency. By the time the sun had risen fully, the horse ranch had been transformed from a battlefield into a clean, quiet, seemingly abandoned property, the perfect trap. Chinese soldiers lay concealed in buildings, behind fences, and among the trees, weapons trained on the central courtyard where the Manchester convoy would eventually gather. Hao turned away from the monitors, satisfied with what he saw. Things hadn't gone according to plan. The cost of the failures of the Castleton outpost and the accursed way had lost him time and a lot of money, but he had managed to salvage the best of a bad situation.
Now,
he said quietly,
we wait.
20. Hao had slipped away to eat breakfast in his quarters, and was now back standing motionless, hands clasped behind his back as he watched the surveillance feeds with predatory focus. The screen showed multiple angles of the abandoned horse ranch, now eerily quiet.
Movement on the eastern approach,
announced the surveillance operator.
Convoy spotted, approximately 2 kilometers out.
Hao nodded, satisfaction evident in the slight curve of his lips. Behind him, Harmon fidgeted nervously, repeatedly adjusting his collar as if it had suddenly grown too tight.
Remember,
Hao said,
no one fires until my direct order. I want the entire convoy inside the perimeter.
Captain Shao relayed the command through his headset. The responses were immediate from all units. On the main screen, the feed from the high-altitude surveillance drone showed the first vehicle rounding a bend on the final approach to the main gate of the ranch. The convoy approached the open gate of the horse ranch slowly. Behind the lead vehicles stretched a line of 13 more. Hao saw that some bore their own markings, trucks captured from Castleton and Way, including one with a gun turret. The rest of the convoy was a junkyard parade of pre-collapsed trucks, vans, and cars. He did a quick calculation in his head. The 3 open troop carriers were overloaded, possibly holding 30 to 40 fighters each. That meant upwards of 140 fighters.
They're slowing,
observed the surveillance operator needlessly, as Hao was watching exactly the same feed. On screen, the truck halted and the drivers stepped out, scanning the area.
Send the signal,
Hao ordered. At ground level, a Chinese soldier, carefully disguised as an Albany fighter, emerged from one of the stables waving the convoy forward with urgent gestures. They watched the driver turn back to the truck and get in. Moments later, the convoy began moving again, passing through the gate into the central courtyard.
Perfect,
Hao whispered. Harmon's breath quickened as he watched the vehicles enter the kill zone, one by one.
Now,
he urged. Hao ignored him, his attention fixed on the screens as the last 2 vehicles approached the gate. His finger was hovering over the communications button when the lead vehicle suddenly braked, causing a cascade of braking along the line. The last 2 vehicles were left outside the gate. Hao's finger pressed down.
Execute.
The command center fell silent, all eyes locked on the surveillance feeds. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, with devastating synchronization, concealed snipers opened fire.
The windshield of the lead truck shattered in a spider web of cracks as high-caliber rounds tore through it. The sudden braking of the lead vehicle jolted the convoy, throwing bodies forward as drivers slammed on their brakes to avoid collision. Luke gripped the metal rail of the troop carrier, scanning ahead to determine the cause of the abrupt halt. Around him, fighters from Manchester, Ashland, and Concord rose to their feet, standing shoulder to shoulder, weapons clutched tight as tension thickened the air. "What's happening?" Jack asked beside him. Before Luke could respond, the windshield of the lead truck shattered inward, followed a heartbeat later by the sharp, echoing cracks of sniper fire. It was followed immediately by a barrage of automatic gunfire from the buildings to their right. "Ambush!" Luke shouted, ducking as bullets zipped overhead. "Everyone out! Take cover behind the vehicles! Reagan, help Bowman out of the truck!" Fighters vaulted from the carrier, scrambling for protection behind vehicles as the gunfire intensified. "Spread out," Luke ordered, assessing the situation rapidly. "Use the vehicles as cover. Return fire." Jack pressed himself against a wheel. "They knew we were coming," he hissed. "No time," Luke snapped, checking his rifle. "We need to break their momentum." Ahead, Alvarez, bloodied but alive, staggered away from the wreckage of the lead vehicle and threw himself behind the wheel well of the second. Luke rushed to his side. "The others?" he asked, breathless. Alvarez shook his head, blood trailing down his face from several sharp cuts. "Gone," he rasped. "I barely had time to shout a warning." Luke's thoughts spun. Just hours ago, he'd cursed their bad luck when a broken axle had forced him and the other leaders into the third troop carrier. Now, it was clear that the random stroke of misfortune had just saved their lives. Nearby, Brent shouted orders, organizing Concord fighters into defensive positions. Luke's gaze settled on the truck with the turret-mounted ZPU-2. Spotting Reagan safely positioning Bowman, Luke pointed urgently at the heavy weapon. The Ashland lieutenant nodded without a second's hesitation. "Cover me," he shouted, and sprinted towards it. Luke and 3 others opened fire at the tree line, hopefully forcing the Chinese snipers to duck momentarily. It was just enough. Reagan reached the truck, hurling himself into the gunner's position with remarkable agility. The heavy machine gun swiveled as he took control, and a moment later, the distinctive whoomp, whoomp, whoomp of the weapon drowned out all other sounds as he shredded the sniper's nest into oblivion. When it was clear that there could not be anyone or anything left alive in the brush, Reagan began to spin the turret towards the buildings. For 30 blistering seconds, he rained fire on the enemy-held structures, the heavy machine gun roaring as dust and debris erupted from shattered walls. Enemy fire faltered under the onslaught, but it hadn't died. From a shattered window, a renewed burst of automatic fire spat back. One round punched through the gunner's shield, striking Reagan. He grunted, a sharp exhalation of breath, and crumpled, the heavy machine gun ceasing its barrage as abruptly as it had begun. For a moment, it seemed like the battlefield held its breath. Then someone yelled, "Reagan's down!" and the enemy fire surged back with renewed fury. Luke cursed, ducking lower behind the truck's chassis as bullets ricocheted off metal and kicked up dirt around them. With the snipers eliminated from the tree line ahead and no sign of enemy behind them in the east, they had a clear path to the overgrown scrub in that direction. "We need to fall back to those trees behind us," Bowman called to Luke, echoing his own thoughts. "They've got us pinned here but not contained." Luke nodded. "Jack, get word down the line to Brent. Have her forces ready to fall back to the tree line behind us. They'll provide cover for the rest of us." Jack nodded and, staying low, moved swiftly down the line. Luke passed the message amongst the rest of the fighters, then made his way back to Bowman. The older man looked at him and shook his head. "What?" asked Luke. "We're too late. They're pushing out from the buildings, and there are more in the field bordering the courtyard. We'll be cut to pieces if we break from this cover." As if to drive the point home, an Ashland fighter just a few feet from Luke dropped with a clean shot to the forehead. Luke risked a glance. Enemy soldiers were emerging from the buildings, using riot shields as mobile cover, advancing steadily toward the stranded convoy. Their gunfire grew more precise with every step. To the northeast, figures moved through the tall grass of the overgrown field, dozens of them, maybe more, pressing in from all sides.
"Shit," Luke said. "What'll we do?" "Take as many of them with us as we can," Bowman said, his expression grim.
"Bullshit, Colonel," Brent snapped, skidding to a halt beside them. "I'm getting on that gun. When I pin them down, you bastards hit them with everything you've got."
She turned to go, but Bowman caught her wrist. "No, you're not." Before he could finish, a deep, resonant horn cut through the chaos, a sound ancient and jarring, completely out of place on a modern battlefield. The fighting faltered. Gunfire stuttered and fell away as combatants on both sides paused in uncertainty. Luke spun toward the northeastern tree line. The wave of enemy troops advancing through the tall grass had halted, glancing around in confusion. Then another horn, lower, longer, rolled across the field, followed by a third, more distant, weaving into a grim harmony that sent a chill through the air.
"What the hell is that?"
Brent whispered, awe and disbelief threading her voice. From the tree line bordering the field, figures on horseback burst from the foliage like a vision of the past. Hooves thundered across the clearing, tearing up sod as riders surged forward. At their head rode a lone figure in brilliant white, a golden cross emblazoned across his flowing tabard, his raised longsword catching the morning light.
"What the?" Bowman grated.
"The Brotherhood," whispered Luke. As they watched, the horsemen fanned out and began mowing down the stunned soldiers under heavy hooves and swinging blades.
"Brent, go!"
yelled Luke.
"The turret!"
This time Bowman didn't protest, simply began firing at the soldiers advancing from the buildings from his covered position. Others took his lead. The beleaguered Chinese soldiers in the northwestern field began to fight back, turning and firing at the avenging cavalry. Some of the Brotherhood fell, but surprise and sheer weight of numbers tipped the battle in their favor. Luke provided cover for Brent. She clambered to the turret and gently pulled Reagan's body away before taking the firing position. The ZPU-2 roared to life again and began punching through the riot shields and bodies of the advancing attackers. Luke tensed, ready to give the order for an all-out offensive, when the ZPU-2 suddenly choked, coughed, and fell silent. Brent swore, yanking back the bolt and checking the feed tray.
"Empty!"
she shouted down. Luke opened his mouth to shout new orders when another horn sounded a long, mournful note that seemed to hang in the air. It came from behind them, from the trees they'd been ready to fall back to just minutes before. This signal carried an unmistakable message. The next phase of attack was imminent. Luke narrowed his eyes, and the patchy shadows beneath the sparse tree cover gave up their secret. Archers.
"Everyone down!"
he bellowed instinctively. A sudden flickering in the daylight made Luke glance upward. Arrows, dozens of them, rose in a high arc, their black shafts briefly catching the sun before descending in a deadly rain toward the buildings and open ground west of the stalled convoy. The volleys struck with devastating effect. Dozens of soldiers dropped, their bodies bristling with shafts, their riot shields forgotten in the abruptness of the attack. Screams erupted from the buildings as arrows found their marks through windows and doorways. The disciplined Chinese advance faltered, soldiers scrambling for cover that simply wasn't there.
"Now!"
Luke shouted, rising to one knee and shouldering his rifle.
"Pick off the survivors!"
Fighters from Manchester, Ashland, and Concord emerged from cover, their weapons trained on the disorganized enemy forces. Bowman's rifle barked methodically, each shot finding its mark. Brent had abandoned the useless turret and rejoined them, firing at the soldiers still on their feet. A second volley of arrows streaked across the sky, killing those soldiers not quick enough to raise their shields. Beyond, the mounted Brotherhood squadron, who had now completed their rout of the enemy in the other field, picked off the soldiers trying to flee the rain of death in the courtyard, their horses trampling hooves and their sharp blades catching those who hadn't fallen to bullet or arrow. Within minutes, the shooting had become sporadic, then ceased entirely. An eerie silence fell over the battlefield, broken only by the occasional groan of the wounded and the snorting of horses from the northern field. Luke remained tense, scanning for threats, when movement from the eastern tree line caught his eye. A third column emerged, 50 more Brotherhood warriors, on foot. These carried long spears. At their head walked a stocky woman in jeans, a worn leather jacket, and a pistol at her hip. "Looks like we missed all the fun," Jenna called out, surveying the devastation with obvious disappointment. "I knew I should have attacked with the cavalry." She might have been joking, but the Brotherhood warriors around her kicked at the dirt in genuine frustration. Luke went across to her. "Boy, am I glad to see you, Jay. But how?" "Well, I assume you already knew I'd been dispatched to try and recruit the Brotherhood to our cause." Luke nodded. "They accepted without a second's pause. They were aware of the buildup and increased activity, and they were already building up their army under that guy." The white-clad leader of the mounted Brotherhood warriors cantered toward them, pulling his horse to a stop before Luke and Bowman. He jumped down and removed his helmet, revealing a youthful face with a thick beard and intelligent eyes. "I'm Knight Commander Curtis." Keeping a very straight expression, Luke introduced himself. "I am Sir Luke of Manchester, and this is Lord Bowman of Concord." Bowman and Jenna rolled their eyes, while Curtis looked puzzled. "Sorry," said Luke, putting out his hand. "Gallows humor. Thanks for your help today. You arrived in the nick of time." He looked back at Jenna. "And how did you know?" "We ran across an Albany messenger. We expected to find the Albany army here. Instead, we found you guys under attack. So, what happened to Albany?" Luke looked troubled. "Yes, that is a mystery. Haley Lynn doesn't strike me as unreliable." He looked around, ready to order a search of the property, but saw that Jack and his people were already fanning out, some scouring the fields, others heading for the large stables and sheds. "With or without them," said Bowman, "we need to press our advantage." A piercing cry from the direction of the stables interrupted him. All heads turned toward the massive barn beyond the stables. The anguished wail was followed by shouting and crying as more fighters rushed toward the building. Luke saw Jack sprinting toward the commotion and ran after him. Brent and Jenna were close behind. Jack had disappeared inside by the time they reached the big double-height doors, where a young Concord soldier stood, braced against the doorframe, a pool of vomit in front of him. "They're all in here," he managed. "Dozens of them. Albany fighters. Dead." With a ball of dread deep in his chest, Luke entered, blinking as his eyes adjusted to the dim light. The smell hit him first, the unmistakable copper-sweet stench of death and blood. "Oh, God," Brent whispered. The floor of the barn was littered with bodies that had been arranged in rows. Each wore the distinctive armband of Albany's militia. Most bore bullet wounds, some to the head, execution style. "Looks like the bastards executed the ones who surrendered," murmured Luke, before looking up and spotting Jack, who was bending occasionally as he moved along the rows of bodies. He knew who his friend was looking for. Another shout, this one sharper, more alarmed, rose in the distance. "What now?" Luke thought, his feet already carrying him out into the bright daylight. Men and women pointed at a path between the buildings. Luke followed it out into a courtyard bordered on one side by what looked like a ranch office building. 30 feet in front of it, a cluster of Brotherhood and Concord fighters stood in a loose ring, staring in stunned silence at what lay before them. This scene was different. There was no grim order here.
only chaos. Chunks of flesh, torn uniforms, and twisted limbs lay strewn in a blackened circle. Scorch marks radiated from the center, where part of a shattered drone casing still smoked faintly. The sickening scent of burnt hair and seared meat turned Luke's stomach. Brent caught up and stopped cold beside him. "Drones," she said grimly. "Explosive-laden, low yield, but deadly in close quarters. Suicide models like the first used in the Russia-Ukraine war. The Knights reported there were more burn marks like this around the compound. They must have been in the process of cleaning this one up when you arrived," said Jenna. A moment later, Jack emerged from the stables, his face ashen, but his movements controlled and deliberate. His eyes had the vacant, shocked look of someone who had seen too much horror in too short a time, but determination had replaced despair. "Haley's not in there," he announced, his voice unnaturally steady. "Neither are Dixon or Reyes, but then some of the bodies are so unrecognizable. They might all be in there." "They might have gotten away," Luke said, putting a hand on Jack's shoulder. "Or been captured and taken to Catskill." Jack didn't answer, just stared into the distance. "These drone attacks would have been the first wave. A tactic to sow chaos before ground forces move in. Why didn't they use the drones on us?" Luke wondered. "Limited supply, probably," Bowman reasoned, his mind working through the problem. Hao likely only had a few. He expended them on what he thought was the more immediate threat, Albany's forces already in position. Jenna's expression darkened. "Then once they were done, they expected to take care of you the old-fashioned way, with an ambush. They couldn't know we'd arrive and foil their plans," Curtis added, rejoining them, his white tabard now stained with blood and dirt. Jack had been silent, staring at the scorched earth and strewn remains. When he looked up, his eyes were cold with resolve. "I'm going to Catskill," he said flatly. "We haven't fully assessed our situation," Bowman cautioned. "We should regroup, count our losses. You do what you need to do." Jack cut him off. "But I'm leaving with my fighters in an hour, with or without you." Luke stepped forward. "No one's suggesting we don't go, Jack. Just that we go smart." "The Brotherhood stands ready," Curtis interjected. Jenna ran a hand through her short hair. "Look, we've got 150 Knights and around 100 of your combined forces. That's 250-odd against, what, 100? If that. I'm with Jack. I say we march now." "Those are odds I like," said Brent. Luke and Bowman looked at each other, something unspoken passing between them. "All right, we do this. But," Luke said, placing a hand on Jack's shoulder, "we do this together. For Albany, for Manchester, Concord, for everyone." Something in Jack's rigid posture softened slightly. He nodded once, sharply. "Excellent," said Curtis, before turning and issuing orders to nearby Brotherhood fighters, who immediately dispersed to relay commands. Within minutes, the entire battlefield transformed into a staging area for the coming assault. Weapons were collected and distributed, and fighters organized into their combat units. Elsewhere, the wounded were being treated, and the dead Allied soldiers were being moved to the barn where the Albany dead already lay. "What about transport for the injured, and our dead?" Rodriguez asked, his voice raw. "I'm not leaving Reagan here to be picked over by animals." "No, we're not," Decker said, placing a hand on his lieutenant's shoulder. "We'll come back for them, the dead and wounded, once Catskill's dealt with. In the meantime, we'll leave a handful of fighters and medics to watch over them." "Yes, it won't be a problem," Jenna added, pointing toward the eastern tree line where several large transport trucks rumbled into view. Their canvas sides bore the Brotherhood's insignia. "That's how we moved our infantry.
I'm sure Commander Curtis won't mind setting them aside to transport your dead and wounded afterwards." "Of course," said Curtis. "My men are no strangers to long marches. I only ask that you return them when you are done."
"You have our word," said Luke. "I didn't realize the Brotherhood had gone mechanized."
"We adapt," Curtis said simply. "Tradition guides us but doesn't bind us. Those who can ride, do. Those who can't, we transport when the need is urgent."
Bowman, leaning heavily on his makeshift crutch, eyed the trucks appraisingly. "How many can they carry?"
30 each,
Jenna answered.
"Tight fit, but with what's left of your vehicles, every able-bodied fighter will have transport to Catskill."
Jack had already started walking toward the trucks.
Several Albany survivors fell in behind him, their faces etched with the same cold resolve. Less than a half hour later, fighters formed orderly lines and began climbing aboard the trucks, while the Brotherhood cavalrymen formed up at the front. Despite the horror they had witnessed and the losses they had suffered, there was no hesitation, no fear, only determination to end this war, once and for all. A Brotherhood fighter approached, leading several horses. "Knight Commander Curtis ordered mounts for Allied leadership," she explained, offering reins to Luke, Decker, and Bowman. Bowman eyed the horse and waved to his second-in-command. "Nope, I'm an invalid. I'll be riding in a truck like a civilized person. All yours, Brent." "You look pretty mobile during the fighting," Brent joked, taking the reins. "Wait until I tell the other guys. Have at it, Fang. Have at it." As Luke swung into the saddle, he cast a final glance at the ranch, once a killing ground, now a staging post for the battle that would decide everything. Jenna rode up beside him, her face hard with resolve. "Ready?" He nodded. Curtis raised his sword high, its blade catching the afternoon light like fire. "Advance!" he shouted, his voice ringing out over the assembled fighters. He kicked his mount forward, leading the charge at a powerful canter. And with that, the united forces of Manchester, Concord, Ashland, Albany, and the Brotherhood surged forward. Part 5. Scorched Earth. 21. The Situation Room at Catskill had plunged into stunned silence. What had begun as a textbook ambush had unraveled into a catastrophic failure, undone by the sudden arrival of an unknown force. On the wall of monitors, high-altitude drone feeds told the grim story in cold detail. Chinese soldiers decimated, bodies strewn across the battlefield. General Hao stood motionless before the screens, his face an impassive mask that betrayed none of the rage building within him. Only the slight tremor of the right hand, clenched tightly behind his back, revealed his true state of mind. "Replay," he ordered, his voice eerily calm. The technician obeyed, pulling up the footage. Once more the scene played out. The eerie horn blasts, the sudden emergence of mounted warriors from the tree line, and the thunderous impact of their charge against Hao's unprepared ranks. Silence reigned as they watched the second stage unfold, their carefully planned ambush collapsing into chaos as arrows rained down on their advancing soldiers, followed by the final coup de grace as the Allied fighters finished the job. "Freeze!" Hao ordered, as one of the white-clad horsemen appeared on screen. "Who are these people?" Lieutenant Zhang cleared his throat. "Intelligence suggests they are part of a quasi-religious militia, known as the Brotherhood. We assess them as a minor regional faction with limited capabilities." He hesitated. "Clearly, our assessment was incomplete." Harmon, who had been watching from the corner of the room, took an involuntary step backward as Hao's gaze swung toward him. "You said nothing about this
Brotherhood, when you gave us your assessment of the regional powers," Hao said, his words falling like ice shards.
I didn't think they were relevant,"
Harmon stammered.
"They've always kept to themselves, avoided conflict with larger settlements."
"Yet here they are," Hao interrupted, "decimating my forces with medieval weapons." His voice remained quiet, and somehow more menacing than if he had raised it. Another officer approached, handing Hao a tablet displaying updated intel.
"General, they're mobilizing. The combined forces are preparing to move toward Catskill."
Hao studied the information, his expression revealing nothing.
"Time estimate? Given their current rate of organization and our reconnaissance of their transportation, they could reach our perimeter within 1 to 2 hours."
The general turned and walked slowly to the map displayed on the central table. He traced the route from the horse ranch to Catskill with one finger, his mind calculating.
"Our remaining forces?" he asked. 73 combat-ready personnel within the compound," Captain Shao replied, "plus the 14-man security detail with you here. Most of our reserves were committed to the ambush."
"Ammunition?"
"Standard loadout for remaining personnel. Heavy weapons are limited after the commitment to Manchester and the horse ranch operation."
Hal nodded once, as if confirming something to himself. His gaze lingered on the map, then swept across the room to the anxious faces of his officers. When he spoke again, his voice had dropped to almost a whisper.
"Implement Operation Ashfall. Prepare for evacuation,"
he said in Mandarin. A visible ripple of shock passed through the Chinese officers. Lieutenant Zhang's face paled.
"General, are you certain? The protocol requires—"
"I've made my decision," Hao cut him off sharply.
"When, sir?"
Zhang asked.
50 minutes, before the enemy arrives. Ready the helicopter and have your people begin destroying all documents."
The officers snapped to attention. A flurry of activity erupted as orders were relayed in rapid-fire Mandarin. Harmon watched, confusion and growing alarm evident on his face.
"What's happening?" he demanded. "What are you doing?"
Hao turned to him, a cold smile finally breaking through his composure.
"Strategic redeployment, Counselor." "You're leaving?"
Harmon's voice rose an octave.
"What about our agreement? What about Albany?"
"Plans change," Hao replied dismissively. "But you needn't worry. Your services have been invaluable."
"I want to leave with you,"
he said, desperation creeping into his voice.
"I can't stay here. If they find out what I did, I'm a dead—"
Hao held up a hand to silence him.
"You will be safe. Lieutenant Zhang will bring you to the helipad."
Harmon relaxed.
"Thank you."
"Take the counselor to the basement," Hao instructed Zhang in Mandarin, as he smiled at the Albany man. "Ensure he's comfortable while we prepare." Zhang nodded, understanding the subtext perfectly, and motioned for Harmon to follow. Harmon hesitated, glancing back, only to see that Hao had already turned away. Only after they'd walked a few hundred feet did Harmon realize they weren't heading toward the main compound.
"Are you sure this is the right way?"
Harmon said, his voice rising, as Zhang guided him down an unfamiliar corridor. Zhang said nothing. Back in the Situation Room, Hao stood before the bank of monitors, watching as his remaining forces continued their evacuation. They were watched by crowds of locals, clearly confused by what was happening. A young lieutenant approached, tablet in hand.
"The targeting coordinates are confirmed, General. Payload status Green. Awaiting final authorization code.
Hao took the tablet, entering a complex sequence of characters.
60-minute countdown. Not a second earlier.
Yes, General.
And the contingency measures?
Armed, sir.
Hao watched the retreating lieutenant, a bitter taste rising in his throat. Nothing could compensate for what he had lost. Hundreds of trained soldiers, millions in equipment, and military assets that couldn't be replaced. Years of meticulous planning and investment, blown up in the matter of a week. For now, the riches of the eastern seaboard would remain out of reach, and the only small solace he had was knowing that what he'd set in motion minutes earlier would soon reduce Catskill and everyone inside it to ashes, before the ragtag army that had thwarted him could get their hands on it. He went to the monitor displaying the feed from the security camera over the helipad, where the Harbin Z-20, the last chopper in his fleet, sat on the pad being loaded. He knew a similar scene was playing out in the compound as the troop carriers were being loaded for the evac.
Begin final evacuation protocol,
Hao commanded, his voice carrying across the rapidly emptying situation room. Now, to find Zhang and make for the helipad. Zhang led Harmon down a concrete staircase they'd entered on the ground floor. Emergency lighting cast sickly yellow patches at irregular intervals, leaving stretches of shadow between.
The helipad is on the roof, Harmon said, struggling to keep his voice steady. Shouldn't we be going up instead of down?
Again, Zhang ignored the question. When they reached the bottom of the two flights, a heavy steel door barred their way. Hao's aide-de-camp punched a code into the keypad beside it. The door swung open with a hydraulic hiss, revealing a utilitarian space that appeared to be some kind of maintenance room. Exposed pipes ran along the ceiling, and industrial shelving lined one wall, packed with tools and spare parts. But it was what occupied the center of the room that captured Harmon's attention, a large metal case, surrounded by coils of wire. On top was a small digital display with glowing red numbers, ticking downward. 5842, 5841, 5840.
What is that?
Harmon asked, though he already suspected the answer. Zhang finally spoke, his English precise but heavily accented.
Stage 2 of Operation Ashfall. One of many such devices placed throughout the town.
Understanding crashed down on Harmon.
You're going to blow up Catskill?
Correct.
Zhang turned to face him, his expression revealing nothing.
General Hao believes in being thorough.
Harmon's mind raced. Hao intended to leave Harmon here, to die in the explosion. The Albany counselor felt his heart hammering against his ribs, panic threatening to overwhelm him.
There's been a misunderstanding,
Harmon whined, as his hand slid discreetly toward his jacket pocket. Years of political maneuvering in Albany had taught him to always carry insurance. In this case, a slim ceramic blade.
The general told me I would be leaving with him. He values our partnership.
The general values nothing but the mission,
Zhang said, turning and his right hand dropping to the handle of his pistol.
Now if you'll just step into this.
Harmon lunged forward. The thin ceramic blade caught Zhang in the side of the neck, angled upward beneath the jawline. The soldier's eyes widened in shock, his left hand flying to the wound as blood pulsed between his fingers, even as he struggled to pull his pistol free with the other hand. Harmon threw himself at the wounded officer and began grappling for the firearm. Zhang's strength was rapidly fading, but Harmon couldn't wrest it from him. Finally, as they fell to the floor, the pistol discharged with a deafening crack in the confined space. Zhang's struggles ceased. Harmon scrambled away from the body, the gun clutched in his trembling hands. Blood spattered his shirt and face, and the acrid smell of gunpowder filled his nostrils. He stared at Zhang's lifeless form, stunned by what he'd done. In all his years of political scheming and betrayal, he'd never resorted to violence, had never needed to. The red numbers on the device continued their relentless countdown. 5627, 5626.
Think, Harmon. Think,
he muttered as he scrambled to his feet. He would be shot on sight if the murder of Zhang was discovered. He had to escape Catskill and get home to Albany, where he could create a narrative and make himself the hero of this story. He wiped Zhang's blood from his face, then searched the dead man's pockets. He found a key card, a radio, and most promising, a folded map of the compound, with evacuation routes clearly marked. The radio crackled suddenly, making him jump. A voice spoke rapid Mandarin, clearly expecting a response from Zhang. They would be looking for him soon, and Harmon needed to be as far away as possible when they found him. He stuffed the map and keycard into his pocket, keeping the pistol in hand. With one last glance at the ticking device, he hurried to the door, praying it would open from the inside without a code. The handle turned, and Harmon slipped into the stairwell. Now he just had to find his way out of a heavily guarded compound and town that was on high alert before it was blown to pieces. Behind him, in the dim maintenance room, Zhang's blood seeped steadily across the concrete, merging with the shadows. Above it, the countdown marched on, its glowing numerals reflected in the spreading pool of dark blood. 22. 10 minutes later, General Hao paced the length of the helipad, his normally impassive face now creased with irritation. The Harbin Z-20 helicopter's rotors spun in lazy circles, building speed as the pilot ran through final pre-flight checks. Around him, the last of his officers hurried aboard, carrying the most critical intelligence files and devices. He checked his watch again, the third time in less than 2 minutes.
Still no response from Zhang?
He demanded from the communications officer who jogged up to him, clutching a secure radio.
No, General. We've tried all frequencies.
General, we must depart now to maintain a clear flight corridor, the pilot called from the cockpit, his voice tense. Hao's jaw tightened. Zhang should have disposed of the American traitor and reported back by now. Something had clearly gone wrong, but there was no time to investigate. The lieutenant's absence was concerning, but ultimately irrelevant to the bigger picture. He ordered everyone else aboard, then strode toward the helicopter, ducking beneath the whirling rotors. As he settled into his seat, he swirled his finger to indicate the pilot should take off. The helicopter lifted smoothly, banking east before turning to follow their planned escape route westward. As they climbed, Hao looked down at the townspeople gathered to watch the departing ground forces. Many of their faces turned skyward to watch his chopper depart, completely oblivious to the danger they were in. Hao looked at the display, counting down. 4107, 4106, 4105. The combined forces of the Alliance advanced across the open terrain. Luke rode near the front alongside Curtis, Brent, and Jenna at the head of his cavalry, while Jack, Bowman, and Decker headed the mechanized force in the first transport. They had been moving for nearly an hour, pushing the vehicles as hard across the overgrown roads as possible. Now, with less than a mile between them and Catskill, Luke raised his fist, signaling a halt to assess the situation.
No sentries or patrols,
Jack observed, jumping down from his vehicle and going to join Luke at the front of the column.
After the ranch, I expected a welcoming committee of some sort."
"Something's not right," Bowman agreed, joining them. Luke surveyed the landscape ahead through binoculars. Catskill lay sprawled across a small valley, its perimeter fences visible in the afternoon sun. Smoke rose from several chimneys within the compound, and people seemed to be going about their normal business. This was not a town preparing for a siege.
"Could be another trap,"
Jenna suggested, her hand resting on her sidearm.
"but it makes no sense to let us get this close."
"I think we should send some scouts," Luke said. "Try and get a handle on whatever is going on."
"Aircraft!"
The shout came from one of Curtis's knights, the man's arm extended and a finger pointing to the southern sky. Two dark shapes in the distance were unmistakable, fighter jets coming in rapidly from the south. The distant whine of their engines carried across the valley as they grew and began to descend.
"Take cover!"
Bowman bellowed. Troops scattered from the vehicles, diving into ditches or behind whatever scant protection the landscape offered. The Brotherhood's knights struggled to control their horses, who were upset by the commotion. Luke threw himself flat, expecting at any second a strafing run that decimates their exposed forces. Instead, the fighters roared overhead and banked back towards Catskill.
"I don't think they're coming for us,"
Brett managed to get out before 4 missiles, 2 on each craft, detached from underwing hardpoints, leaving smoke trails as they arced downward.
"Oh, shit,"
Luke exclaimed. The impact was immediate and catastrophic. Massive explosions erupted across Catskill's northern sector, sending debris hundreds of feet into the air. The shock wave rolled over the Alliance forces seconds later, a physical pressure that rattled teeth and shook the ground beneath their feet. Before anyone could react, the sleek fighters banked again, completed their turn, and flew north before turning for a second pass. More missiles streaked toward Catskill, this time striking its southern end. The fuel depot erupted in a fireball that dwarfed the first explosions, a huge swirl of flames and black smoke climbing into the sky.
"What the hell?"
Jack breathed. "They're destroying the town," Luke said, struggling to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. "All those people." The jet fighters climbed steeply after their second attack run, afterburners glowing as they accelerated westward, rapidly shrinking to specks on the horizon. For a moment, an eerie stillness descended over the battlefield. Then, just as the Alliance fighters started to recover from their shock, secondary explosions began to ripple through Catskill. First 1, then 3 more in quick succession, then dozens. A chain reaction of detonations that systematically consumed the entire compound.
"They rigged it to blow,"
Bowman realized, his military experience immediately grasping what they were witnessing. In stunned silence, Luke and the other leaders watched the complete destruction of Catskill. A massive final explosion sent a shock wave rolling across the landscape, strong enough to make the air thrum. When the smoke cleared enough to see, there was nothing left. Catskill and the people within it had been obliterated.
"He knew we were coming and went scorched earth,"
Luke rasped. Jack's expression hardened from shock to bitter understanding. No survivors. If by some chance Haley had survived and had been taken prisoner, she was now almost certainly dead. They watched a while longer, shocked witnesses to an act of bastardry and slaughter on a scale none of them had ever witnessed before.
"We should head back to the ranch,"
said Luke, finally, his voice as desolate as the scene before them.
"We'll debrief and part ways from there."
"Yes. Come on," rasped the subdued Bowman, and turned back to the trucks. One by one, the others followed. Minutes later, they had swung the convoy around and were heading east, the vast tower of gray smoke marring the sky behind them. 23. Chad Harmon staggered through the dense underbrush, each labored step carrying him farther from the smoldering ruins of Catskill. His once pristine clothing hung in tatters, and his face was streaked with soot and sweat, eyes wild with the lingering shock of his narrow survival.
"Made it," he gasped between ragged breaths. "I actually made it."
He had barely escaped the town and cleared the outer perimeter when the howl of the fighters and the first explosions rocked the compound. The ground had bucked beneath his feet, throwing him into a drainage ditch that shielded him from the worst of the destruction. When he'd finally dared to climb out, Catskill, half a mile behind him, was nothing more than a smoking hole in the ground. Harmon allowed himself a moment's rest, leaning against a tree trunk. His mind was already racing ahead, constructing the narrative he would present upon his return to Albany. He would be the heroic insider who had gone to Catskill to gather intelligence to aid the offensive.
By the time I had the information, it was too late to save our brave president and her troops.
He practiced aloud, testing the weight of the lie on his tongue. Yes, that would work. Without Haley Lynn, or anyone else from the doomed mission alive to contradict him, who could dispute his version of events? The council would be in disarray, ready for a strong leader to step forward and guide them through the crisis. A rustle in the undergrowth behind him froze Harmon in place. Slowly he turned, his hand drifting to the grip of Zhang's pistol tucked into his waistband. His heart pounded against his ribs as he scanned the foliage, eyes straining to find the source of the sound. A figure emerged from behind a fallen tree, human, not animal. Harmon relaxed when he saw it was a woman of small stature. She was alone, and limping, and clearly no threat. That was until she stepped forward, and the afternoon sunlight illuminated her. Recognition slammed into him with the force of a physical blow. Haley Lynn. She was alive.
Impossible.
Her left arm hung at an odd angle, obviously broken. A makeshift splint held it somewhat stable. Blood had dried in a rivulet from her temple down her neck, disappearing beneath the collar of her torn jacket. But her eyes were clear and focused, boring into him with an intensity that made his skin crawl.
"Haley!"
Harmon exclaimed, recovering quickly and plastering a relieved smile across his face.
"Thank God! When I saw what happened at the ranch, I feared the worst. Thank God you're alive."
He began walking towards her, opening his arms in greeting. Haley held out her hand, stopping him in his tracks.
"And how did you see what happened at the ranch?"
she said, her voice unnervingly steady. Harmon's smile faltered.
"Idiot,"
he cursed inwardly.
"Well, heard, not saw. It's just an expression. I heard the news from a messenger."
The lie felt clumsy on his lips.
"Did you?"
Haley tilted her head slightly, studying him like a scientist might observe a particularly disgusting specimen.
"I've been tracking you for the past hour, Chad. From Catskill."
Harmon's face drained of color. He opened his mouth, closed it, then tried again.
I can explain." "No need."
Haley cut him off.
"I suspected you might have been behind the ambush at the ranch. Now I know. Listen to me, Haley. There's been a terrible misunderstanding. I was working undercover, gathering intelligence." "How many?"
Haley asked quietly.
"What?" "How many of our people died because of your betrayal?" 87, Chad.
87 Albany fighters who trusted their leadership. Trusted you.
The pretense of innocence slipped from Harmon's face, replaced by a mask of cold anger.
Don't you dare judge me. They would have died anyway. Howe's forces were overwhelming. I made the rational choice to try and negotiate. The choice of a coward and a traitor,
Haley said in a low voice, her uninjured hand dropping to her hip. Harmon saw the movement and reacted. Their hands moved simultaneously, Harmon drawing Zhang's pistol with surprising speed, Haley pulling her own deftly, despite her injuries. The crack of the shots split the air of the clearing, scattering birds from the branches overhead. For a moment, just a moment, the two stood frozen, guns still raised, smoke curling upward from the barrels. The forest seemed to hold its breath. Harmon blinked. Haley swayed slightly, her pistol still leveled at him. A tremor passed through her fingers, but her eyes, those unwavering, furious eyes, never left his. Harmon took a step forward, his brows knitting. "You," he began, but his voice caught on something thick and wet, rising in his throat. He looked down. Deep crimson spread across the front of his khaki shirt, mingling with the dried blood of the man he had killed earlier. Haley's lips parted to speak, but instead she coughed, a bubbling sound, flecking blood across her teeth as a matching blood stain spread across her chest. "You've killed me," Harmon choked out, stunned tears springing to his eyes as he pressed a hand to the wound, as if he could push the life back in. "Snap," said Haley, as the gun slipped from her grip. She dropped to one knee before collapsing sideways into the thick bed of leaves covering the asphalt. Harmon staggered to where she lay and stood over her, his gun dropping from numb fingers. "You killed me. You..." His final words were choked off by a bloody cough, and he doubled over before falling beside her with a heavy thud. As consciousness began to slip away, the world around him faded. The rustling leaves, the distant calls, the pain in his chest. Everything receded, except for Haley's face, inches from his own. Her lips, revealing teeth crimson with blood, curved upward into a serene yet terrible smile. That smile contained everything: justice, vengeance, acceptance, and perhaps even a hint of forgiveness. It was the last thing he saw before everything faded into nothing. At the very edges of the same void, Haley heard a soft gust of wind stir the leaves overhead. Then, sweet silence. The Alliance leaders gathered in the ranch's main house the next morning, as the dawn sun melted away the shadows of night. They'd returned from the Catskill expedition 2 hours before dusk the evening before, and after a comprehensive debrief, the decision had been made to rest the troops overnight before parting ways. Now, after a restless night's sleep, Luke stood by the fireplace, nursing a tin cup of black coffee. Around him, the others sat lost in their thoughts.
"We should have sent scouts to look for survivors,"
Jenna said, breaking the silence. Brent shook her head.
"No one survived that. The blast pattern indicated multiple high-yield explosives, strategically placed. This wasn't a hasty demolition. He must have put it in place as a contingency a long time ago.
Insurance, especially if what he's been doing was unsanctioned. Bowman agreed. Luke turned to the group. So, what now? Bowman was the first to respond. As we discussed last night, we go home. We rebuild. That's what we've always done. Hao may have denied us a final victory, but he's gone, and that was the ultimate purpose of attacking him. The threat to our settlements is over. For now, Brent cautioned. For now, Bowman acknowledged with a nod. But we bought ourselves time, and we've proven something important, that we're stronger together than apart. Outside, fighters prepared for departure. Manchester, Concord, Ashland, Albany, and the Brotherhood, all united by common purpose. Despite the terrible way it all ended, something significant had been achieved. I'm not heading back to Albany yet, Jack said firmly when he and Luke walked out onto the rickety, sprawling porch. Not until my team has scoured every inch of land between here and Catskill for survivors. If there's even a chance that Haley... A sob escaped his throat, raw and sudden. Luke stepped forward and put a steady arm around the man who had so recently become his friend. Take as long as you need, he said softly. Trying is better than letting the doubt she might be alive out there somewhere and gnaw at you forever. 30 minutes later, after solemn goodbyes, rough handshakes, and the kind of parting words only warriors exchange, the factions dispersed. Jack remained, his Albany fighters rallying around him as they prepared to pick through the ruins and surrounding areas for survivors. Luke loaded into the lead truck with Bowman, Brent, and Jenna, with Decker driving. He didn't look back as the truck pulled away. Hours passed in a haze of dust and road noise, and conversation eventually faded, each lost to their own thoughts. Luke let his eyes close, lulled by the engine's steady hum and the gentle sway of the truck. For the first time in days, he allowed his mind to drift, not to tactics or orders or the weight of the dead, but to softer things. Becky's laughter, Aaron's stubborn streak, the way Elizabeth always tried to hide her drawings when he walked in. Manchester. Home. For a few precious minutes, he let himself remember what they had been fighting for. Epilogue. The woods had been too quiet for the past hour. Raglin noticed it, first as a vague discomfort, then as a growing certainty. Something was wrong. It was too quiet. They were close enough now, close enough to smell wood smoke from Bakerstown's chimneys, to hear the distant sounds of hammers and saws as the town continued its endless work of rebuilding and growing. But there was nothing. Raglin reached down to pat Arrow's neck, steadying himself as much as the horse. A week on the road had strengthened their bond, and the animal seemed to sense his unease, ears flicking forward attentively as they continued uphill toward the ridge that overlooked Bakerstown. "Easy, boy," Raglin murmured as they approached the crest. The ridge offered the first clear view of Bakerstown, a sight that had filled him with unexpected warmth when he first glimpsed it nearly a year ago. Now, the sight turned the blood in his veins to ice water. The gates lay broken, smashed inward as if by some tremendous force. No sentries stood at the watchtowers. No smoke rose from chimneys. No movement disturbed the unnatural stillness that had settled over Bakerstown like a shroud. "No," he whispered, his voice barely audible. With a sharp kick, he urged Arrow into a gallop down the hillside. caution abandoned in the face of something that felt far worse than the possibility of any ambush. They thundered through the open gates, Arrow's hooves clattering against broken wood and paving stones. Raglin pulled him to a halt in the center of the main avenue, turning in a slow circle as he took in his surroundings. The town wasn't destroyed. That was his first confused observation. Buildings stood intact. There were no bodies in the streets, no signs of fire or battle. Instead, there was an eerie emptiness, as if the entire population had simply vanished. "Hello?" he called, his voice echoing off the silent buildings. "Marley? Claire? Anyone?" Only silence answered. Raglin dismounted, drawing his rifle from its saddle holster. He led Arrow to a hitching post near Simon's Tavern, securing the reins with trembling fingers. "I'll be back," he promised the horse quietly, then turned to the empty street. First he checked the tavern. Chairs stood at odd angles, as if pushed back in haste. Mugs still sat on tables, their contents long dried to a sticky residue. Through the kitchens, the pantry, the back rooms, no sign of Simon or anyone else. The medical office was next. Papers were scattered across Claire's desk, a half-empty cup of congealed tea beside them. The examination room was undisturbed, instruments laid out precisely as Claire always kept them. House by house, building by building, Raglin searched. The school, the blacksmith's forge, the butcher's shop. Each told the same story. A community interrupted, as if everyone had stopped what they were doing and walked away. But where? And why? By the time he reached Marley's house, the sun was sinking toward the horizon, painting the empty town in bloody hues. His heart hammered against his ribs as he pushed open her front door, calling her name once more into the stillness. Her home was as he remembered it, neat, functional, with small touches of comfort. Books arranged on shelves, a quilt draped over a chair, plants on the windowsills, now withered from lack of tending. In her office, documents were strewn across her desk, evidence of hasty sorting. Raglin rifled through them, looking for anything that might explain why the town was abandoned. Inventories, guard schedules, construction plans. Nothing unusual. Then, in the bottom drawer, he found her diary, a thick, leather-bound book with the years scratched into its cover. Raglin hesitated only briefly before opening it, flipping to the most recent entries. The last pages were filled with increasingly agitated handwriting, the neat script deteriorating into jagged slashes of ink.
April 12th. Strangers arrived at the gate this morning. Not ragged wanderers or beggars, not traitors. Different. Organized. Called themselves marshals. Said they were from something called the Eastern Provisional Authority, though I've heard no whispers of any such place. There were 5 of them, in clean uniforms I didn't recognize, and armed with military-grade rifles. Their leader, a man named Nash, had cold eyes and a smile that didn't reach them. He spoke of this authority bringing order and unifying settlements. He knew things about Bakerstown he shouldn't, our numbers, our defenses, even mentioned the cannibal attack. They asked too many questions, and when I'd had just about enough of them, he pulled out an official-looking paper. It was a list of demands, although they called them contributions. Food, fuel, workers. In return, he promised us protection. I had a bad feeling about him, so I didn't tell them to get the hell out of my town. I told them we'd need time to call our council together and consider.
Nash smiled that cold smile and said they'd give us 2 days. Something isn't right. I've sent Rahul to warn the outlying farms. Simon thinks we should take their claims at face value, but I've seen the way Nash's men look at our storehouses, at our people. April 14th. They came back with more men. 15, maybe 20, all armed. Nash didn't ask for our answer, just said that Bakerstown was now under the protection of the Eastern Provisional Authority, and that meant noncompliance would result in punishment. When David objected, one of Nash's deputies struck him with a rifle butt. It set the tone for what followed. They've confiscated all weapons, set up their headquarters in the school, imposed a curfew. Claire treated 3 people today who resisted. We're prisoners in our own town. April 16th. Kit found a way out through the old storm drain behind the clinic. We've been moving people out in small groups, 2 nights in a row, to the caves in Franklin Ridge. David is dead. They made an example of him in the town square. Said it was punishment for sedition against the authority, all because he stood up to one of the marshals who was harassing Kit. They're not marshals. They're not government. They're murderers wearing the skin of authority.
Raglin glowered as he turned the page.
April 17th. Tonight is our last chance to get people out. A rider arrived for Nash today. He has been ordered to relocate the inhabitants of Bakerstown to Harrisburg. We can't resist. There are too many of them, and they are too well armed. We'll get as many into the drains as possible, but I'll have to stay behind so they don't get suspicious.
That was the last entry. Raglin closed the diary, anger burning within him. Franklin Ridge. He knew it. A limestone formation he'd passed on his first journey to Bakerstown. The caves there were deep, defensible. He would find the townspeople who had escaped. Would Claire be there? Kit? Marley's diary gave no clue. Either way, he knew where to find them if they weren't. He moved to the window, watching as the last light faded from the abandoned town. Night travel would be too dangerous. So, as impatient as he was, he had no choice but to wait until morning. Raglin tucked Marley's diary into his pack and went to find food. At first light tomorrow, he would head to Franklin Ridge and try to find the Bakerstown runaways. Then he would decide what to do about the problem of this Eastern Provisional Authority. The end of Battlefront, Attrition, Book 13 of the America Falls series. Written by Scott Medbury. Narrated by Adam Barr. If you like what you've heard, please leave a review at Audible or wherever you buy audiobooks. For more information on all of Scott's work, including the entire America Falls series, go to scottmedbury.com. That's SCOTTMEDBURY.com. I'm Adam Barr. Thanks for listening.
If you're enjoying Scott's audiobook content, please like and subscribe. It's the best way to help out the channel.